never been starting. I don't take no L's, no, I don't take no L's. These niggas switch up quick, then dip and never look back. I don't take no L's, no, I don't take no L's.
Don't take no L's. Don't take no L's. Don't take no L's. Don't take no L's.
I know I'm dope, going hard on the beat, sound unique, going ape shit with the flow. Ain't tryna compete with a fool in the street, I'm out tryna make this dough. This game ain't sweet, better move your feet if you not what you came here for. I'm around the elite, y'all way about tweets, that shit sounds so loco. Like a top athlete, my skills concrete, moving up your head, honcho. To a high ride suite, on the throne, have a seat back, feeling me, mango. Being obsolete, you don't grind, you don't eat, y'all already know the motto. My life a beat, never on deep, but it don't repeat. My life a beat, never on deep, but it don't repeat. What's the dealio? Snapping like this for a minute though. Poet they know with no Angelo. Rookie no rookie, I let him know. Gotta get my dough. No other reason I came for. Shoot for the stars up the cosmos. Slick greasy flow, call it soul glow. This ain't no game, we ain't throwing darts. Names never change, so it all in the same. They slipping like they at a water park. It's all in my veins, I studied the game. Then I got hot from a little spark. Try to play chess, you got check of pieces. My thesis, you know you done from the start. My life a beat, never on deep, but it don't repeat. My life a beat, never on deep, but it don't repeat. My life a beat, never on deep, but it don't repeat. My life a beat, never on deep, but it don't repeat.
one, another one. Here we go. Come on like that. We back from another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I gotta live up to it. Nothing but to do it. Hear me?
It's all serious. It's literally all serious.
They know we done been there before. They know I done been there before. We gon' do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. Do it again. Tell them I'm back on another one. Let's win. Let's do it again.
One shot.
You know what we doing. I want like that. Let's do it again. You know what we doing. I want like that. Do it again. Tell them I'm back on another one.
Oh my god.
They could be pitching broken. Can someone watch it?
Yo, in small. In 10. Showing it.
Come mid too. Our side mid. Chami. Still in 10, I think. I need help mid.
I'll see it.
I think he's running at me mid. I can't help him mid. I need help mid.
He's out there.
I need help mid bad.
There you
Mid on me. Nice. I got you. Yo, we have the last one.
Find it. Yep. Berg.
Yes, that's a KD boost. That's a KD. That's a bump up. Yes. That's a bump up. I got my KD up.
Yeah, come on.
I just slammed these kids, bro. Holy shit. He ended 33 and 23.
We're going the distance.
Call of Duty timing for every single kill that Mamba just got.
Oh my god! Oh my! What's good this? Only one. Should we have a chance to cut it on its down? In Acre 3! Exceed! That is a devastating round. It's gonna be the man on the back line and the shots.
Get out! Oh my god, get out!
Oh, you're so good, bro.
Oh
You are so good, Ant.
Oh my god, they're dropping it.
Fuse now from
You're so good, Ant.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my god! That was disgusting. Shotzi's winning on this map by himself.
Oh my god.
Go, baby, come on.
Shout out to all the watch parties. Same reaction here in studio. Shotzi pulling up like the legend he is, making some big plays. The S&D Demon gets the job done once again. That series could have been very different if he doesn't pull out those amazing clutches. Welcome back into the studio. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Nameless Rosalie. It's going to be a great day. 4 matches ahead. Let's get it started. Let's take a look at our standings because, man, things have been getting pretty good in chat. By the way, shout out USA.
Yes.
Getting gold.
We got gold, baby.
We got gold. LA Thieves also got gold. Let's know, gentlemen, it's an optic. Biggest takeaway from yesterday, Rosalie, we had a switch up in the bottom 2. A reminder, bottom 2 will not be going to Major 2. Toronto Koi finally get their first win.
Yeah, this is a special couple of 6 weeks where we're going to have everybody play everybody. And so it kind of feels like things are righting the wrongs. Koi now in that top 10, maybe trying to make their way up, but there still is a lot of Call of Duty to be played.
A lot of Call of Duty 4 matches. Speaking of which, let us know which one is your favorite a little bit later. Been a lot of improvements across the board, though Optic one of them, especially when it comes to their S&D. Nameless, what have they been up to in the workshop?
Yeah, you know, in the interview, Dashy was talking about chasing another ring, and this team has a good chance to do it. You know, when we watched the grand final, to me, the biggest issue was the post-plant situations and specifically their attacking rounds in general. And they have just continuously evolved, and their search is getting so much better only a couple weeks after the tournament. So this is the 5-5 in the final versus the Gentlemates. We're going to talk about Optic strategy here and how they approach this. So basically, it's going to be a quick plant. We'll zoom into the mini-map, and let's draw and talk to you guys a little bit. So Shotzi, he's going to get the bomb down here, and then he's going to retreat back into ring, like over here with a smoke grenade, right? And he has a little bit of assistance from Dashy. But the problem problem with this is, so Mercules is the guy that has to watch mid, right? He has Hook helping him over towards water. Now, when the pressure comes in from these players that are going to push towards ring, he has to now back up and help his team if you're Mercules and give up mid, right? So it's a situation where, like, you want to use your number advantage, but you have to give up a gap. So if a player tries to get through mid, he's going to be able to make an impact play. And then for Hook, he's kind of playing the clutch in no man's land. So watch how this plays out. You see Shotzi, he pushes over towards bomb, he gets it down, and now it's like, oh crap, they're all laundry, I got to get a smoke down. So he stays inside of the ring, which is something that they're going to address, and we'll talk about that as well. But you see how this plays out. 8, Envoy gets all the way through, makes a huge play, and if you're Optic, you didn't use your post-plant situation in your numbers to secure easy kills, and it leads to heartbreak, which ultimately could have been the difference in that grand final. But now let's go to stage 2 and talk about how they adjust this. So same exact thought, but different font. So let's zoom into the minimap and talk about it. Dashy, same guy in the situation, throws the trophy for his team. And what you guys need to understand here, the key thing, you beat them to mid when you're on offense, so Shotzi's gonna take this right through pillars. Same thing, get the quick plant down. This is Hook over here on the right side. Same player holding this, right? And he's just playing for somebody to push off the rip. Now, the key difference here, though, is that Mercules now, instead of sitting inside a zigzag, he's gonna push up mid, right? And Shotzi's gonna go here. So if there was pressure mid, or if there was pressure coming from water, he'd be ready to help Hook or Shotzi on that push, right? So you have the instant help. But then, let's go back, let's zoom the mini map back out so you guys can see how it plays out. Mercules up mid, watching inside a kitchen. Hook pushed up, so you're gonna use numbers. If there's any player there, you'll be able to fight it. But the key difference here is Shotzi gets that bomb down and goes back to mid map to help out Mercules, and Hook drops all the way back into garage. So when Hook gets back here, he's just gonna be watching Mercules flank. This guy can do whatever he wants. He can watch mid, he can wrap back and help Dashy. He's got cross through pillars here if somebody tries to take a weird route. They have everything covered here. Just a way better setup early round to mitigate early pressure through water or through kitchen. And then in the post-plant situation, you're set up everywhere for all the information. If somebody goes to ring, Dashy can fight it. Here, Hook gets the quick flank onto Mercules, and now Mercules can help anybody. And at this point, if you're G2, you're still looking for people mid. You're like, where'd Mercules go? Where water stairs? Where's Hook, the guy that plays water? We're in the base. There's 15 seconds left. This round is an absolute win by Optic already.
And one of my favorite things about that example, Ant, is that it's kind of like showing how you can take advantage of information and your situation without necessarily giving up your position or the play that you're making. And that's certainly something that separates the really good teams, the championship caliber teams, from the rest of the league.
You just give yourself options, right? So it's like if we go mid, if they decide to fight kitchen or water stairs and we get one, we can go right down to being planet. Hook's set up for it. If they don't, then we know they're playing like a default spread, get the quick bomb down, and we have everything covered. Just well executed by Optic. And that's why, if we could pull up the graphic, the situations.
Let's take a look at the numbers. Let's see what we're looking at. They're a world-class team. Obviously, sometimes even a world-class team has to go back to the workshop. We take a deeper look at the stats. What do we look?
Yeah, kind of what we talked about in the grand final. Post-plant situations were terrible, and then the attacking record 1-5, right? So had to get better at it.
100%. And what's interesting about this as well is, like, most teams struggle at attack and search and destroy in general, whether you're a top team or not. So it's something that, regardless of the situation, it's going to give you an edge against the rest of the league. And Optic Texas is what they're doing right now, right? We interviewed Dashy. He's like, I want to be a world champion again. Like, all right, Bruce, in case the back-to-back wasn't enough, you want to be a 3-time, totally get it. And these are the kind of micro adjustments that you have to make to reach that level, to reach that caliber of play.
Well, they clearly are the best in the world. One of the things that I mentioned to Dashy yesterday is, like, look, every single team that plays against Optic, they want to beat them. They want to beat. It doesn't matter if Optic is in last place. It doesn't matter if they're in first place. Everybody wants to beat Optic because naturally the fan base is the biggest fan base out there. So they're always getting the most elite competition they possibly can, which means they have to bring their A game like they did against Miami Heretics. This series was incredible, but more importantly, this surge was unbelievable. Shotzi was pulling off 2 pieces like he's going out of style.
Yeah, he was. I mean, that kid's a special player. But you can see in the minimap with Optic, like, they have full faith and trust in everybody on the team, like in every situation, right? And they can just make miracles happen when the maps get close.
Well, that's Optic. They're obviously one of the best, but a lot of question marks around the Riyadh Falcons. Where do they stand when it comes to the overall leaderboard? But more importantly, their performance here in Major 2. Yes, a slow start. They did get a win. Granted, it was against Cloud9 New York, who is having their own struggles. Rosalie, let's talk the Falcons.
It's just tough to attach an identity to the Riyadh Falcons. For me, it's kind of like they play up to their competition and they play down to it as well, which is why we get these such weird series out of essentially a team that's made of over half world champions, and it's not something we would expect from them. We expect them to kind of be a gatekeep team. And at first, it was like, okay, you're really good at search and destroy. Maybe the respawn will come, and then it kind of flipped. And now their strength is a little bit in the respawn. They've lost their path in search and destroy a little bit. So I just don't feel like they have an identity right now.
I agree with that. You know, you talk about this team, when they were a 2-3-5 team, they were having a lot of success.
Yeah.
It's flipped over and their hardpoint's been a little bit better recently. For them, though, it's like the Blackheart and Colossus was giving them an edge. Teams are closing that gap. They're getting better there across the board, really, and that's why the search has fallen off for Riyadh a little bit. So for them, they're supposed to be in that discussion of the top teams. Ali mentioned they got 3 world champions on the squad and a world champion coach. So they're definitely not satisfied with these current results.
And I know Exnid, he gets a lot of attention. I personally like the kid. I really hope he finds some success. We take a look at their overall record, and honestly, doesn't look too bad.
I mean, it doesn't. I mean, like we said, their respawn is pretty okay right now, and then you go to the Overload. I mean, they play at an insane pace. That's something I didn't expect from this team, is they are laying down that damage in those engagements close to teams like Miami Heretics, which I wouldn't have expected from this roster.
All right, it's going to be an action-packed day. 4 great matches to get through. Falcons is just one of them. We take a look. We've got, of course, starting up the Carolina Royal Ravens against the Riyadh Falcons, who move into Vancouver Surge versus the Boston Breach, Optic Texas, Cloud9 New York, G2 going against FaZe Vegas. Coming up, though, is going to be our first matchup of the day. Carolina Royal Ravens take the stage once again after their loss yesterday, going against Riyadh Falcons. Coming up.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Let's find out who's built for the big save.
Heretics ready to dive in.
Thanks, Stu.
4 and Snoopy wipes them all. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. It's Sykes. Down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
It's time for our first matchup of the day. Riyadh Falcons against the Carolina Royal Ravens. They take the stage once again. That loss yesterday was heartbreaking for sure. Granted, it was expected against Paris Shadowmates, but let's face it, that hardpoint was messy. Outslaying them by 30-plus eliminations, 32, and still getting the L. Let's start breaking it down a little bit further. First, starting off the Carolina Royal Ravens. This roster kind of been on the struggle bus at times. It's hard to pinpoint where they're at. I hear a lot of the watch parties. What do they think about them? Hard to decide, Nameless. Let's start.
Yeah, you know, diving into it and watching this team, they need better kill efficiency. I mean, especially you watch that Colossus, so many mistakes were being made. But on top of that, the trend of the squad is like, they've been solid at search and overload. Their hardpoint has not been great. And in terms of their hardpoint, I think the problem is the kill efficiency, but they're also 11th in points per hold, right? So that is when you're in control, when you have a good situation, they are scamming. Take a second, reel it back in a little bit and try to, execute what you guys talk about in practice. I think in game, whether it's nerves or somebody getting a little bit of frantic on the team, it just gets a bit chaotic and the situations just aren't replicable, right? These plays that they're making. So, yeah, they need to calm down.
I agree with that. What's funny is before the series yesterday, I'd written down, like, the sling is just so inconsistent. You got a 0.5 out of Exceed versus LA Thieves and 0.8 out of Craze and Lurks, but then you get 40 to 50 kill games out of them and they still can't close out the map. So to me, there's a system error somewhere in this. Maybe it's a leader error, but also it's a map pool error. They can't really play Colossus or Danton, and so that kind of forces Blackheart, Exposure, Scar, and we're going to get Blackheart in the first map of the series, and that is a difficult map to play, especially against any teams that are going to have really strong, really hyper-aggressive SMGs like LA Thieves, like Riyadh Falcons. So it's a little concerning.
Yeah, it seems like you both are on the same page. It's a leadership issue as far as I'm concerned, because going back to your statement, your point, when it comes down to it, you get a little bit hectic, frantic, things aren't working out. You need a vocal figurehead, somebody to take over the reins and say, it's all good. Let's just fix this. Let's keep pushing forward. They're going to need that today for sure, because opposite of them, Riyadh Falcons, a team that has had some low points throughout Major 2, let's face it. However, they're looking to fly high today. A win against Carolina Royal Ravens would be big.
Yeah, I mean, for the Falcons, me and Ali have talked about it a lot. When they were finding success, it was 2-3-5s. The search was looking good. They have like a problem with the first bloods in search right now. Exton's dying a lot. 32% opening duel rate. The only players worse than that are Kenny and Nedra. Kenny's not on the team anymore, and Nedra's only played like 2 matches. He's 9-19 there, so he has to be better there. That would immediately make their search better. And then also, maybe find a sniper player. Kismet has 7 snipes, and you're talking, his opposition, the better teams in the world. I mean, that's Dashi, Abuza, Super, Scrap, Sib. They all have 17 to 40 snipes for their teams, right? So, yeah, maybe find a different sniper. Those 2 things can maybe help your team a lot.
Search and destroy definitely is a pain point, which is so interesting considering the buildup of this roster. But even in their match versus Boston, they got 7 first bloods, and that resulted not in a map win. They went all the way to around 11, so I have to echo what Ant says. It's not only that they're not getting them, but when they do get them, they still don't win. So another system error somewhere in the search and destroy. But as we head into the maps and modes, like I said, it's going to be Blackheart map number 1. To be honest, I'm leaning for Riyadh Falcons in that map number 1. I just think they have a lot of pressure when it comes to the respawns, and that can certainly suffocate a team on a map like Blackheart.
All right, there's your maps and modes. Chat, what are you thinking? Get your predictions in, because we're going to be going in hot with our Scuff Pick'ems. 2 great teams to choose from. Rosalie, we're starting off with you, because you've been on fire. I can't lie. You're beating that. You're crushing everybody. Who you going with?
This is tough. Listen, if Carolina didn't have that map 4 yesterday, I might have picked them. I'm going to go with Riyadh, actually, in this one.
Riyadh, okay. Nameless. You following suit?
I think the Blackheart is, good for both teams. I feel like Carolina's going to win it today. I mean, their guns were hot.
Need to.
And then we get to that Scar. We just kind of talked about the sniper issue. I think Exceed's going to have a field day. I got Carolina taking it.
I have to agree with you. I'm going Royal Ravens. The reason why that loss yesterday, they were feeling it. They were angry. They're mad. They're going back to the workshop. They want to win today. I don't see them letting this slip through their fingertips. They're taking down the Falcons. That's my prediction. Let's see it. Fans, though, going with the Falcons. Rosalie, you 2 are on the same page. Let's get it started. Shift and Study, take it away.
Thank you, friends. Yeah, this should be an interesting one, and I think that's just kind of a proving point in time now for this Riyadh team, because the caliber of wins that they've gotten outside of maybe like the win that they had versus Paris have largely been on the lower half of the league. Carolina's looking to kind of reestablish identity after not having a great major, and Jay, I just kind of want to know what your thoughts are, especially considering the dynamic nature of this best of 5 map set.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a very fun series. When you take a look at the maps, it's basically a square up, especially in the first 2-3 maps in a row. But I think for both of these teams, they're sitting around the middle of the pack when you talk about everyone in the league. And they just want to create some space between that. The way that Carolina played yesterday versus the Mace, you could have been able to force that game number 5, but you outslay them by 32 kills and were just playing 3 steps ahead. Sometimes when you're getting 4 dead, it's cool to just play a setup before you decide to execute a push out, because every time they go for that push out, they left the last guy standing and he always made the play. So Carolina, like you said, they're going to be thinking about that match yesterday, but versus Falcons, they're one of those teams that if you force them to be uncomfortable, then they look like they can easily break down. So 2 teams that have a lot of breaking potential.
did you gain any motivation or confidence in the Carolina team just knowing that they played Paris as well as they did in the respawns yesterday? I think that's often kind of a metric test in terms of, is the team really still hanging? Yeah, play one of the best teams in the game on one of their best overall modes, and to be able to come close in both the hard points and take the den overload, I would say it's pretty confidence boosting if you're Carolina.
Yeah, but like if you saw what they were doing in their teamwork aspect, it was just all out of sync versus that caliber of team. Like even in the search and destroy, there's certain rounds where Craze is gaining information, puts down shots get out with his life, and no one is watching his cross. So I think like for Ravens, it's just time that's going to be their best friend to truly mold themselves into the position that they want to be. And the same thing could be said for the Falcons on the other side, because Falcons, they are fantastic when the momentum is going their way. But when things aren't going their way, they somehow, some way are still able to throw away situations. Like yesterday in the search and destroy, you have a 1v3, you let it go. You have multiple rounds where you get the first blood and you let it go on your best search and destroy map. So S&D has been a struggle for this team. That's what they're looking to improve here, and I think Nameless hit it on the head perfectly. Kismet being their only sniper with 7 kills. Now search and destroy, you need someone else to pull out the booms that can get a couple extra.
Yeah, I like that call a lot. I think just in the nature of how the search and destroy map set has been determined by what the scopes have been able to bring to the table, not even just on one particular map or another, but just the simple fact that it just continues to be an influence over and over again, especially by the best teams that are out there. Speaking of the best teams that are out there, here are our major 2 qualifier standings to this point. What a start it's been for the LA Thieves. Bringing Neum into the mix, they are perfect 4-0. They have not dropped a hard point yet. They've looked really, really solid. Paris and Optic still doing what they're doing, mostly just looking at, when do they match up again, because that was an epic grand finals at Nature 1. FaZe still hanging, and then everyone else is kind of still fighting for positioning right now. So our top 4, I won't say as expected as it would be, just based on how successful the Thieves have been, but I would say for a lot of people out there, that's the 4 that we would have expected, kind of looking at the rosters at the beginning of the year and now seeing the change with Neum in and what that's done to the Thieves. So let's see what you can get from these 2 squads trying to boost themselves up the rankings. It's Blackheart Hardpoint to get us kicked off here, Jay, and we have to assume that again this is going to be one of those fast and furious maps. You gotta try to get the trends, the narrative set up early for who's going to be able to dictate the tempo of this map.
Yeah, and I feel like if you're Carolina, this is just one of those instant potential bounce back maps for them, because you ended yesterday on a Colossus HP where it's usually about the same amount of aggression, but Blackheart tends to have that similar play style. Just we cannot scam in certain situations, and we have to clear out everything on the proper side. But already into the P1, the Ravens are flying and frying. 8 seconds secured, trying to get your trades. They don't, and Falcons get an early break.
Yeah, really nice stuff from Riyadh to this moment. 3 for Celium will have them locking down not just early time, but getting an early feel out across the map. Late nade from Kismet also lands. Pick up on the pinch is good by Pred. So everything really turning up nicely in terms of how Riyadh have not just broken through this hard point, but how they're setting up themselves to just get time and potentially, with the 18 seconds remaining now, possibly push things out.
Yeah, not going over towards the P2. Carolina at least clear their way out through the P1 area. So now have an easier approach to just not hit the fundamental routes, try to go right through the front door, but exit here, cutting them off, has Narrow knocked down to 38 HP in the Dream, not able to get that kill onto Celium. The AR's firing for the Falcons early on, win them the rotation to P2.
Yeah, and then now they've got Ravens trying to work around this OE. It's just not feeling comfortable right now for Carolina. 2-2 split. Need to find an opener. Pred gives away his life there. Exceed also finds one from the front. So an opportunity starting to brew here for Carolina as they win back the hard point. Exnit trying to block spawns. Not going to be successful. So a nice break here early for Carolina. They'll get this thing back to within single digits and now have to receive the next opportunity for Riyadh to try to break.
Yeah, and that's good finesse right there out of Craze. Reads the pressure going around the backside. Tries to set up his teammate for a free couple of kills. Narrow's only able to find one though, but it's still Ravens in towards the time. 20 seconds here remaining at P2, and now it's all on Lurks. How many can he find? Only able to take down 1. So the break is good for Falcons. They're gonna have a nice little lead, up by 7, going over towards the P3, and they have players in position, winning gunfight after gunfight. Gonna not allow Ravens to be fully set up.
Yeah, Nero already making a mess of this rotation. He's found himself a big one on the Pred, so the hard point will open up in blue for Carolina. And I like this on a Craze. Just kind of get lost, play around the old time, and see if you can find any rotational eliminations. Makes things very difficult for the Falcons to get themselves set up, and now they will spawn over towards this pit area. Looking to try to break this from the front. Exceed cooking up a nade. Doesn't really have the assistance over the top of the jump up mantle, but does get a pinch from Lurks, waiting for the opportunity to just jump out the window and shut down this next play, but he will go mid instead, and it's all about just receiving it on the hill, and Exceed gives you one. The follow-up is there, and Carolina will hold.
Yeah, Carolina are going to hold, and Crazy able to catch the sneaky beaver, trying to work around the backside. So a flawless P3 gives them a nice little comfortable lead, and you can take your sweet time off the rotation over towards P4. Exceed knows he's already took a lot of space away on this side of the map. Your teammates here in Lurks to assist you, but it's all about winning these gunfights, and Celium strikes first.
Yeah, Lurk's not quite able to get the player off the mantle, and that will be another set of kills going the way of Riyadh. Really nice moment here to open up the hard point. Down to within 20 points. Cell just kind of finessing through where the old hard point was. Not often you see him in that kind of a position, but it works out nicely for Riyadh. But now maybe a moment of panic as the Carolina Royal Ravens make their way across the map. Celium will still spawn close, but now we have to play and defend this from inside the hill. Cell will get you one. Follow-up from Exton from the front is good. Just down to who cleans up who on the hill itself. Damage is out. Last player will fall, and their Falcons will hold.
Yeah, that's beautifully played right there from the Falcons on their spread setup there. Exton was aggressive through the front side. He knows that all the pressure's going to be around the back end, so he just needed a couple players to get a couple clutch gunfights. And this time it's Kismet in that same position, almost lines up three, but was a perfect hole from the Ravens on the P3 is responded by a perfect hole from Falcons on the P4. They keep their lead, and now it's a race off the rotation of the new.
Cell, unexpected in terms of playing up against Craze up close and personal, who turns that into an impressive double over the top of the barrel. Exceed shuts down the play on the overextension. Pred now trying to find an opening right through the middle of the map, and he will get the player off the hard point, but Carolina find the trade. Stabilizing spawns, they'll get right back into the hard point, but Kismet, Cell, all of them looking really solid to the moment. So we'll take a look to see how Riyadh finesse through this as we go to Riyadh Falcons. Listen in.
One shot, guys. That's nice! I have all right. Yo, listen, yeah, have
Just a quick listen in there as we jump back over into the actual action. 127 plays 94, and now as we rotate back over to P1, it's just Pred inside the hardpoint check.
Yeah, this is perfect, though, from Falcons on the last 2 HPs. You basically get 100 points and give up absolutely nothing to the Ravens. You're just chaining hardpoint after hardpoint, just like you're chaining in the kill feed. Another 4 dead. Celium trying to create an extra layer to work over towards this P3 side to set up a dirty pinch. But Falcons have flipped the switch, and they are not letting the Ravens breathe at all.
Well, Exton right through the middle turbine. Yeah, and that's just beautiful stuff. Yeah, dude, they are absolutely frying. And now Carolina are just having a hard time even figuring out what they want to do with 30 seconds remaining. Got to open up space somewhere on the map to try to at least stop some of this time from coming through, but you also don't want to risk getting pushed out of these spawns for P2. So just a tough moment of the game right now for Carolina.
Yeah, very tough situation to be in, but they know that they have to fight this time. Can't give up all this to just bank ourselves on a very tight setup at the P2. But every risk that you take contesting this, the more chances you have of spawning all the way across the map. Now it's only going to be on Craze. Single-handedly trying to hold down the spawns, is able to take down one. The finesse good, but not good enough. Falcons win the rotation to P2.
Yeah, and the nades will also read that the Ravens are trying to hit this through the jump wall alley. Over the middle, no problems there. Exit almost takes that into a double, but it will be Craze. Last one left alive. Spawns are still close here for Riyadh. And as they deal with it, now we'll take a listen in to see how Riyadh, for real this time, is coming it out.
Dead, one more in the corner. Nice shot. Nice, get that. Spawning in the back on you. Spawning in the back. Watch the cross. I have the cross. You're crossing that. I have your cross. fucking shit on.
I have to cross.
Oh my God, one shot. Absolute note. I got your team, you're dead. Nice, so good fucking shit. One shot. Nice. I'm gonna play dubs MC, you heard? Yeah. Where is he? Talk to me. Front. Help front, guys, help front.
I'm helping.
Leave P1 to it. I'm getting wall runs. Nothing, wall runs. All front, guys. Nothing.
Front.
Nice, dude.
Near front.
Front, guys.
I have the right. And then one shot.
I spawned out.
Right, one shot.
I'm making time.
Dude, we can see me.
I'm funny for you guys. Run! Nice!
One more front, Nero dead.
Let's come in, maybe.
I don't see anything front.
One shot, P1.
You're fine. I'm laying down. I better.
Well, close first rotation, but since that point, Jay, it has been all Riyadh, and really it's been all Exnit. He has been all over these last couple of hills, and the Falcons will not be able to win here, but wow, this has been a huge set of 3 hills in a row.
Oh yeah, Ravens haven't been able to do anything since the first set. You go from the P1, Falcons dominate, chain it to the P2, again win a rotation to P3. This is what happens when you're doing the fundamental part correctly. You're just always in the driver's seat, never playing from the back foot. And now you only need 16 points to close out this game if you are the Falcons. Exit finessing around P4, is able to line up a double, create the extra layer, finds kill number 4 in a row. This is GG.
The last 3 seconds gonna come through casually, and the passion, the energy from the Riyadh Falcons put together just an absolute masterclass in that second set of hills. Legitimately, I don't know if you could point to one thing they did wrong. Everything felt so calm, so in control, and it just was everyone pulling more than their 25% weight. I mean, we even saw Cell with a sub out try to hit little routes when he's got himself the opportunity to do so. So the really good stuff for the Falcons, and what started off as a bit of a back and forth affair ends up being a blowout.
Yeah, they just controlled the game after that first go around at the P3. Like, Carolina got a full 60 there, but everything after that was all Falcons. I'm pretty sure at the end of that P3 out, they ended with like 84 points. They closed out the game with 100. So they got steamrolled the rest of that game due to just the pressure that the Falcons had. Everyone was whipping out an SMG at certain points. You could hear it when we jumped into the listening. AG was firing. He was letting Saud know. Good stuff, duo. That's how we get it done. And they were just setting pitch after pitch up for free kills all over the map. And that's just a dominant Blackheart from a really good Blackheart team.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, 2-1 on the map. Their only loss was to face Vegas by 17 points. Everything else has been nail-biters through and through. So, yeah, for Riyadh, this one definitely feels like it's cooked and it's cooked well. I mean, realistically, you look at just kind of how they've played across all the hard points. You can say the same thing about their Colossus. Like, they're just good in these mixy maps, these kind of more bang-out maps. And it's not even effectively that it's like brute force their way through some of the setups. They're manipulating the spawns and getting reads on them very quickly. And I feel like they have an upper hand in a lot of teams that are out there right now in terms of how, when, why. Like all the different things that you need to do to move spawns around and string hills together on a small map. It's just not easy to do, and Riyadh have done a really nice job of showcasing the best way of doing it.
Yeah, it's good that they also have players who can win individual gunfights, who are just roaring with confidence. Exton and Brett were setting the tone early on. Kisman and MC, it's just your job to just stabilize on the map. Make sure you hit a hard block once or twice, because when those SMGs are firing the way that they were, communicating the way they were, and how synced they were in that map, number one, the game is just that easy. So when you take a look at this game flow out, look at that. You see that? That is an absolute blowout in the second half of the game. Carolina just flatlined all of the second half.
I mean, we just don't ever see rotation win after rotation win after rotation win on this map like that from Riyadh. And then again, like you go through the first set of hills, it wasn't like Carolina was playing poorly. They were even up at one point in time. But it's just the simple fact that once you get into that blender and you're trying to make tough decisions with like 25 seconds remaining on a hard point, do we hit again with scattered spawns? Do we chalk and rotate? It's never really felt like the Ravens had a good idea of what they needed to do or what they even wanted to do in the first place. So good stuff from the Falcons to get themselves a hot start. Now the Scar Search and Destroy comes up next, a map that is another run back from when they played Cloud9, if you're talking about Riyadh in particular, and they had a good start but just could not quite close out Cloud9. They dropped a handful in a row and lost 6-3, whereas for Carolina, haven't played it in a while. It's all the way back to Major 1 qualifiers where they beat Optic Texas here 6-3.
Yeah, so they should have similar understanding to like how they played Den. The same thing for Scar. Like we need XC to be the early tone setter, to force them to be a little bit scared of the boomstick on your side, because Exceed, one of the best snipers that we have so far throughout this season, he's going to hit his shots. And when he hits his shots, it makes the game pretty easy for the Ravens. On the opposite side, though, for the Falcons, this used to be their bread and butter search and destroy until we watched them versus Cloud9. A majority of those rounds, they're finding first blood and they're letting them slip. They had got 1v3 by the young gun and Nezra. And I think a lot of that is just due to the success that they usually find on attack. They couldn't find it versus Cloud9, even off of the first blood. So got to be a little more tight, team-oriented here for the Falcons if they want to try to go up 2-0.
Yeah, and I think there's just been general concerns when you look at Riyadh and their search and destroy. It has been in the efficiency numbers, whether that's on post-plant setups or if it's on first blood conversions. It's just finding a way to manipulate the map when you have advantages has often been kind of a problem for this Riyadh team, and we haven't seen them win a search and destroy in this qualifier as of yet. So a tall task, I think, in terms of trying to iron out some of the creases, especially considering that this map, at one point in time, we thought Riyadh had a really good handle on, but not necessarily, at least based on what we saw versus Cloud9 there. Whereas for Carolina, it still feels like this team is like, I don't know how to explain it, but like not like getting to know themselves on search and destroy, but after they pick up Exceed and they go on that run in the Major 1 qualifiers, it just hits like a complete dead stop. They just have not been able to find success outside of the one map win that they've had versus Toronto. So we'll see. Both teams desperately wanting to find some success on search, and we'll get at least a look at Riyadh's offense to get us kicked off.
Yeah, Falcons just going to go for an early fill-out round. Great at finding the first play, specifically on the attacking side, and they continue to find it. This time on the craze in towards Delhi. You have the man-up advantage of shooting through the wall to make sure no one's going to be a rat towards the top side of Motel. But the play is bound to start to go down today.
And it will successfully come down, even though there's a lot of nades in front of Kismet, but he cannot get away from that damage. Nero is able to find first blood, but Pred finds Nero on the other side of the map, and Xdid catches lurks over the top of the smoke. Exceed, scope out, that was seen, easy follow-up, and, well, I'm surprised that's the way that post plant broke down like that, because it looked like Carolina was about to just hit the gas pedal and flood him, but Riyadh was perfectly prepared.
Yeah, it's just like once they got that blood onto the guy that got the bomb down, you turn it into a 3v3, and instead of committing on a team push, you still play very slow on your side of Motel. Rely on a spread setup, and then that's when you allow Pred, the island player on the opposite side of the map, to win a one-on-one. Once that kill goes down, it forces you to turn around, and you're just not prepared for the gunfights over towards Red. So on the back of the first blood there for Falcons, don't waste any time to get the objective down, and just have individual players able to clutch up on one-on-one gunfights to take the first round.
They'll Exceed back with the scope in hand. A little bit of a double setup here for Riyadh. We've seen this before. Try to run around the outside of the wall, and Nero may have just missed timing, as Selim will gain the angle and push Nero off. So now an opportunity for Riyadh to determine what they want to do with this flank. Whereas for the Ravens, they feel the urgency, and they're going to go for the plant while Kismet's belly crawling up top of Motel.
They just don't want to waste any time. Nero's trying to get isolated, potentially on the pinch, but Kismet has been crawling all throughout the top side of Motel. Makes it a 4v2. Lurch is able to find one, still manageable for the Ravens, but now it's a 1v2.
Yeah, it Exceeds, able to find the pistol for one, but doesn't expect that Celium was there. So yeah, that late flank, that play off the white wall, pushing Nero off top blue, super successful for Riyadh.
Yeah.
Although initially I think you're looking at like Kismet, he gets the first and then hops down. There wasn't help immediately there. You think maybe a little bit too soon, could have been a little bit more polished, but regardless, Nero getting pushed off top blue was everything for Riyadh on that flank.
Yeah, it's just because like that small gap, potentially someone could have pushed through off of me getting back down in this position, forces you to think a little bit more. And that's what allows the Falcons to find the first blood, instantly capitalize for the second, have the man advantage for the retake, and then just leave Exceed, knowing that he has a sniper pistol as the last man standing. We can isolate him. So beautifully played so far from the Falcons here on Scar.
Yeah, really good. Xdid's 5-1 start, and he's been having a really good season to this point. Kismet sniping up top of Motel. Pred will once again watch over towards B field. And the bomb carrier of Xdid is considering pushing beyond this range of the scope, but about to be cautious, especially considering that there are so many Ravens mid-map, but Lurks over peaks and gets picked.
Yeah, there's just no need for Lurks to over-peak there because your teammates down low are covering the bomb site. They haven't worked the objective yet, but you give them the first blood. Now you're looking to make up for, you're trapping yourself out towards the site, but Exceed with the sniper. Heglish in the bomb finds a kill, 3v3.
Yeah. Cell drops that mid-map, so now all of a sudden Riyadh, without the bomb, have to try to create something out of nothing. But with a scope and a sub, you could try to do some damage here at mid. Problem is, Carolina, I think, are pretty aware of that and have just backed up and said, we will just play this one in a retake if we have to. Watch for crosses to A, set up around B. Kismet. Oh, the timing here is exquisite. Finds the first, picks up a weapon. Does he get the second? Oh my goodness, from Kismet. And then the third. No way. What a piece of COD timing for Kismet. Picks up the rifle, John Wick style midair, turns it into 2, and then Pred's got your back for the final.
It's just like, I don't understand why Craze is taking the risk of potentially getting bad timing when everything else is being watched. Like, Kismet single-handedly gets this done off of great Call of Duty timing. This is Craze's cut, but just goes back and forth, drops him in M15, and he's prepared for the second gunfight. And Exceed only has a Jaeger to work with, so Kismet gets it done, and then Pred the closer in the one-on-one. Falcons steal that round away.
Unbelievable. What a play from Kiz and Pred. That'll get this Sunday started. Carolina need a response, down 0-3. Craze mid-map. First look that we've seen something like this, and he will find Pred for first blood. That was Celium looking maybe like he wanted to try to push up to white wall, but now has to read at mid, and Kismet is there to pick up the pieces. We'll go 3v3 early.
This shouldn't turn into a one-on-one gunfight at all when you find an early first blood. But bomb is still going to get planted here for the Ravens. They're just going to be trapped over towards the motel side because Exnet is already on the pinch.
Waiting to see someone by Sat. Catches Lurks with a timing of Nero challenging that leads to a 2-piece for him. Goodness gracious. So now it's just down to Cell, 1v3. Lurks is right above him. And well, Cell's got to read on the other two, but I think that's Nero who gets everything there at the end. So yeah, just another piece of timing. This time goes the way of Carolina. Exted had an opportunity, but as he pulls his scope up, it's Nero who chowls low. And yeah, Nero does get this last kill. So what, 3 in the round for him, I believe.
Yeah, and it's all off the bait and switch shot of his teammates. Just being in the right spot at the right time. He's able to secure 3 to close out the round there for the Ravens. Craze strikes for the first blood. Gets a little aggressive, too much in towards yellow. Still makes it a 3v3, but you don't waste any time. You get the bomb down. You're more than willing to play your trap setup over towards motel. And Nero, able to find 3, secures the first for Ravens.
Shots towards Exted. Now has Kismet thinking he may have an opportunity to find first blood to the front, and he will. Pred catches another before dropping to the pistol of Exceed. So numbers now greatly in favor of Riyadh, and they may think about trying to swing this to Celium's direction now that he's at top green. Carolina's nearby, but patience now to see if Cell can find something.
Yeah, I think with Cell in this position, you just want to wait a little bit longer, make sure your pinch is going to be watched, but the play should be developing over towards A. Because if that guy contested you on the site, Cell's in a position to instantly get the trade, but you know that Exceed is still alive, so he has a sniper pistol, most likely in a long-distance angle, but bomb plan is still man up.
On Exceed. Little caught, pistol, almost able to track, but Cell falls a little bit too fast, and that's enough for the elimination to come through now onto Lurks for a 1v3. And Kismet is just watching corners. Sexton going to rewrap around the back, and then Celium's making sure no antics happen up top. Good stuff there, and this has been really, really solid through and through for the Falcons. Really good.
Yeah, their adjustments on their attacking rounds is the biggest thing I wanted to focus on. And so far, they're undefeated on that side of the court. Finding first bloods when the chaos brews in towards the deli, they're walking away with the numbers and then just playing it patient, trying to gather some information before you get the objective down. But then once you get some, you're committing as a team. So Falcons quickly making their adjustments for what happened yesterday versus C9, up 4-1.
Yeah, it's been really good. Kind of a must-win round here for Carolina, and they're just going to go right into the battle through A. Craze has taken a lot of damage and was stunned, but is able to survive up tight. And how about this look for Riyadh? They've put some pressure over toward B field, which may have Nero kind of looking that direction, but he's playing a different angle this time from top blue, finds the information plus a kill, and the plant will come down 4v3, retake on the way.
And Nero still knows that he's surrounded by the players on the side of the Falcons. Has this guy one shot, smoke grenade, not going to keep you alive. And I thought he was going to be able to find the kill number 3. But Celium's able to get the trade. 25 seconds to go. Ravens have taken the opposite side of the map. They know they're on the pinch.
Yeah, move the post plant around to the other side. Give Exceed a chance to connect, but comes up short. Celium with a find one before dropping. So now to the 1v2 for Xnid. Has got some space, but not a lot of time to play with. And this, yeah, he may run out of time on this just to find this kill quickly. And yeah, Krazen's going to make this mistake. He backs up, knows he's got the clock as his ally, and still pushes through the final kill. Carolina stay alive.
Yeah, and that's Nero 2 times now. Where Carolina have gotten around on the board is off the back of his play. That time he single-handedly is watching the pinch, finds the first blood, tucks himself in the corner, and is able to manage to get a second before falling. And as soon as he gets that second kill, all information gained. Teammates don't waste any time to push through Motel. And just the finesse, the smoke grenade, all assists there on that second gunfight. Ravens get their second on the board.
Kismet trying to feel things out up top. Not going to get any connections with the stun, so we'll have this potential sniper battle, depending on how far either of these two decide to go. And Exceed is wiggling. Yeah, there's the X-ray off for a moment. Kismet shows himself, and that will land. Nate does tag, but okay, there's the follow-up a little bit deeper. So immediate punish for the first blood turns into an early 3v3. Both snipers off the table, but Xnid has picked up the scope. See what he can do with this.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to do anything because Craze is crawling his way through top Motel. So the longer you wait, the better positioning Craze is going to get, and just chooses the right time to strike for the kill. Teammates stand to assist them. Now it's a 1v3 for Celium. Stands no chance. And the Ravens now starting to come to life. Teamwork is making the dream work. And Exceed finds that first blood with the snipe. Sets up Craze to make that play.
Yeah, really good stuff. I think it's just impressive enough to know that how you're setting up your defense around this round allowing Craze to still play this angle, knowing that Nero's got everything locked over towards B, and you've got Lurks just kind of floating to make sure no one is going to hit down low or play over towards Shops. Like, it's a thin defensive line, but it's one that works out nicely. And large, that's just down to the flexibility that Nero showcased in this round, playing pretty much a hard scope defense at B.
Now Carolina with back-to-back rounds now. Making this a search and destroy, but that's a risk you don't want to take in that angle. Exceed gets team shotted by Celium and Xnid for the early first blood, and now time is ticking away. Ravens, no, we're in a man down. We can't rush plays. Someone has to go for a scam.
Yeah. Problem is, I was gonna say, the scope being down means that clearing out this B field will be difficult to do. Craze nearly able to peel a head off of one, but instead we'll have to reset. Now you got to push over to A, and I like this out of Kismet. Just play a 1-for-1 corner right here, and yeah, you may even get more than that. It's a clean first win. Slides out, not gonna get the second, and we'll probably get shrugged off that top staircase position. But now if you're Carolina, you know that this flank is likely a potential.
Yeah, Celium knows as soon as Kismet goes down, I'm instantly gonna work my way through the backside. And you're able to spot him on the low side of this bomb. So with 25 seconds left, the play has to be committed over towards A. Celium on the pinch, gonna call the round. Finds a freebie, sets up shots for the second exit. He's able to close it. But Falcons now at game point.
Yeah, clean. And it's just another one of those moments that you lose out your scope who's trying to play over towards B field like that. It just puts that flank into an immediate concern, no matter what you end up doing. So it's a decent effort for Craze to try to pick it up and still find a kill to stop that play from happening. But once you know you have to go to A, that's just so difficult to know how you put your post plant together if you can even get one. So good awareness from Riyadh on the other side. Again, they're still playing this map really darn well. And they're showing us a lot of really different looks defensively, which you have to kind of tip the cap to. We've seen a lot of variability in how they want to play off that flank, if at all. So 5-3 the count. 4-man hit here for Carolina right on the top of the point. Craze Lurks able to find two, but the pinstripe kill feed until Kismet has the last word over the middle of the map. Last one to find is up and over. Shots aren't necessarily there initially, but they will be eventually. Riyadh will close the map out 6-3 and go up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, Ravens couldn't stop them on their attacking rounds. So that's why they just went back to the let's just push through A, try to win this with gunfights. And unfortunately, with 4 committing on that side of the map, mid-map is completely open, and Kismet finds it and capitalized for a double to close out the search and destroy. Falcons lost 2 defenses. What they are really good at on this map is the attacking side. And the fact that they go undefeated on that side of the map, yeah, they got that one done pretty easy.
Well, it's a really good start for Maxted. He slowed down just a little bit. He was 5-1 at one point, but then Kismet starts to turn up, finishes 10-6. Damage across the board pretty darn good. Pred not really able to do too much. I mean, 477 damage, but still was able to finish off a couple of kills and was mostly just the last guy standing in a lot of the defensive rounds that we had had. We're on the other side, again, pretty even across the board, but it's just one of those things that the playbook continues to tilt in favor of the Falcons. The first blood battle, the efficiency that we were talking about before the map started, also very, very well credited to Riyadh. So a chance for them to get a 3-0 here. And like we kind of talked about, you know, this is kind of a prove it point series for Riyadh after having a really hot finish to Major 1 qualifiers. Didn't show up necessarily with the same effect on LAN, but now we're starting to wonder, do these guys just beat up on the bottom 4 teams? Because outside of the 1 win versus Paris, they really haven't found much success anywhere else. So we'll find out if they can kind of keep that trend moving and get a swift 3-0. Otherwise, for Carolina, can they bounce back on the exposure overload? We'll find out when we come back after the break.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
What do they have to give yourself a fighting chance here in the series? Real, ruthless aggression. Another upstairs, can't get it, it's Kremp with 2. It's now down to Lucky. And will he be that in this 1v2 situation? Here they come, finds the first! Oh my God! Lucky! Dios mío, how has he done that?
They're playing my court. They have to play. They are both water, 3, one shot. There's two water. They went red. They went red, Clay. They? Yeah, they went red. Both red, both inside red. Both inside red. They went front door. They went front door.
He's hopping. Watch
his water. I had your word. Back door.
He
they didn't see you yet. Nice! Let's go, Clay!
Yes, sir.
Run. I'll get bomb checks. I'll go top and get bomb checks. Hold pinch. Make sure somebody gets bomb checks. I'll get bomb checks. He can go third. He's telling you. Back up.
Not weak.
I'm upset. He said, should be sent. He said something. What was that?
Impossible situation.
They've done it. The first points of the season for the Vegas Falcons.
Series win. Vindication.
We got effects and everything.
This guy Alex, unbelievable.
First series win for the Vegas Falcons. Vindication. For all 4 of those
I can't believe it.
Oh
my God.
Unloved champions across the board. They have only done it.
Welcome back there, friends. We are in match number 1 here on our Super Sunday. 4 in total today. Long slate worth of games for Major 2 qualifiers. And so far, it has been all Falcons all the time. It was a close first rotation on Blackheart, Jay, and then it was not. After that, 6-3 in the search. Everything's just feeling really nice and comfortable right now for Riyadh.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. They are out teamworking Carolina without question, man. We're talking about the fundamental aspect of the game, just beating them to the punch on the hard points makes it look easy. Offense, we're finding first bloods, we're not throwing around situations. And now you're going into exposure overload, where Celium is the #1 KD of the entire season. So this is going to be tough for Carolina, yeah.
Yeah, but Nero's right behind him. Hey, they've got that going for you. It's just that Cell's got nearly double the kills. So, yeah, I think it's been an interesting storyline for Riyadh looking at their overload overall, because they looked miserable in December on this game mode. To be fair, they also played LA and Optic on Den, which we would later know is probably their best map mode combo for both those two teams. But as they start to get through, then all of a sudden you go on this long winning streak. And I'll be honest, like, that's where I feel like this Riyadh surge to get the wins that they did over teams like G2 and Paris and stuff like that were largely because they were continually winning map 3. That's just something that you put into your back pocket, and you're going to give yourself the best chance possible to win a series.
Yeah, and with exposure being the map number 3, Celium being #1 KD, when I take the time to look at who they played on exposure, Boston, Carolina, C9. So that tells you that FC's most likely just slaying these guys to bits. He's dominating versus the weaker opponent. And Carolina, you got them up against again. Just do the same exact thing.
I hear that. Well, hey, here's the thing. If you want to come watch some of this action in person, don't forget about DreamHack Atlanta Major 3 coming up in May, just short of both your birthday and my birthday, Jay. We'll be celebrating together there. But we'll get single day tickets on sale now. Hit the QR code, and I'm telling you, if you've not been to a DreamHack before, you need to go. It is so much fun. And DreamHack Atlanta is an insane venue right in the heart of downtown at the convention center. It's just an awesome spot to be, especially that time of year. It's going to be sick. So make sure you get your tickets if you have not done so already. Make the trip. Atlanta is such an easy airport to fly into. Just do it. Just make it happen. Do it. And of course, make sure you come champs, because that's what we want. But I think the other thing about, this series at large, is this like, and I don't mean to bring in the negative side of things, is this a panic series for Carolina if you get 0-3 here? Like, not having a win besides just being Toronto in a close-ish series, like, do you get a little bit scared about what this Carolina roster may do if they don't find success in any form versus Riyadh here?
No, I 100% do, man, because you saw yesterday versus the Mage, you could fight. Like, a majority of those matches were very tight. You could have at least forced that game number 5, but this is a series that should be a little bit more easy to handle, and they are getting handled with ease by the Falcons. Like, the game one shouldn't be that easy. You got to be able to cut your losses and win a rotation to some of these hard points, especially on Blackheart, because it's so punishing, but you don't do that. Then you go to the search and destroy. You're giving up a lot of these early first bloods, and even when you're finding first bloods, you're forcing one-on-one gunfights to still give them the advantage. It's just right now, Carolina seem a little bit out of sync. Like, the chemistry that we saw throughout stage 1 is completely out the window, and they just need some kind of momentum, maybe a map, maybe a series win to completely try to turn it around, because they just look like they're all on different pages.
Yeah, it really does feel that way. I mean, it's just interesting, I think, just to see how things have moved so rapidly, especially the search and destroy. I think this last map was one that there were a couple of there should have been unlosable situations. You just can't drop things like 1v3s or 2v4s, rather, things of that nature. And it just felt like, again, like you mentioned, that coordination, the things that don't necessarily show up on the scoreboard are just not quite there, not quite locked in. And to be fair, this is a young roster when you look at Craze and Lurks, but we're past talking about the young moniker for players like Exceed and Nero. They have been in and out of either challengers or the league now for the better part of the last 6 years. So it just feels like it's just not coming together in the right ways, and they need a spark, and they need it quickly, otherwise it may fall apart.
Yeah, it's just I don't know if this is all due to what happened at the event that just forced these guys to basically not trust each other, because you even saw it in this highlight, that 2v3 where Kismet gets really good timing. Craig is thinking, my teammates aren't spotting anything, but let me just be in a position to try to help them just in case, instead of just focusing on my gut. So all that trust factor, the ice, the honeymoon stage right now for the Ravens is just not here anymore. And now this is where you got to find yourself, like backs against the wall. Your identity is going to be shown. And right now, they haven't shown that they can fight with anyone when they're down and out.
I hear that. Well, we'll see if they can find some magic in the overload. It did provide some, I would say, great looks for them so far. Not just in their win versus Toronto, but I still maintain, like, they played Paris close in both hard points, and of course they did win the Den overload. I just wonder if we're actually going to see like a true identity, because like this is kind of a weird thing to say on like a broadcast, but it just feels like the Ravens aren't really setting up the plays that they're named. They're just kind of taking what they find, and that's not like a bad thing. It's just it doesn't feel as structured as some of our top teams overall when it comes to looking at overload, like looking at your optics, looking at your phases, where everything feels like it's part of a game plan. It feels like Carolina's almost like improvising their way through some of these wins.
Yeah. Then on the opposite side, when you take a look at the Falcons' road to the major, obviously you start off versus the Gentlemen, you lose that one. You go up against Boston, you lose that one. That's what really forced us to like just think about this team potentially making a roster change. But you take care of Cloud9, you're currently taking care of the Ravens. Going forward, you got some really tough matchups like FaZe. That one's going to be a grueler, because last time that they matched up, what was it, a game number 5? They just couldn't do it at the event, but I don't know. Falcons got to just take care of one at a time.
Yep, absolutely. And that's the story for everybody in this longer slate. First time we've seen it where everyone's going to play everyone in Major 2 during this qualifying period. So you're going to have some series where you're going to feel like, okay, these are must wins to get ourselves set up for the tournament overall. And there's going to be others that you're feeling like, okay, this is a true test for us. And where are we? Kind of a status check of what's going on with the squad. For this one, though, for Riyadh, it should be about taking care of business. We've got ourselves a 2-0 count, and we're finally looking at the exposure overload with Riyadh. They've showed us this look before where they try to get Kismet active early, down low with a jump up, but now instead he's going to try to make his way over towards dirt side, and Carolina will be able to stall out the initial play.
Yeah, they were just trying to go right up the middle of Duze to get an instant score, but when you don't find any kills, Ravens are easily able to shut that one down. But all mid-map control currently in favor of the Falcons. Selim looking for a one-on-one versus Craze. SMG is better in that close engagement, so he's able to get the better of him, but Ravens are fighting out of their spawn.
Big win there, though. Pushes Pred back. Exit trying to hit a pincher on the backside, and he will be able to kind of combine with Kismet for a couple. So there may be an opportunity here, but Lurk's playing his life very nicely. Stalls things out and allows at least a couple of members from the Ravens to get off spawn to try to help this. But Exit is still over here, bottom window, and that's not where you want him to be with a sub. Can't take care of him, though. Here we go. Pretty much clearing the front door, an opportunity to pick up the EMP instead of some sort of an attack.
Yeah, Ravens should have enough stuns and nades and the positionings to shut down this play if they decide to go over towards A, but Kismet with the beamer is able to find the opening kill. So it's going to force the rotation. Pred trying to hold down from top window, finds the timing through mid-zig for a one-on-one, and now you have information. The last two guys for the Ravens are on the pinch. We can score.
Yeah, and that's a really nice play there from Exnid and Cell. Like you mentioned, just kind of taking the information from Pred, clearing out mid, now a chance to reset with the P2 spawn up here for the device. And Kismet has won another big fight around the back. So now it's just down to keeping your eyes forward. Nero trying to chase. He will be dropped. And there's going to be another score here for Riyadh. Carolina scrambling and trying to set themselves up towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, got to play the reset now. Thankfully, with the new spawns, you spawn closer to the position that you want to be in. But you need these fights to go your way. Exton and Celium already finding two. Exceed trying to work on this late pinch, is able to find one. You create the space over towards the A point, but no one has the EMP, so you're doing it for nothing.
But the space is good, and Cell on 4. Oh, gets a nice read onto Nero. So that's not 5 down and a chance for a Hellstorm. Carolina trying to set themselves up to make their move. They're going to find one out of Craze. Accident's in trouble. Low on health will drop, and there will be a score just before Pred catches 2. Doesn't quite get the third, but we're down to within a 1-point game here, 2:30 on the clock.
Yeah, that's just Craze staying aggressive on the bottom side of ring. He's able to catch Falcons more on the defensive side. Just sitting in their spawn and just finds an opening double to get their first score on the board. So now the EMP back to the middle of the map. It's all about the early mid-map control, and Craze is winning one-on-one after one-on-one to try to get some teammates in the position that they want to be in. But now Celium just playing keep away.
Yeah, he's just got to play his life here and see if he can just do some damage to the device carrier, which he does, but Carolina still have some good pressure on the map. Let's see how they're coming through the moment here with the listen in with the Royal Ravens.
They're on point B. Take it right. I'm gonna read. One's Hummer. Outer. Come right. Kismet's back before. They spawn back before. There's 2 back before. I'm throwing a nade straight up. I'm nade deep, guys. I'm nade deep. I'm every confident. They could be fine. Yeah, I got it. Nothing con. I got naded here. Still got me deep. Need it? I'm so one shot. I'm gonna hit out con. Go for it. Oh, he's gone. Left side con. AG. Top floor. There's 2. Con weak, all four right. They're shaping right. Nice shot. I full set him out. Weak. I'm waiting. One point, guys. 2 on point. No, they're both one shot. One's close right, and one's like back right, like outer starter. He's full off now. Stun. I fake stun. Inner, one shot, guys. On the jail. One shot. One more top, all again top. Top dead. Spawns mid. Yeah. One left. Could be low. Zig his running that. He's running left. Zig chop. He reached out of me mid. Just tried to deny ball. Zig running at the point. No, he's out mid. Point dead. That's good shit. Ball's 18. Whatever. Could be Zig. Weak X net. Zig. Still Zig. One more 2 below. Hard stun. There you go. Nice Zig dead. Taking a left. Heard you. Oh, he's already Zig. Or L, sorry. Short, Kismet. Looking short. I'm nading dirt in front of us. Chill out dirt. I'm nading dirt. I'm nading there. I'm covering guys. Top ring truck. I need you. Come right. I heard you. Top ring. I'm trying. Still top ring MC.
A really solid defensive stand right there for Carolina, and maybe a chance to do some damage here late, Jay. I mean, they've got to set up a little bit further forward. They just need the wave of kills to get this final score through.
Yeah, and Lurk was the lead blocker. He's at least able to take that one before falling, but Celium is still alive. Able to have a stop there for the Falcons. Now we are in the overtime. If Celium dies, the round is going to end, and that's exactly how it's going to go down. So Falcons come out the gates swinging quickly, find back-to-back caps. Then once the game starts to slow on down and Ravens start to shoot a little bit better, they start to manage to maintain a little bit better in the map control aspect, get one on the board, and don't allow Falcons to completely run away with this game.
Yeah, I mean, there was a moment there, especially right at the tail end of the Royal Ravens listed in, that it looked like Riyadh were going to get a third. I mean, you kind of heard that call that Kismet was playing inside of Zig, somehow gets away with 2, but that last second hold from Exceed keeps this game tight. In a half that, until really the end there, once more, was kind of determined and dominated by what Riyadh was doing. But good bounce back from Carolina, keeps them in the game. We'll swap the sides around, try again for this opening break-off. And we've seen a lot of teams from the left-hand side that Carolina are on right now use that bottom dirt position as a way to open up space. This time Carolina instead going to play through P2 steps. And next did good read on the timing, or is it? Just looks away at the exact wrong moment, leaving Pred by himself. He will drop. Cell is at least able to get one back though, and that will keep things a little bit more stable. Has to do a little bit of a dance though inside of P3. And wow, Cell is trying to finesse, but Lurks eventually shuts him down. And here's a moment for Carolina.
Oh, yeah, their lead blocker, though, and Exceed was looking desperately for that second kill. And unfortunately, you only got a pistol in your hand if you're narrow. Get taken care of by Kismet. Now that forces Craze to get that trade and then wrap back to retrieve the EMP. Got to slow down your approach over towards this B point, though. Someone needs to be the lead blocker and find an opening.
Stun's going to land over towards B, but you're right. It's all about who can get forward here if you're Carolina. Well, Nero gives you one up top towards window. So that might be an opportunity for Craze to use that position, but just as he tries to swing it down towards A, he will drop. Follow up back for Nero on the trade is good, but Pred once more stops Carolina from finding any success through the defensive setup. So we set up and we go again. Riyadh trying to get back to the middle of the map, and Pred will find you the opener.
Yeah, Pred finds the opener, and now, you know, if you're the Ravens, everyone has to slow down because they basically have him trapped over towards his A side, but Exceed rips MC off the backside of the railing. They find a kill as well through top mid, so it's all on Exit. How long can he try to stall time here? No stuns, no nades, the score's in. Ravens tie the game.
Careful though, you've got Kismet already hitting a route through the B side of the map up top. Craze finds a couple on the backside, but you got to try to get over to this EMP. Kismet playing on one side of Solar, Exnid the other, but Lurk's almost able to get the shut down there. That may have been an opportunity for a quick rebuttal and score, but instead he finds Pred through the spawn, and Exceed will take his time, walk this one in, and take a look at the minimap. Ravens are set up around the new point as well.
Yeah, Kismet has no idea what he's supposed to do right now. Like, he was the lead blocker, his teammates go dead, trying to ride back to get the stop, get nothing done. But now he's back into the play. Ravens with 2 minutes and 45 seconds up by 1. Everyone coming off the respawn. The only one trying to work the pinch is going to be Lurks, but everyone is winning their one-on-ones besides Exceed. Kismet and Celium combined for 3-tie game. 2:20 on the clock. Time of possession right now for the Ravens at 65%. But now with 2 minutes left, this is where you drastically slow down. No one wants to make a mistake. Celium still on 4 in a row, sitting at top ring. He's just looking for one kill to potentially earn himself the Hellstorm, but he's just finessing his life. He's forcing the Ravens to keep on thinking. He's able to locate Narrow. Hellstorm earned. Exnid finds another kill. Someone grab the EMP. This should be a score.
Should be, but at mid, it's a little bit more difficult to get it through than maybe you'd think, and that's exactly the case as Cell just tries to stop any of this play from happening forward. And Craze, who's continuing to just hold his ground over through Zig,
good plays,
has done well to catch another. So there's an opportunity here where Carolina could, absolutely just clear out the window and then grab and go. Just comes down to which point do they want to go to, because the defense is starting to move around a little bit.
Yeah, Craze continues to just break him down. He single-handedly is the reason why they didn't get another score there. Now you have a chance to put one on the board on your own side. Finds kill number 6. Still knows that there's pressure around Zig, but your teammates are dropping like flies. You're turning left and right, can't figure it out, and the stop is in for the Falcons.
He had a chance to possibly counter until Exceed through mid. Knocks that down. I was about to say this would be a prime time to open things up with a Hellstorm, but as the EMP device carrier
grab the EMP out.
No one can drop it. That's right. Nobody can grab it, rather, I should say. So Cell will catch a couple eliminations, but the defense is going to spawn close to A. Pred working on the pitch. Kismet's able to find the opener. Exnid another. Is there enough to get the EMP through, though? No, as Cell, the last one standing, tries to get it through, but not going to happen. 40 seconds to reset.
You're so happy that is when they decided to use the Hellstorm if you were the Ravens, because you usually want to save Hellstorms to call game. But they get the goal line stop. Now they have an opportunity to potentially not try to force the overtime if they can get the score on the board. Narrow is able to find 2. Lurks finds kill number 3. MC, your job is to just stay alive.
Looking like it very well may be overtime, but hold on a second. Carolina have possession. Defense for the Falcons trying to scramble back over, but Carolina may miss their window. Pred shuts the door quickly, and Cell will clean things up. Last one to grab would be Nero. 2 seconds on the clock. Nero drops, but just before overtime, so he will respawn and we'll go 4v4 sudden death.
And look at how aggressive Pred is over towards that dirt side. He's going to be able to find a free first kill, and now this forces the Ravens to be a lot more aggressive. No one in a position to even think about the ball. They're all thinking about the gunfights, and they are getting ripped to shreds. 1v4 for XC.
Not gonna happen. Absolutely not. Oh man, what a fiery overload that was, though. And initially you start to think like, okay, if the Falcons get that kill onto Nero right as overtime connects, it's like that's going to be an easy 4v3, but you're absolutely right. Pred gets through at dirt. No one expects him to be there, including, of course, Carolina, who get picked apart, and from there, it's just all action. You pick up the pinch nicely. It's just none of the play coming together for Carolina there at the end as they try to get themselves through that final score, which was right at the finish line, just could not quite get it through the threshold. So all in all, a tight map, but it will be a Riyadh Falcons 3-0 in the series. And looking at the statistics, another big map from Celium. We highlighted him as the KD leader in the mode, 27-16. 5 is his highest streak. 24, though, non-traded is what really stands out with the 3,700 damage. That's insane.
Yeah, Sally was just a hard guy to take down on the map, especially with the way that he was finessing his life. He earns himself a Hellstorm, doesn't really have a big impact on the map because of how good his M15 was. But Falcons successfully complete the 3-0. This is exactly what you wanted to do. Just walk into the building, take care of business. Map number 1 was dominant. You make the adjustments on the search and destroy, and then a grueler of an exposure overload is able to put the nail in the coffin on Carolina. And if you're the Ravens now, like, I truly don't know what to think about this team anymore. They used to have search and destroy pretty much on lock with Exceed Sniper. Overload was great because they used to put up the most scores, but right now everything is just out of the window for Carolina. Teamwork is not making the dream work. They're challenging one-on-one gunfights, and they just don't look like a team that's going to compete with the best in the world.
I hear that. I mean, a lot of the scores and the maps have been close, but I think the big issues have been, again, how do you go from good to great? Has not quite been there, at least not through this stage of the Major 2 qualifiers as we head back to the desk to give us their thoughts. And Allie, nice job. Good prediction.
Thank you.
On fire. Just what you do.
Fire. You know what I mean?
You've literally gained, what, two points over not only Chat, but also Nameless. And, of course, Puckett, man. Now you're killing it. What made you want to go with Falcons, though? Because, I mean, that pick, obviously, it could go either which way. We went Royal Ravens. Why were you firmly believing in the Falcons?
Oh, it's just a system diff for me. Like, when I look back at the series with Carolina Royal Ravens, it's like, yes, they have had moments of light, but it's usually off of individual plays and that momentum that then affects the rest of the team. Where when I look at a team like Riyadh, especially with the players and the talent that are on it, it's much more structured. You can tell that they want to get better, that when they're in these situationals, they're trying to make different decisions. So for me, it's just the system of Riyadh Falcons that I have more faith in than in Carolina Royal Ravens.
Well, taking a look at the highlights, a lot of great moments clearly throughout the series, but it was here that it started gaining our attention, the closest that we had throughout the series as a whole, finishing 4-3. Nameless, I know at a couple points you were losing your mind.
Yeah, this got pretty crazy. And, you know, for Royal Ravens, talking from their perspective, it just feels like, you know, when there's a little bit of adversity and it just comes down to individuals, right? Like the only time this map looked good was when Craze was making plays top window by himself. Right. You know what I mean? And then even at the end, like every time the moment gets a little tense, they crumble. They had the ball, they had an opportunity to maybe score the very end. They're a little bit too slow. B looked to be wide open, at least for a scoring opportunity. Rather than that, they decided to go through mid. So I thought Falcons did a good job of just kind of dealing with that at the end there. And then we get to the sudden death situation. They have lost 2 sudden deaths so far this split if you're Falcons. So clearly they had the reps there and they had the discussions because this sudden death was way better. Yeah, learn from your mistakes. So the sudden death approach, a lot better. Didn't immediately grab the ball, kind of played for information. Pred got loose. Right? So they learned from those 2 mistakes. And I thought today, at least, Riyadh, super consistent.
On fire.
Yeah,
on fire.
This team never shows up the same day in and day out.
You know, the thing is, though, Carolina Royal Ravens, I was hoping they would snap back after that loss yesterday, but clearly not the case. I mean, you can even see it in the player cams between maps and between rounds. Like, dude, these guys are just hooked at the moment. And they're going to have to all get back on the same page because we know they have the talent clearly to lead the charge. But right now, they are falling behind and hopefully not falling behind too quickly because there's some other teams making roster changes, starting to catch up. Let's look at some highlights, though. Our Scuff play of the game. We're going back to map 1, the SMG duo, Pred Xnid, tearing up the competition.
I mean, I told you this is what was going to happen, right? On a map like Blackheart, like, I look at this roster, I look at Pred and what he's capable of doing, especially when you give him so much freedom to just do whatever he wants. I look at Celium and the amount of numbers and the aggressive AR that he is. And Xnid, if there's anything about Xnid, you know, let alone him being a sponge, really taking things, exactly. And he's got Gunny, he can win that 1v1. So for me, Riyadh Falcons are a great slaying team. Blackheart should be a map that they are comfortable spawning in on every time.
Yeah, on that map, the second rotation was all Riyadh. Like, literally every hill. They out-rotated and, you know, set up, pushing all the way out, like, not checking corners if you're Carolina. Just so many things going wrong for them. But today, Riyadh, unbelievable.
Unbelievable indeed. Let's go ahead and talk to one of the players for our Monster Winner Spotlight. We got Kismet the Bulldog. What's going on, man? How you feeling? Big win.
Feeling good, man. A 2-0 weekend this weekend after the last weekend is big for us, especially with 2 teams not going. So feeling confident.
Yeah, let's talk about it, man, because inconsistencies. That's been one of the storylines when it comes to your roster specifically. Sometimes we don't know what we're going to get. You know, an emotional team, I guess you could say. I don't know if you agree with that, but, you know, when things are going well, things are great. When things start going bad, it's hard to get on the same page. What could you add to that, right? The inconsistencies. How does your team or how has your team been working on becoming a more consistent roster?
I mean, I think the biggest thing that we're working on is trying to find that footing when things aren't going perfect, right? I mean, you got to think like I'm on a new role. You know, we have players that have never played with each other before, so it's a lot of new stuff that we have to work out. I mean, it's still early, you know what I mean? And I think there's a lot of good things that show, and I mean, we're just ironing out the bad, and I mean, we keep it within our camp, and we're doing a good job with that, and just going to keep grinding through, you know, the bads, and you know, have these goods as well.
And how's Clay helping out with all that, man? How's he been an impact for your roster?
Clay's good, man. Clay's good. I really like him as a coach. He's I've always had a lot of respect for Clay, and I think him being an ex-pro like helps a lot whenever he's talking a lot about, you know, the situations. And even me as an AR, I'm asking him a lot of times. I'm like, you know, this is all new to me, man. Like, what worked for you? What, you know, how did you get so good? And then, you know, he's trying to, you know, help me with that, but also still letting me be me. So shout out, Clay.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's important. You did change roles when evaluating your performance throughout the year. I want to ask you today, specifically in the S&D, you're one of the best search players we've had in the CDL, and specifically an in-game leader. Today, it looked like you got a little bit more loose with the sniper early on, and then after with advantages taking space. Was that something you guys watched in film and you thought like, hey, there's opportunity here? How did you get to that play style today?
Yeah, I think for me, like I kind of talked with the guys, and we were like, you know, for me, like respawn is like one thing I can learn, like how to play the flex position. But I was like, S&D, man, like we could still let me do me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think we had that conversation with that, and like trying to make sure that I feel free in that regard, but still making sure everybody is in the right positions. Because sometimes I'm going to play slower, sometimes I'm going to play fast. But I don't want to change my whole identity in that game mode, because I feel like I can still get away with, you know, how I want to play that mode. And I think I've been on good S&D teams, so I just want to keep doing that, you know?
Yeah, you showcased that today, Kiz. You're on point.
I think this conversation's heading in a great direction, because kind of what you were saying earlier, there's some situations you can't really prep for, you know, and those are kind of things you have to learn as you go when you're in the games. You know, people always say scrims are so much different than when you're in the real thing. Going off of search and destroy, you've been the main sniper for this team, and today, I mean, you were hitting the shots. It was like night and day. What is practicing with that like, and then kind of adding that to your role? How do you even get better at that? Is it just something you have to pull out in scrims? Do you have to do some outside work on your own? Talk to me through that.
Yeah, I mean, as far as a sniper, like I like sniping, but I still want to like have a, you know, flexible with it. Like sometimes I want to snipe, sometimes I want to use a sub. Like I want to give you different looks. As far as practicing with a sniper, I mean, it's a little weird in scrims, because sometimes people, you know, just take egregious chows, and then sometimes they don't. So like, I think a good way for me practicing is like, because of the aim assist thing, like honestly just going in pubs and sniping pub kids without aim assist and just practicing with that.
Right. Just hop in a rank, bro. Those guys are demons.
I play rank too. I mean, I love rank play. I've been slamming. My boy Colt, shout out.
Hell yeah.
Have you ran across him yet in rank play?
No, I haven't played him yet. I haven't played the Bulldog yet.
He's always bragging about the pros and everything he goes against, man.
He did beat Exnid, though.
He's coming at you next. Hey, Kismet, big win. Good job, man. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Take it easy.
All right, huge.
Trying to cue snipe.
Hey, bro, I just want to see. I remember casting over you back in the day, man. I just want to see you go against the pros once again. There it is, first series out of the way, but it doesn't mean we're done for the day. 3 more to go. Coming up next, it's going to be Vancouver Surge going against Boston Breach. You don't want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen, or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Ken Sparrow.
What the? Sparrow, they shoot. Come around me.
Last guy red, he's low. Stay low.
I'm 245. Oh, sorry. I got it.
He just pushed you out. Push you out.
To your right. Oh my god.
He jumped right in front of you, my boy.
That was unlucky.
He literally jumped on in front of you.
That's him.
Bro.
Happy birthday to you.
Oh my God.
Happy birthday.
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. Whoa! He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1v doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
Emergency broadcast system announcing the Boston breach sanctioned privacy. All weapons have been authorized for use during the breach. No restrictions. This is breach, not a test.
Time for our second series. Vancouver Surge going against Boston Breach. Let's start touching on Boston Breach and who they are and what they're bringing to the table today. This team currently, I believe, 1-2. Got some work to do. The only win going against Falcons, which actually speaks volumes about what this team could be after watching Falcons perform as well as they did just a second ago against Carolina Royal Ravens. So I'm thinking Boston Breach looking pretty good today.
I feel like you're a little confused looking at Boston, right? Because now they have that win versus Riyadh, and then we just saw the Riyadh that looks like they could go to a Sunday, and now they're going up against Vancouver Surge, and they showed no life versus LAD. So it's a little back and forth for Boston. I feel like this is probably the most even matchup they've had in a while, which might sound awful coming out of my mouth because of how Vancouver Surge has looked. But for me, Vancouver Surge has just been really falling short. Like, I think that their makeup isn't necessarily bad. I feel like they are an above average team, and it just hasn't really shown yet when it comes to statistics. And for Boston, their biggest thing for me is I just don't think they really have a map pool. They can't play Den or Exposure Hardpoint really. Den S&D is not really in the question. Raid S&D isn't really in the question. So my biggest thing is this split. I think they should focus on getting comfortable on more maps.
Getting comfortable. Well, they got to be comfortable against Vancouver Surge because that's who they're about to go toe-to-toe with. This roster, couple of struggles. You got to face it. Honestly, I think this roster needs a win today, and the reason why is because now they're towards the bottom two. In fact, in the bottom two. With Koi winning, the pressure not be going to Major 2 if they cannot get a win.
Yeah, even matchup here, and you know they have 2 wins on the season, one of those on land versus Carolina, and one, guess who versus Boston Breach. And to me, you know, looking at this, I called him out in their last match. Quinn is a guy I really want to see step up. You know, he's 46 out of 56 qualified players in the league in terms of Slayer rating. That's a far cry from the Rookie of the Year that we saw a couple years ago. And then the last point that I'll add to this, in this specific matchup, I think it's Abe versus Purge. That's the matchup that you want to look at. The last time these guys matched up, Abe actually had a great series. He outdueled Purge. So I'll be looking at those two guys opposite each other in the series.
So given the history, do we think Vancouver Surge is going to be the favorite in this series? Not asking for the official prediction, but I mean for Boston Breach, do we think they're going to be a team that can get over, especially when we look at the maps and modes?
I wouldn't call them the favorite, to be honest, but as we look over at the layout, like I said, smaller map pool for Boston, so Blackheart is a big question mark for me, but that Colossus, they definitely want to get there. As far as the Search and Destroys goes, you get the Den in the map number 5, so for Boston, you're hoping to close this out in 4, and if I had to guess, they're probably looking for a 2-3-4.
2-3-4, all right. Well, let's move into our Scut Pick'ems. Rosalie, again, I got to default to you. You've been on fire recently. Who you going with?
I'm going to stick with Boston Breach in this one. I don't think they have 2 bad series.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to go with Boston as well. I think they edge out the Surge here. I think it could be competitive. We can go 5, but
I hope so.
In the end, I trust Boston.
I got to go with Boston as well. Boston across the board. Are we doing it? Chat, where are we going? Boston across the board. Vancouver Surge, that means it's up to you to prove us all wrong. Can you do it? Let's find out. Miles Chance, take it away.
A tough ask, a very tough ask indeed. 2 teams who had a bad time thus far in this season, Chance. Tough times, but hopefully this series can be the catalyst, the spark that ignites the flame of ambition in our tarnished teams. How are you feeling, brother? Ready to party in what should be an interesting series?
I'm feeling good. I think this series is going to be a battle as well. This has a Game 5 potential written all over it. And I think the map one is really going to set the scene from the start because, you know, speaking of the hard point woes coming in from Vancouver Surge, they're just 0-11 in map ones. They start slow every single time, but I'd say the Blackheart is a good opportunity for them because Boston Breach do not have the hot hand either. Both of these teams have been on a losing spree. Both of these teams have been getting swept every now and again. The record painful. So these are the exact type of matchups. If you're thinking long term, you're thinking champs, you're thinking making it to the Birmingham event at all, you have to win against the teams towards the bottom. But again, Blackheart, not the strongest map here for Boston. Huge opportunity for Surge to finally start a series right.
Well, we have to give the win to somebody at the end of these maps, folks. So let's find out. Into Blackheart we go. And what a delightful start for Vancouver Surge. That's 3 dead in the feed right away. That's all 4. It doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, okay, so the green team will be white, and then the teal team. Wow, teal versus green. I feel I need more rods and cones in my eyes, Miles, if you want to get technical.
Second wave of Boston players, entirely ineffective. Except for Cam. He could work out. Cam, he's going to at least get on the board for the boys. And is it going to amount to a whole lot? Arguably, no. Fantastic start here from Vancouver Surge. A perfect P1. Ooh, for a moment longer. Here you go, Abe. Spree is still going on a 4.
Yeah, this is feet up chilling right now. Hey, that is an honest and easy 4 spree he was able to go on. And, well, worked hard for the 5th one to take down Snoopy, but yet you are getting picked apart along the way. 7-0 start, Hellstorm secured, and even better, you got the rotation and a 30-point lead.
Come on, Abe. This is and teaching mid-map as well. Boston, where you at? Snoopy and Nasty yet to get on the board. Nasty finally gets something going there, but now over towards the dreaded P2. Now, I know you played ranked, Charles. I know you've had a fair share of games with me as well. This is not an easy hard point to break. This is bang your face against the front, hopefully catch a good nade kill or 2, hopefully get on the inside, and Boston have gone and done it.
Yeah, shout out to the Breach. You are right, not an easy hill to break, but that there is no trophies this early on. Difference maker. You get the frag kills, get the nades in the mix, and, well, you're at least having an opportunity to make something happen because Vancouver Surge, exactly the start you want to have. Abe gets the hot hand, 8 kills already. Of course, though, scrap time, it's a battle worth taking. Lunar's doing everything he can. It's a 1v1 on the left side of the map for the final 10 seconds. Lunar's is going to be the guy. Or number 3, yeah, he's going to secure it. So, Vancouver Surge, rack up the lead just a little bit more. And they're playing bully ball on the rotation. A 2v3, but they're holding him back.
Yeah, nice stuff. Reaching out, getting some mans on the back line. That's going to be spawns. We'll find out as the next set of kills come through. But Vancouver dig in on time. Opening kills going their way. Abe and Teach. And Abe, look at this, holding the back. Diligent play. Takes care of Nasty with relative ease. And that is going to be a very Vancouver Surge-friendly hardpoint.
Yeah, and Abe knew the impact of that kill as well. He was snappy in the player cams, calling out that dead. So secured the spawn, secured the rotation. Easy pinch there from Teej, or maybe not. Nasty, a nice pickup, and that's the opportunity for Breach to actually go full speed ahead. Everybody jumping in towards the time. You can see Surge feeling the pressure. Everybody's wrapping back to take these fights.
Yeah, they're trying. And when you blink and you miss all of it. Luna's on a 3 spree, and the entirety of the Boston Breach roster has been taken down again. Scrap time looking good. Outside of that, the players in the back here from Boston spawning up. Luna's managing to take 2 of them with him and keep the spree rolling for a moment longer. Big kills and a big moment there from Vancouver. Into the next hard point, they rotate as well.
Yeah, devastating kills from Lunars because his team won the gunfight on the rotation. So now Boston continuously spawning out. Gwyn with the 2-piece he gets. I mean, Boston are continuously spawning out, and they're just scattered. Now finally trying to get everybody grouped together, but there's no open avenues of attack. You go through Dub's window, Abe's there. Try to follow that guy up. Lunars has the coverage. I mean, you're trying to flood through the front. On Blackheart, if you're breaking through the front, it is a nightmare.
Yeah, it's a true test of the mental resolve. But a nice 3 now. Abe brought down as well. So all dead. Good stuff there from Breach. You're going to hold on to this time as best you can. This is a solid 20. You need it dearly. It has not been a kind first set to you so far here on Blackheart. Snoopy, 2-11, continuing to have a massive struggle here in this matchup. 3-11 now. Watch him climb those ranks momentarily. New hard points up, and Boston, they are in contest for the rotation win.
Oh, man, and look at how quickly they're able to break this down. They lose the first 2 gunfights, and off respawn, swarming around the time. TJ trying to play with the food because he's got a little bit of help, waiting for Lunars to finally make the play, and there you go. It is a quick and easy facilitation of a break in the minimap right now. Gorgeous. You have Gwen pushed so far away from the action that, honestly, I'm concerned he won't be in it.
A little too far forward. That's right. And Boston have walked into the back line. Last man on time. Brought down Boston with a naughty little flip halfway through. Here comes TJ off the wall hop. Makes his way through the run. Gets himself a kill. A little bit of back and forth now. Trying to keep Boston Breach guessing. Can we find the next set? Oh, baby. The kills were solid. And it's all good, though, for Boston again. Abe trying to keep the play alive. And surely they snuff him out. Spawns flip once again. And Boston Breach is still 100 points. What a big difference now. They've got to keep the climb going.
Yeah, and that is a 4-man wipe right as P1's about to spawn. Purge is going to be the only man inside. TJ sees 3 through the front door. Everybody's going to be weak in one shot, damn. And Abe gets to be clean up crew again. A 7 spree on P1 the first go around. Well, now he's on a 3.
20-7, there seems to always be at least one guy in your team that does it, and this is the man right now. He's kept Purge guessing. Abe, just a bullet away. Still has a Hellstorm in the back pocket. That's going to be very handy indeed, as his teammates are soaking away wonderfully here on P1 of the second set. Vancouver Surge, absolutely a come to play.
Dude, this P1 is a nightmare as well, trying to keep track of players when they're jumping, dancing in and around the pillars. Boston finally get the break. Gwen, good muscle up, bad gunfight. So Boston maybe secure for these final 20 seconds, but Vancouver staying ahead of the rotation. It's going to be a 3v4, so they're actually playing it passive, letting the gunfights come to them. I love the idea. Have to execute and get the kills, and indeed they do. Perfectly played on the rotation. Snoopy wiped out Vancouver, nice and secure.
That's fantastic work. Players now making their way through P1. Watching Abe on trying to catch players through dubs, but nasty. Nice work to take care of that. So here we go. A full strength Boston Breach on the attack towards time. Contest is on. Reinforcements narrowing through the rear for Vancouver Surge. To the front, it's going to be Lunars on a 4. It's going to be Lunars on a 5. And Vancouver survive.
Yeah, that is the easiest soak job you're ever going to get out of Lunars as well. Just waiting for the gunfights to fall into his lap. And Surge, they've handled the game. 0-11 in map 1s is this team, and they're about to get their first one in emphatic fashion. Breach falling off the map. They fear TJ. They look him in the eyes. They'd rather just die themselves.
Hey, this is insane, man. 22-11, 21-8 for Lunars, 22-16 for Tej, and Gwyn 11-15. Hey, man, nice though. Hard point time across the board. Lunars is literally doing it all. This is a brilliant map, and they've still got the Hellstorm to play with. And here's another. Backside, and he threads the needle. Only takes care of Snoopy. Nasty and Cammy thoughtful in their survival there, trying to stay alive as best they can as the attack towards the back line cleaned up. Gwyn's involved, Gwyn's on it, and that should be game. Ladies and gentlemen, Vancouver Surge have broken the curse of map 1.
Dude, and Boston Breach, they've just been delivering the easiest games in the world to other teams. Yeah, welcome to the 100-point club, and welcome to a series off to a hot start. Congratulations, Vancouver Surge. That's a map 1.
They barely look. I mean, Luna's just dropped a bomb. Couldn't really tell. Not very impressed. Gwyn's happy to be back on the winning side of things, but Boston, Blackheart is not their map. Wow, that was a tough one. That certainly hurt. And at times, hopeless in the assault, hopeless in the breaks towards many, many hard points. Even when they did win rotation, they were broken relatively quickly. So impressive work there from Vancouver Surge. I believe the Vancouver team might have taken this morning's Olympic affair personally, as they certainly put Boston to task, despite the fact that I think all of the lads there in Vancouver are from the States. Either way, that was a beatdown.
I mean, 10-21 for Cammy, 10-22 for Snoopy. Not a single player breaking the 2K damage mark there on Boston. And then, funnily enough, I mean, the stat lines for Surge are ridiculous. 23-8, and then 22-11. And then his big man Tej that was doing the slang, 25 kills, 3,100 damage. I mean, Boston Breach in the past 2 days, they have been hand delivering the easiest maps we have seen all the year to the other teams. I mean, whether it be the 6-0 on the Den S&D against LAT or this one here, I mean, Surge, that's just feed up. You're feeding. It's a feast. You get to do whatever you want.
Luna's had 2 minutes and 15 in the hard point as well. So, look, it's as good as it possibly could have been right now for Vancouver Surge. And wow, what a time to get it. 250, 78, your scuff, play the game. Quite frankly, it's the scoreline. Abe's P1 was great. Luna's had a fantastic map all map long. And Vancouver Surge on the board.
And I mean, the amount of running it down Breach was doing on that first hill, and Abe went on that spree. I mean, Snoopy and Nasty were 0-8. There's still 15 seconds left on P1, so they are running it down on Blackheart. And I'm telling you, that's the worst thing to do. When you're caught in a Blackheart blender, it is not a fun situation. But on the flip side for Vancouver, extremely well played game. Great utilization of the Hellstorm, locking down the P2s, responding to the pressure extremely well, I would say. The only thing I didn't like is the setup they had on the P5, where if Miami Heretics have a mini-map that looks like that, I'm thinking it's fantastic. When it's Vancouver Surge, I'm like, I think Gwyn's probably a little bit too far, and, well, surely enough, the hill gets broken maybe 10 seconds later, but outside of a very small thing, I mean, this is flawless Blackheart gameplay.
Yeah, really, really good. Very aggressive, lovely submachine gun prowess displayed there by the Surge lads. And a GG's in the chat. Very, very strong. Boston, avoid that one. Or at least get back to work in the lab, because damn, that was a brutal, brutal display there. Tough one for the Boston Breach boys. We'll see if the Boston Breach boys can bounce back in a search and destroy in a moment's time, but pretty flat. A pretty flat curve there on the Boston scoreline. Really not good stuff for them. Scrap time if they were fortunate. Early rotations if they were lucky enough. But it was breaks on breaks on breaks. Great stuff, Surge. Can't give them enough credit there, Chance. That was as good as it could get.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can carry that into the S&D, because again, for Surge, they've just been starting on the back foot every single time, but the advantage they had there in the pick and bans to get the Blackheart from map number 1, fully capitalized, and for a Colossus S&D, maybe one of the more balanced maps we have between these two squads in terms of difficulty of predictability. Very balanced. I mean, Boston have a round 11 win. They have a close loss. Vancouver Surge, balanced effort as well. So I think it's going to be a much better battle, certainly, than we saw on map number 1. Maybe for the test of Boston, we'll see if they can bounce back, because again, past 2 days for them, not looking too kind.
No, not at all. The Surge, though, I mean, after yesterday's performance, surely the only way is up. Last time we saw Abe against Boston way back in January. Not bad at all. I'll take that 1.36 for 3 plants as well. Abe doing a whole lot there. But in this Colossus, a new dawn, a new day, and a new chance now for Boston to find themselves in the series. Here we go into the first round.
No trophies. And no nade connections. You have TJ actually taking quite a bit of space. He is aggressive in tunnel already. So Vancouver Surge, good looking mini-map on the defensive end. Boston testing their luck towards A.
Yeah, they've got to get there a little faster. They've got eyes everywhere right now. If you're a Surge player, you're hoping for Teach to get in a position on the flank, and he might be the first man into the feed. Here he goes. Teach lines up one, damage into the second. Not good enough for the kill. Enough in the battle, though, to punch his way forward, and that is a clean dispatch. Surge, early game plan pays off.
Absolutely. I mean, again, for TJ, no time wasted. Exactly how you want to play aggressive there with an SMG. And for Boston, that is now at minimum 7 rounds in a row that they have lost. And many of these rounds have not been close. Only a single player there from Surge falling, and, well, everybody getting involved in the kills column. Looking good, Mouse, on that momentum staying put.
That's looking good. That's like, hey, this is what we're going to do. And we respond to a couple of moves there that Boston make seconds into the round, but really not a whole lot. Let's see what they look like on the attack here for Vancouver Surge. It's going to be Old Gwyn with a big gun. VS Recon in hand, and he's going for the big hops. Doesn't see a whole lot there except for the pieces of shrapnel and fragmentation flying across the side of that A-bomb site. But at this point in time, not a whole lot to show. And it is going to be enough to give the boys credence to move forward. There's Cammy. And there is the whole squad. Howdy, boys. Gwyn can't hit it yet. Pressure's now on. They're down a man.
Good teamwork as well. Going to be falling out of the sky, though, for Looters. Well, trades him out, and it is the sniper, last one standing. And Boston, no, he's got the boomstick. Don't have to overpeak. Don't have to overchow. Just wait for the intel.
Yeah, they're going to play real slow. Or not. Nasty's gone. That was a sniper now there for Boston eliminated. Gwyn from a 1v3 to a 1v2, and here come the lads. Oh boy, good luck with your pistol here, mate. They're going to check that corner. Instant, checks it, guns it. He may walk away with one. It's enough to take the round, and a slightly dejected Cammy there. He did get left hanging by the boys. That's not a fantastic sign.
That is yet far and away the worst fist bumps I've ever seen from a pro team. That is not ideal, but hey, good play call. You get the man advantage 3v1. You find out there's a sniper over towards P4. Nasty's death delivers that information, so make the play call, double hit him. As long as you don't line up, he's not going to get us both.
Thank goodness they didn't, but in a crazy alternate timeline, he doesn't have the Jaeger out, and he has a sniper out, and he catches them both. And we're screaming our lungs out right now over a 1v3 collab. A new round, though, and back to reality. We get deeper into this one. Big push there out of the Surge boys. Oh, big push out of Tej, finds two. An even bigger attack there from Gwyn. And now all down to Cammy. Can he catch timing on one of these players to maybe get at least one out of that life? That's good enough for now, and your boy is going to back up. How much fight has Cammy got in him here? Not enough. Surge again. Lightning rounds.
Taking care of business. TJ there to lead the charge for the execution. He's able to pick up two. And as you say, for Cammy trying to fight, seemingly Boston don't have a ton of fight in them. Yeah, just dejection the entire way through. This is a level of demoralization that I think I am unaccustomed to seeing.
I know, especially from players of this caliber. They're solid. I mean, it's been a tough year for Boston already. A series like this is an essential win just to get one under the belt. And right now, we're only 3 rounds in. It's 4th. Let's see how it goes for them. Nasty to get himself up on the board. Oh, and a perfect lineup there for Gwyn. Unfortunate to walk away with only one there. They were so close.
Well, Purge at least trying to get active. He's going to be behind the entire team. There's a freebie kill, so you got a 3v3, and Vancouver Surge now in a bit of a trap-through tunnel. Players every direction, Cammy there to zap them down, and, well, this will be TJ for a 1v3 that does not last. There's the energy we're looking for Boston. You get first blooded, but Purge stays active on the map. Everybody swarms around over towards tunnel, and those 3 players, everybody getting involved.
Yeah, again, a dynamic play there from Purge. Nice pinch, sticking to it, and I love the hit and run. Doesn't have to get greedy, doesn't have to go for 2, take a gunfight that is a 50-50 at that point in time. Lovely stuff. The tunnel coverage as well. So Boston playing Vancouver Surge very well there. Find the equalizer. We now roll on 5th round. Headbutt towards A. Numbers now for Surge. We'll see if the nades connect.
We're going. Trophy there. We are full sending into hell. And Vancouver Surge come out on top 3v2.
Welcome to hell, population. Boston. Oh, that round is gone. A big commitment, but they don't stick it out. They just go for a couple of fights, try to hit the tactical retreat, and you find Gwyn watching that P1 position with Snipe. You fall right into it, and this is Tej on the last kill. Oh, hit and run. Gwyn hits a good one. Not a huge amount of effort needed here. I mean, he's going to be watching this top spot. A couple of players make their way across. Again, a miracle he doesn't hit both.
I mean, he's doing what he can, but for Boston, that's a great round 1 strat. If they don't have trophies, you hit the nades, you bully out P2, but unlucky for them that I think just 3 Vancouver Surge players playing at the P2 section. The perfect counter to the hit attempted, and well, Nasty, the perfect counter to the snipe. This time he gets the first blood on TJ.
Yeah, nice. Gets away with his life as well. A with a tiny bit of intel there, but again, a nice line here from Boston. Drawn in the sands of Colossus. There's no sand, it's just water. But you know what I'm talking about, Chan. Pensive moment now from Surge. Down a man, hoping for a mistake out of Boston, but they are resolute in this defense.
Yeah, well, no dice on the mistake, so get grouped up together. All 3 players here for Vancouver working the A site.
Here we go. Over the top, Gwyn. Oh, tons of intel. A couple of toes spotted. Not sure if that's his thing or not. He's going to back on up, so there we go. We've learned something new about Gwyn today, folks. Are we going to plant the bomb at A, or are we going to give it over to B? Oh, the call here might be bad. Boston have got the numbers, but there we go. A-bomb plant. It's on Abe. Good luck, have fun.
Well, quick on the resurgence as well. You know, the guy left the site, chase, and no kill. Abe fries them, and now it's a desperation defuse. And he's going to get it. Yep, that's a good play call out of Purge. Doesn't trust his teammate to get the kill, so make sure you get the objective.
There we go. Hop it. And Boston again. Each round, it does feel like quite a lot. We are looking for the turnaround. We're looking for that win here for Boston. They sorely need it. It's 3-3. Typically, we see a pretty rapid counterattack here from the Surge Boys, and that's what you want. Another big first blood there from Nasty. No, just hold it, please. Teach is there. I promise you he's there. Uh-oh. He's so sneaky. TJ Haley. He's still there. A bomb site's about to pop. Nasty can't quite make the mark. But that's fine. Backs him down. Over the way.
Well, over at A, it's a 3v3 though. Nasty's out of the picture right now with the snipe, so Vancouver Surge active. They have P1 control, an opportunity for the clutch.
Oh, good damage in a TJ. Can we try to stay alive? 2 HP. In comes Purge. Up over the top. Snoopy's there to pick up his as well. And it all comes down to Luna's. Backs away. And they can't even cut to him in time. He's already gone. Boston take the lead.
Huge. And great patience as well. Nobody overcommits if Nasty's not in the action. Do not be the ones to force the issue. They play the response game. And I like the idea coming in through P1, but ultimately just Purge with a nice response. Snoopy there for the follow-up, and obviously Nasty kicks it off right. Just a little bit quicker on the angle. Got the best of Gwyn there. Gwyn, hot early on with the snipe, but Nasty, that's a few first bloods he's been able to collect as a response. And that'll have Boston with the 4-3 lead.
Not everyone's cut out for the opening hit. The first blood style of snipe, we've seen a couple of players very effective. That super springs to mind. Abuza. Gwyn, not necessarily in that same conversation. Nasty, though, absolutely has been. Oh, boy. Purge is, I mean, he is hopping. Look at him go. Just pure information right now from Boston on the defense. This is exactly, well, very similar setup to the round they had prior. And you're giving nothing to Surge. Nothing.
Surge, they got TJ in tunnel again. That's sort of like the impact player in this moment. And he's just clearing space, making sure nobody's going to pinch. Vancouver Surge a lot more comfortable now to work the A site.
Oh, and they're working the B as well. But Boston, now we've got through tunnel. Gwen is absolutely aware of this. He's definitely aware that something could be happening on the flank, and that is indeed it. Oh my God, Purge has walked through. He's walked through. Snoopy springs to life, and Boston, what an explosive retake. And finally, someone has fist bumped Cammy. Thank God.
I heard that one as well.
Thank God. Oh, I needed that. I needed it. Who's sitting next to him? Is it Purge? Yes, Purge. Good man, Purge. Nice round. A very nice round. This commentator tries to will the life back into this squad. I mean, what? I mean, there it is. Purge, it was cool. It was very calm, but connection was made. Boston might just be back.
And the real winners are the people that make friends along the way, Miles.
What the f are you talking about? Here we go. Map point, Boston breach.
2-2 split on the attack. A hard stack on the A site there for Vancouver. You got tunnel control in the hands of Purge. He'll be cheeky over here in this angle. See if he can set a little trap to work with, but Boston right now, you're up 5-3. You can see if the other team is going to make that mistake first. Purge has the timing, moving in. First blood delivers, and out people back turn, shooting in front of him. Gwyn somehow gives you 3. And Nasty, L-triggered, last man standing, dancers in front of him.
Oh, hold me closer, tiny dancer. How did Gwyn get 3? That was unbelievably impressive. It might have been the white monster. I can't lie. And that's what they call him in prison as well. I'm sorry, I'll show myself out. 10-5 though, Gwyn. Strong stuff to keep the boys in it.
Yeah, and great damage. I mean, lucky number right there, 777. And we forgot about that ever important statue, Hetty. We were so dialed in on those tunnel gunfights. Well, Gwyn just gets to play the absolute cleanup crew. Double-digit game, and he's got the lucky hand today.
Beautiful stuff. Well, again, a 1 round separating Boston from the win. For a showdown in round 11. Surge, A-bomb site. We're feeling the love. We're going for it. And Gwyn, that force spree looks very attractive, and that stun must have hit all three of those players. That's intel, if ever we've seen it. Teach just showing himself a little bit here towards the A-bomb site, trying to worry about the nades upstairs, and walks away with no damage. Snoop with a first blood, and he's out. He's gone. Here come Boston on the attack towards P1.
Well, they cleared the close corner, so you're safe about planting the bomb, except for Snoopy is still running worlds behind you. Now you're getting pinched, and it is looking like a breakdown. Boston Breach trying to bounce back. Final two players in P1. Cleanup crew for Purge. And there's the fist bumps we're mostly looking for Cammy. We got a tied up series 1-1.
And that is about as strong as it could have been in that final round. I mean, you get the advantage. They spread out across the map. It was a glorious run from Boston there. And again, a lot of frustration. They definitely feel like they shouldn't be in a situation like this. But you are, team. 1-1. Opportunity to find the special source in Search and Destroy on Colossus. It was done. Good stuff, Boston. There we go. Looking across the stats, Snoopy, huge amount of damage. Huge amount there. TJ, the only player on the other side to really join him in the 1K department, and lucky sevens for Gwyn. There's a bit of magic he found. Not so much luck as it was magnificent timing. Beautiful stuff there. 6-4 final score as we are tied up 1-1, brother, going into the overload.
Yep, clean and cool plays through and through for Boston as well, making the adjustment, dealing with the sniper Gwyn, trying to go for the no-show. So got a bit of a battle on hand. And again, that mapped the expectation. A closely contested fight. 6-4, I think, delivers. And I still think for these two teams, we might end up seeing a game 5.
Very good chance. Very, very good chance. Chance, thank you for that. We're going to go to a quick break on the other side. Den Overload. Someone's taking the lead after this one here. Vancouver Surge, Boston Breach here in the Call of Duty League.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
We get it?
Yeah.
That's
GG! Boom. Let's go. I want to say that I was not trying to curse us. I did not. I thought it was 250 kills. So when we were up 70 kills, I was like, there's no way we can lose.
Yeah.
Now it makes
Whichever bomb site they choose to go to, 30 seconds on the clock, and well, if he's been seen, he will drop off the map.
Nice. Come on. Hey, we got that challenge, bro. You go. Let's go. Holy shit. Let's go clutch up there.
You're better, bro. You're so much fucking better. You're good. 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 You're
Listen, be careful with this one, all right, buddy?
You guys shouldn't have.
It's not double wrapped, you know. You should be able to get it in one go.
Well, this is more for Chris or for the people at home. Oh, here we go. Young Christopher Puckett.
20-year-old relic. Can I draw some conclusions for y'all? I know some of you are about to take your senior pictures. I highly suggest the gamer stance. Put the elbows right there on the power thigh.
Yeah,
distant, 90-degree angles. The girls, it drives them wild.
All right, we have one more for you.
And that is indeed the gamer stance. That's when you need to lock in. And both our teams need to lock into the Den Overload that we are moments away from getting into. Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Miles and Chance here. Brother, what are we thinking about this one? Which way are you leaning?
I think this series is going to go for a mile, Miles. I think a Game 5 is going to be on the cards. But for this specific map, advantage Boston Breach. You have a 1-5 record overall for Vancouver Surge. Abe is doing everything he can to get prepared, though, and see if he can turn that around.
Yeah, Abe and Ars, we're going to be talking about these boys in a moment. Abe had a fantastic map number 1. Delightful look. But this is their Overload stuff. So from January, this is how things have been. Way back when, way back when, relatively even across the board. Outstanding for the save, though, from Abe there. Something we're really keeping an eye on here. What players are there on the clutch? And who's walking away with the goals? Big scores we've seen in Overload. A couple of hat-tricks this weekend alone from individual players. And Den, a map where you can get it done. Well, they get done on Den here by Surge. 1-5 so far. The current form not looking bad at all.
And, well, Abe's going to be getting loose as well, so I imagine that average goals number maybe going to go up just a little bit more. Hopefully for Surge, the average goals allowed goes down a little bit, but with the new patch here in Overload, especially on Den, a little bit easier to score. Score's going to be a little bit higher in the game, so if you're loose, you're free. If your SMGs are frying, the game will be flowing very quickly in your direction. A balancing act, I think, Den Overload is.
We're spinning plates and good shots out of Lunas and Cammy on the trade in their mid-map battle. And Gwen's going to be the only man up right now for Search. We're waiting for Abe on that flank. Oh, Cammy knows about it. A couple of shots there just to keep him at bay. But it's going to be Gwen containing the mid-map pressure. And oh dear, pressure is a wicked opportunity right now for Surge. A big pickup. Dojo presence is going to be gone. Are they going to commit to the play? Yeah, Lunas still EMP device in possession. And Surge are trying to get them moving.
Well, great nade from him, but unfortunately falls to the hands of Snoopy. But now you're looking for the open lane. Problem is for Vancouver, they just have players scattered everywhere on the map. Gwen's looking for spawn kills, and if you get the device, well, you'll be good to go, and eventually it pans out. You clear out Dojo. Gwen has done his job in the spawn, and that is a 57-second capture there for Vancouver. They strike first.
It was a little scrappy. It was a little messy. They had to win their ones, and they did, thank goodness, because now they're up by 1. Lunas spotted. What a problem to deal with here is a heavy hit now towards the brand new EMP spawn on the bottom side of the map right now. And Boston Breach, they've taken as much space as possible on the pressure forward. Vancouver on the back foot, on the defense. Let's go for a listen in.
They're in shot, they're in shot.
Play the back, take a pinch.
I'm trying.
I need it, bro.
Right here.
Take a pinch deep.
Right.
That's one left.
Yeah.
Challenge Snoop weak.
Everyone put on.
Nading, I naded. Oh, wait, couch. Broken on me. Okay. Done.
Nice,
Enemy. Map's with here, bro.
My challenge, please. Yeah, challenge, done. More. Weak.
Nice.
More, done.
Nice, 4.
Nice,
4. I'm going left. Yeah, fake it right. I'm going through left.
I went right already.
Never mind. Come now. Okay, fuck me.
Okay, one's outer Dojo. He's challenging 10. 10 cam.
Well, I'm out.
I hear you.
That's all you.
Small one-shot purge, bro.
I hear you. I think Cam cut mid.
Small done.
Nice. I think Cam cut mid somewhere.
Wow. Okay.
Could be right now.
One left.
Here, could be right as well.
Yeah. I spawned left. We got someone's right with me. I'm rapping. Stay
left. One shot nasty left, P2.
I hear.
P2 one bullet.
I don't see shit. Trying to make sure this guy doesn't get door deep. Alright, you hold it deep.
Peek up, one shot. Bam.
Walker.
Two right.
Walker.
To right.
Go left.
I made one bullet, bro.
Fuck. Go left. P2 on your right. Close P2. P2 on me.
On one couch.
Yeah, close corner. Alright, he went outer. Outer nasty.
Yeah, P2. One more couch. Couch half.
Couch and outer left. P2. So.
Nice. P2 even the back.
I got it. Run it.
Nice job.
More couch.
Back couch then.
Nice job. They're gonna be close.
Here. Getting mid, bro. Okay.
Yeah. Come on, left, yeah.
I don't see anything outer. Deep outer. Nading ball.
The right is open too, by the way.
Yeah, nading ball.
At 1-1 chance, what do we make of the comms?
Not a fan. No, not good. But hey, you're winning the game, so it's all good. I know TJ right now is struggling to get kills just a little bit, but you know, only a 1-1 game. Get the gun hot, you'll be good to go as the battle around the new vice commences. Gwyn gives you 2. Vancouver have the edge.
Yeah, watching out for Lunas on that flank. Easy reads, taking care of business though. Oh, you've still got the man up though. Possession as Gwyn tries to get real tricky with it. Brought down now on a fast attack towards the B portal for Vancouver Surge. Snoop's going to be leading the charge. Purge alongside him now as we start to overtake. A mid-map cut is about to get a naughty. Abe could go big here. Is he going to get at least one of these players on the cross? No, Nasty with a big nade. Opportunity still. TJ's on a flank though. They have not read this and the timing is not ideal. And Tej, my goodness, he wins that fight. He's able to get the goal. Here we go. Forward we go once again into the mouth of Gwyn.
I mean, hey, Boston have players missing. They get a kill and just unwilling to push forward. So they were really making sure no one's going to pinch. And now they're actively running the device backwards. But we're not parking the bus. We're just going coast to coast. We're going top side of the map. And to get the cutoff kills towards the middle of the map, you can leave Gwyn just away from the action. If you win the gunfights up front, you'll be good to go. Purge gives you 2. One cutoff man to beat. Can't get it done. Gwyn makes it back. The defensive stand is strong.
Snoop, no good. Here comes the next level of Boston breach attack. Oh dear, Purge is going to get his nasty as well. Still keeping it going. That trophy's going to certainly help things. Gwyn on the close left, Luna's out right, and that should be it. We're going to get the reset. 25 seconds on the clock. One final attempt. Can we see a lead change in the dying seconds of the first half?
One final attempt to get it. Looking for the balance front. If anybody, it's going to be advantage towards Cammy now getting a little bit active at 6 and 12. You know, a player's outer and Lunas with the pistol. Gonna give you 2. Someone, though, has to touch that device. It'll be Vancouver. Last opportunity for a score.
Oh, did he get stuck? He did. He got stuck. Oh, my goodness. What a magical nade. That was a cap. No cap. That was absolutely going in. That stick just saved the scoreline going into the second half.
And well, the first results of the score was some Gwyn spawn kills. Lunars with a nice kill around the zone. On the flip side for Boston, I had to work a little bit harder for it, but nonetheless, evening the odds. Happy in that moment. Purge with a clean 2, and Boston at the very least really trying to play that rotation game.
Well, they've got a lot of spread across the map, solid possession, and a couple of fantastic opportunities on the kills, but... And this is the last kill from Lunas. I mean, that is brilliant. A touch of friendly fire helped out there. And this was the stick. Oh, brilliant work. Abe, he was there for the damage. And again, if he doesn't get stuck there, opportunity now to see Surge up. But either way, we go to the second half now. Hearts full. A lot of possession there from Boston. Strong stuff from them. And they're trying desperately to overwhelm the Vancouver side of the map.
Yeah, Vancouver watching the long pinch first, not the short one. Didn't have the timings dialed in, but TJ does. Gives you 3 over towards the mid-cut. He's the lead blocker, has all the clearance in the world past mid-cut. Eyes on one, knows they're hitting the back, and hey, at least gives you 1. Should be a cap if you can make it the final one through, or Gwyn.
Wait.
Juke it out. He actually has the glitch going on. He's got the Dravik.
He's got his Dravik out. And it's no good. Nasty. What a save. Quick pickup. TJ got big hit. TJ. Looking for one more. TJ and Abe. Oh, and they haven't managed to get it out. But wait, they run into A, and it's a detonation just, even with the spawners up close and personal. TJ, what a moment for Surge.
Yeah, I love that. That's a ball don't lie moment as well, because I think with it, I don't want to explain it actually, because I don't want it to happen in ranked, but yeah, Gwyn not shooting the Dravik, if that visualization was correct. So he's keeping the game honest, and his team now has the lead, so respectable. Now you're trying to get the movement going. It's going to be a long-term P2 hit, though. It's where his entire team is trying to move through couches.
We are holding the liner right now for Vancouver Surge. They'll be patient play out of them. Desperately trying to give away too much. TJ once again. Oh, TJ once again. He can't get another, but it's an opportunity now to run it towards A. Gwyn, man of the moment. 21 and 10. Can he get himself his 4th capture? Damage on the Snoop, and his teammates are still trying to back him up, but Boston hold the line. Now, to the rooftops we fly.
And this is a moment where the comms for Vancouver Surge, not being my favorite, probably punishing. Because once TJ gives you two like this, you got to be snappy on the move, snappy to try to make the call. And, well, now Abe knows he can't do it by himself. Or maybe he could, honestly. Purge gives one away, but no, Snoopy there for the fill-in. He's just waiting for the reinforcements.
The golly, he's trying. Oh, baby. Snoop there. Buying a bit of space. Gwinnen, he's still up. Luna's trying to fight his way through couches. Last man cleaned up. Here we go. Boston, a final moment to get some air back in the lungs and finally get some space. But again, Vancouver Surge suffocating on the attack here in the second half. And Gwyn, right place, right time, takes care of business. Snoopy's up next. That's Nasty's pinch, though. Still, an opportunity for Surge to keep this play alive.
They're going to be going on the pinch as well. TJ, once again, the lead man, but he is isolated. The more he can give you, the better. And, hey, he gives you something extra. Maybe Lunars instead of Tej. Good luck with the numbers on this one, but 2-minute lead. Or 2 minutes left on the game clock. Excuse me, 1-score lead. All the kills that go towards Vancouver, the better. They're happy to keep the Vice neutral. For Boston, though, it is still plenty of time.
It's solid. And for Vancouver again, we're not parking no bus. This is an onslaught. They're desperately trying to get another capture. They cannot be sitting on a single point lead. Stupid Nasty. Sensational work so far to keep the mid-map safe. And here we go. Foot race is on. Spawners are in. Great damage out of Tej. Great damage. Not enough for the kill. And he's still fighting tooth and nail. Crossover now from the MP. Over towards the B goal. It's a big win from Gwyn again. But oh, you nearly slipped the net. Trying to make their way in, and it's a desperation from Boston. Not enough, though, as once again Surge deliver.
And how about that for the decision-making of Lunars, making sure he has the drop it in hand off spawn when you know the pressure is going to be in through those close quarters. Now Kami's doing the same thing. We're trying to be active here in this final minute. Vancouver, device in hand. Gwyn, another two-piece is able to get as he is leading that charge. Nasty might just get juked out as well. Gwyn gets another with the pistol. I don't even know if that's the same Gwyn or not, but nonetheless, Vancouver, 45 seconds. The longer they live, the better.
They're holding slowly but surely. And we're waiting for the final hit here. They're back on up towards mid. Your side of the map is totally safe, Boston. If you can find that kill, you're looking at a fast run. A big flank right now from Nasty might be the deciding moment. Luna's trying to get forward. Not going to happen. Can they drive the front line forward? No, it's another from Gwyn. It's another from Gwyn. He's done it. That's going to be 3, and that should be it. The final 15 seconds. Boston, surely impossible for them to tie it up. Surely, Chuds.
One man to beat. It is one man to beat.
What? It's another! It's Nasty! He gets it in on 0.1! It's an impossible feat for sudden death now, down 2 men. Boston, you've been given a lifeline. Snoop, oh no! Purge does his very best Super Mario off the top of the head of a Surge player, but it is done. A miraculous goal. A sigh of relief from Surge as they take the lead in the series.
Yeah, for their second Den Overload win on the year. Boston trying to give them as much confidence as possible. Dejected on one end and overtime rules that continue to be brutal. So tricky to play around, and I mean, it's just such a tough situation. The moment you get the capture, the instant sudden death hits once you get that score tied up at 2-2. So that is 2 sets of overtime rules kicking in a split second there for Boston. And that is just a blink and you miss it. They are in a 2 versus 4, but that's just the story for the end of the game. Ultimately, the story of the entire game is Gwyn more or less just got to farm them. 27 non-traded at his feet up the entire time. And I mean, TJ doing the exact same thing on the damage front. Lethal output they had. And keep in mind for TJ, started off the game 3-10. That is one hell of a turnaround once his team got the lead.
Sensational. Wow, quick look at the highlights. A couple of brilliant plays. And a lot of multis, a real lot of multis there for the Vancouver boys. Showing certainly have the goods when it comes to this series in Respawn. Gwyn having a couple of massive pieces. Again, the sort of second half piece there that he got. That little 3 spree really made it tough, but not impossible for Boston to get that last goal through. Couple of nice plays there. Charleston and Spawn of Boston. That save Nasty picking up the damage there from Purge's perspective. That was as close as it could have possibly been. Great stuff. Strong game of Den there out of Surge, and they will take the lead after that sudden death victory.
And of course, as nice as the save was, didn't matter because the teamwork just didn't exist after the fact. I mean, how many pieces were Gwen and TJ able to pick up? Just multi-kill after multi-kill. Lunar's getting involved, doing it with the pistol as we saw, but Gwen that entire map, virtually a guarantee. I mean, he traded himself nearly as many times as every single Boston player did after getting a kill. So, yeah, Den, one of the most lethal things we have in the league. Den is honestly more lethal now that I think about it compared to the exploding propane tanks of high-rise.
Wow. That is an unbelievable thing to say. That's an unbelievable stat, and I believe it, even if it's not necessarily 100% accurate. Frustration once again for Boston Breach, as they do indeed fall again in a respawn mode. And Vancouver Surge, oh, look at Lit Teachers. He is off the scale right now. Look at him go. One of the only pros to, I think, have a cam for, what, 2 or 3 series his entire career. Insane. Colossus hardpoint coming up after this. We will see it. And again, this was, as Ali was talking about on the desk, you want to get a little deeper into the series if you are Boston. Not like this, though. 250 to 78 on the Blackheart. That was a tough one. How are we feeling about Colossus, Mr. Ashworth?
You know, before the series start, if you're just looking on paper, this is the hard point map where you have higher expectations for Boston to be able to take down Surge. That being said, I think the momentum game is just an interesting question because Boston Breach, I know I'm not an armchair psychologist, but like in the cams, they do genuinely look so dejected. And it seems like their gameplay, the level of energy they have in or out of game are just matching each other. On the flip side for Vancouver Surge, this is a team 0-11 they were in map number 1s. They have never had the experience of having an advantage in a series, so this is novel territory for them. You know, you lose the S&D in a bit of a difficult fashion. They bounce right back in the Den, and of course, Gwyn, maybe the expectation for him to be a superstar player of this roster delivers. So Vancouver Surge now have an advantage in the series. I mean, look at how comfortable they look by comparison. Arms posted back. That could be a day at the beach there for Gwyn. And the beach may be emanating from Lunar's screen.
Well, we talked about the first map. This was how it went. This was how it went. Map 1 for Abe and Luna's was about as good as it could have got. Hilltime as well for Luna's. Massive scoreline there. All 8 rotations won. It was their Blackheart, and they ripped it clean away from Boston Breach. A very different look though on Colossus chance we've seen from the Colossus gameplay. Obviously, Boston finding the win there on the S&D. Can they force the Game 5? Now, does a Game 5 loss hurt even more than just getting 3-0'd? That's the question I have in a series like this. As I am feeling a Boston Breach severely deflated. Morale low. As they listen to Coach Shawnee there in the background, it has got to be some super stuff to get them through this and get them into the Game 5.
We'll see if you can pull it off. That is definitely a man that I would be paying a great deal of attention to, listening with a open ear, as it were. But we'll see if that Blackheart inertia can carry him through. I know it's all those guys know how to do. I just love that we got the 2 bang out hardpoint maps as well. It's going to be a fun time.
Yeah, it is going to be a fun one. My hands hurt after a few games of ranked. I'm getting old. It's not easy to keep up. You whippersnappers. 4-2 on Colossus so far. Again, the numbers, Mason, tell us that Boston should be happy here. However, the player cams, the current form, the body language doesn't suggest just that. Is it going to be back to old faithful for Boston to get them into Game 5? Or will it be a surprise? Shocking victory here for Vancouver Surge. Let's find out. Here we go, folks, in a map number 4.
We'll see. I think the SMG battle is going to be a key feature as well, whether it be Abe or TJ. They've taken turns bringing the goods in the respawns. Looking at Snoopy and Purge to try to be able to match him. And hey, first blood to set the tone. Nice little one pump, easy drop there from Tej. That's how this game is going to go.
That's how it's going to go. That's it. Over the cam. Tej sends it. He gets his, and he's keeping that pressure. Oh, what a catch. Purge stuck. And Tej, if this is how it's going, it's go in Surge. Nice stuff there off the opening rip. A measly 6 seconds is all Vancouver got out of those shenanigans from TJ.
Yeah, crazy stat, by the way, we just saw that they outslayed by 35 kills on map number 1. That is typically what happens. If you outslay by 35, you 100-point club a team. Generally, you don't lose, but that's for a different team, a different story. Right now, TJ, hot hand, able to clear some space, get the guns flowing. They don't got the spawns for new, but if they're shooting like that, they simply do not need them. TJ looking dominant in this lobby.
Bam! He's air Tej right now. 5 spree. One more for a Hellstorm. Got it! There it is, folks. TJ, 6 spree, 9 and 1, and we are rocking this hard point so far for Surge.
Yeah, and I am not I mean, Breach just do not feel like they are enticed to shoot back against this team. DJ just waiting for the kills to flow his way. I mean, Abe just gives you 2. Great timing there on the jump. And hey, Cammy wins a nice one, but he's just trying to keep the play active. This right now is Surge slammage. But hey, Cammy gets the kill, stays alive, gives you a second, and you just get gifted the back spawns as well. So a momentary mishap for Vancouver, and 20 seconds of scrap time that Surge, well, unfortunately going to give away. Boston happy to collect.
Great workout Cam there on the front line. 4 spree of his own. Could be looking at Hellstorm in a moment's time. Over to P3. Wide out here on Colossus. A little bit rainy. And an aggressive Gwyn. Make sure that Purge sees the respawn screen. A wicked shot from Gwyn on the next man as well as Cammy's spree keeps going. My word, he's got the damage and he doesn't have any teammates to help him out as he is fighting for his life in that tunnel. Purge gets to the fight a little bit later. Gwyn once again. Oh, another pistol, not good enough. What aggression. Absolutely trying to suffocate Boston here on Colossus.
Yeah, gotta say, by the way, nice to see Gwyn with an SMG ahead. It feels a little bit different, I would say. Of course, though, off the respawn, right back to the AR. That is his intended job, intended role. And, well, the second he pulls out the AR, dies immediately to an SMG. Like to see him flying, like to see him frying. Maybe a better key to success, but Boston, it is a slow trickle of a battle back. They have successfully flipped the spawns. Lunar's last man to take care of, and Nasty does. A huge kill to win. Lunar's nearly put you on a mixtape, but instead he got the full rotation over towards New. Purge, though, desperate for some help. Snoopy gives it. Teamwork for Boston on point.
Yeah, absolutely on point. Rotation should be sweet as well. Snoopy Gwyn find each other in the feed. Abe, lovely shots onto an airborne Purge. Now straight towards time he's going to go. Try to get some damage in, try to find any of these players, but they're not going to show face there on the pie as he makes his way through that broken hole on the wall. Oh, and he's brought down Tej Gwyn. It's a clean break from Surge.
And Gwyn's got that Dravik in hand. Always a good sight to see. Get the trophies out if you got them, but if no trophies, gotta be very careful in the hill. Gwyn gonna have to do the dance, but you see the nades missing around the time. The bullets, though, not. Gwyn now isolated, 3 men to beat. Can't quite do enough. Boston battle back, and they might be fighting the old scrap time battle throughout this Colossus. Losing the rotations, but trying to keep it interesting.
I mean, we're keeping it as close as we possibly can. Well, first set, explosive. Tej with a nice stat line, but Nasty. This one's personal. 17 and 9. We are keeping it all afloat. Back in a P1 we now go. It's anybody's hard point, but right now it's Gwyn's.
And Dravik Gwyn as well. All right, I'll stop jinxing it. Nasty there to take him down. Nasty right now, the leading man for his team at 19 and 9. Hey, it's what it's going to be. The M15 can shoot as well. I will offer no commentary on OP weapons in this game. They're honestly equal guns.
It's disgusting work. Well, 19 and 10 there out of Nasty. On the tee, still trying to dance his way through time. Great work out of the Lethals. An explosive hardpoint, possibly the most explosive hardpoint in COD history. It has to be up there. This P1, a nade fest indeed. Pressure here from Vancouver Surge, desperately trying to keep Boston Breach on the yellow side of the map, this side that they're on right now. And Gwyn, oh God, Gwyn can't get a second. Breaks in from Boston, a little bit of time there on P1, and they are flying for P2. Can Lunas get his gun up ready, slow down the Boston attack.
Oh, he's completely back down. He's going to be turtled up in spawn. Good nades and tack and everything usage there coming through Abe and Tej. cleanup crew and all the effort and momentum that you just had, or they'll give up the back spawns immediately. So not playing a controlled game. Nasty gets given the gift towards the back end. Needs to try to see if he can strike some gold, or maybe not. Those are just spawns of hell rolling through. Everybody tucked to the back line. Nasty does indeed deliver, and a chaotic P2 that Boston come out on top. We are in for a battle.
Oh, it's still a battle, and Boston are holding it. Boston are holding it. Gwyn trying to get tricky with the nades here, trying to find some splash damage to those players who are close by, but they're nowhere to be found. Here comes Gwyn, one step at a time, but he's been soaking away this entire hardpoint. Boston, the quick poke in and out, trades it great. The back line, Nasty still good. Hellstorm to work with for the next hill as well. So this is a good look. We should be calling this one in potentially on the next live, because you've won the rotation, Vancouver Surge. Purge in position to hit from tunnel.
This is shaping up to be a game of whoever makes the fewer stakes is going to get that win. Well, on this rotation, Vancouver Surge win the initial gunfights, lose the one that's actually out by time, and can be the player trying to keep it interesting. I feel like that's been the game for Boston. Maybe they get one player in a position to break things down, but when they don't, it is painful. Forced to use the Hellstorm off spawn. We'll see if they can make a dent in the time.
Now we're trying to find the dent. Sidewinders are out, no good on the connect. No good on time either. Oh dear. Boston Breach now having to get it done with the guns. Let's go for a quick listen in with the Breach team.
Three tunnels, boys. Hey, they're chatting. There's three, four, all four on the left side. I can help you. They could go tunnel though. They could go tunnel. Yeah, I'm watching the cross guys. I'm gonna keep my heart up. You can be top mid, okay? Yeah, I'm front of you. Okay. He's tricking. That's fine. One is here for me, yeah. You're trying to I appreciate it. Split me, yeah, we're good. I can be on front, Abe. Abe, really front, bro. My bank front, hills wide. Two front. Wide right. Absolute Abe on time. Absolute on now. I'm going right. I'm coming right. P1 center. Someone needs to get P1 control though. I'm trying to Steve right. They're gonna spawn out. Yeah, tell me, Abe. They didn't come out. Go on front. One more. One shot on the right. On top. Nice shot, boys. Last one, you're close, okay? Looking deep right. Shot off. Yeah, ASD. Hey, I'm nading it. AC, I got nade. I can't shot. I'm gonna double nade it. It's just shot out. AC, jump on top of it. I'm going time. I'm one shot. Hit me on ult. We're in ult and one hit the other stairs, okay? He's on top of the statue and on top of the stairs. Let's nade time and play this guy P4.
Not a bad listening whatsoever there from Boston Breach, prioritizing the parts of the map that they want to have control over in the attempted retake. Third set upon us, and this battle of Colossus continues.
And Purge kicking things off, right? He was sitting around that double neg territory, but got the 2 kills over towards Statue and has continued to fry. There's about a 70-point deficit that right now Boston trying to dig themselves out of, but a comfortable P1. When you get Statue control, everybody in position, and you should be able to hound these players. Abe, nowhere to go. Gwyn gets a kill. You expect the trades. It rolls through. Boston, I mean, the most time they've gotten all game has been on this P1, and they have managed to flip the spawns.
They're alive, and Purge on a 5 spree. Perfect read of the flip as well. Oh, you're a bullet away from getting another Hellstorm here. Purge is holding it down. Luna's the next attempt towards hardpoint. Purge gets away with his life for now. Rotation for P2 covered. Boston Breach are alive and kicking.
Yeah, and a key battle for the back spawns as well. TJ trying to get it going, but yeah, TJ, he has to live here. Needs to be able to get to all of his teammates are working front.
No, it's all front, and they don't get anything done. Abe, he wins the gunfight. Abe wins it on time. The nade now to keep the boys at bay. And you've got the back spawn still for Boston. They have to now try to fight their way through. Abe holding it down. Abe keeping it together. Boston, they can't get out. The pinch is there. Purge red from the back, and now all guns front. Vancouver have hold.
thriving in the mixiness. That was multiple players stacked in around the time, trying to figure out where those spawns are going to be coming from. But finally, a moment of stasis. Boston want to give it one final last-ditch attempt to break over towards New, but they're not going to get anything. It is going to be 240-193 as the new time pops. Boston Breach staring down the barrel of a Vancouver Surge loss. That is a devastating L. They got to make something happen here.
It's not happened yet. Nasty, safe in tunnel. Pinch is on through the blue crate. The Vancouver boys will make their attack. The Godheady in a moment for Abe. Have they read the play on the Godheady? No, they haven't. Purge saves it. So now one flank is completely safe. It's a war on one front right now. And Snoopy, he's the man on the hold. So far, so good.
And Vancouver Surge, I mean, this would be a great time to take a route or call in the Hellstorm. Abe is motionless on the map. So either his controller is died or there's a Hellstorm. Finally, it's rolling through. That took forever to actually get to, but hey, clean 4-man wipe, and that might just be the game.
And that's how you do it. That is how you streak a P3 on Colossus. A worthy investment. 10 CDL points and about damn time Vancouver Surge.
Yeah, what a game. And at least finally some teamwork for the Boston players, both right arms to the back of the head. They had that coordination in game, could have done a little bit more, but Vancouver Surge in the hard points on the Mixie Max, picking them apart. That Blackheart inertia carried them all the way through a 3-1 victory. Finally get the map 1 woes out of the way. I'd say you just had a series for Vancouver Surge where all 4 players at different points in time able to have those pop-off moments, able to throw a strong performance and maybe a little bit more confidence towards the end. I mean, that's roughly 3.5K damage. Every single player down the line having the contribution. Great assist coming through from Lunars, who once again, king of the hill. I mean, that's basically 2 minutes of time he was able to get on each map, thriving in that environment. 12 objective kills as well.
Thoroughly enjoying Luna's objective work. First hard point was great as well. That one doing what they can. A lovely back and forth. Close, but no cigar. There we go. Vancouver Surge have the edge over Boston in the respawns, and that leads to a 3-1 victory. More than enough there to carry them forward. The Blackheart inertia chance is no joke. 250 to 78. That really did set the tone. The Colossus, not enough in the tank there for Boston Breach. Commiserations, lads. They are definitely going through it. As we say, a tough one for Boston. A very, very difficult stretch in the qualifiers towards the Birmingham Major. Well, that is that, folks. That is that. A big win for Surge. Heartbreak for Boston. It's back to the desk.
Vancouver Surge finally get their first win. Good job. And look, man, they did so in phenomenal fashion. That map 1. That's what we got to kind of hone in on. The 100-point club, 250-78. What a way to open the series up. They didn't really slow down too much. Maybe, I guess you can argue on the Surge, but overall, pretty much it controlled the entire series.
Yeah, you know, we highlighted before, like, in this series, they beat them before, right? And it was Abe out-dueling Purge on the other side. Well, today, everybody on the side of Vancouver Surge played well. And I think that's the difference, right? Like, when you get contributions from Abe, the game's going to be that much easier. You started off there. And then Gwyn got activated. Best series team from him in a while. You know, I floated that stat that we talked about where he's 46 to 56 in Slayer rating. 2 years ago, Scott was Rookie of the Year. He could take over games. And we saw that from the Search and Destroy on. Gwyn just had such an impact. And you heard Chance talking about it, particularly when he has the Drovic in hand. He can get loose. He can find a 2-piece, and yeah, Boston looked defeated.
I was gonna say that was a really good point to be made. Of like Gwyn, we just have such high expectations for him from what we've seen in the past. I mean, he was considered one of the best ARs in the game at one point in the past couple of years. So it was kind of like why we've been, I feel like, I don't want to say easy, but like belief in this Vancouver Surge squad, right? Like each of these players fit their roles incredibly well. It was just about if they can do it well together. And for me, this whole series, I think you guys made a great point. Everybody kind of had their moment. Lunars had really good moments. Gwyn obviously take over map number 1. TJ in the middle of this map, I don't think I'd ever want to spawn against him. He
or the start too.
He was shooting.
He's been unbelievable.
Yeah, and you know, there's on this map, you know, I see teams make the mistake so many times, right? Like about where do you want to put your focus? And we get down to like the final P3. You know, you're watching Boston and they're in control. Purge spawns up, another player with them. One guy can go to the back and like block your yellow, but you have to get tunnel control. Especially in desperate moments, people are going to start flying out. You don't double the back there, right? And then hit a late pinch. So some mistakes on the side of Boston, but capitalized on by Serge. And one man in particular, I think we're about to interview.
Yeah, Monster Winner Spotlight. Let's bring Gwyn in. Gwyn, congratulations, brother, on your big win, the first win of this split. How you feeling?
Feeling good. Just taking a day at a time, getting better.
Getting better every day, baby. Boston Breach, though, it seems like you have their number pretty consistently. What is it about Boston Breach? You guys go toe-to-toe pretty often. Why do you think you have your number so well?
I don't think it's anything about that. It's just our team showed up today, and it was good showing out.
Well, more importantly, I guess, you do get your first win. You know, how do you think that, I don't know, betters your chances this split? Because we've been waiting a good while. One of the narratives we kind of said at the start, Toronto Koi, they got their first win. You're obviously battling for a spot in Major 2. So this win has to feel pretty good and potentially sets you up to not be one of the bottom 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, none of us believe we're the bottom 2 teams. We play pretty good in scrims. Not the best, but we play pretty good. We're getting better. Just had to see one go through the net, to be honest. We've been choking so many map ones and everything else. We just had to see one go through the net.
Yeah, you saw one go through, and that was nothing but net, brother. You were balling today, Gwyn. Yo, so talk to me, man. You switched roles. Obviously, you're SMG for so long, and you got an AR in your hand. What's that been like for you, you know, transitioning coming into this game?
I mean, to be honest, before Challengers, I was an AR, like, playing S&D and all this stuff the whole time. I kind of just switched to a sub because I thought that's the easiest way to get in the league. So, like, honestly, like, AR is not that much harder. Like, honestly, I've just been trying to focus on myself. I don't know why I've been playing slow and not slow, but like starting slow in matches and stuff. Because I feel like in scrims I've been playing pretty good with AR. I guess just had to see one go through the net finally.
trying to get that to translate scrims to matches. That's always something players talk about, right? Of like how difficult it can be to be doing well in scrims and then it not really showing. So yeah, shout out on the first win today. You have a unique perspective where you guys aren't just struggling in one area. It's kind of like a back and forth of like sometimes you show strengths here, sometimes you show weaknesses here. What is y'all's approach to fixing those problems? Have you picked out a mode? Have you picked out roles, situations? Like, how are you guys approaching getting kind of out of this rut?
Yeah, a big part of our hard point at first was our breaks.
Yeah.
So then we worked really hard on breaks, and then holding started becoming a little bit of trouble.
Right.
So we've been taking it one step at a time every day, just working on something.
The little building
especially
blocks.
Our S&D, yeah, especially our S&D. Like we have Tej. Like Tej is the Go pioneer. So like us losing S&Ds is just unacceptable for us. Like got better.
All right, Gwyn, well, good job on your first win. Like you said, you're not bottom 2, at least as of right now, so you're killing it for sure. Can't wait to see what you look like at the end of Split 2.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, big win. Got the first one. Hey, this week, Toronto Koi, Vancouver Surge. It's the week for first.
Dude, Tanner, you're drilling in the bottom 2.
I'm sorry, it's what I do, baby. It's what I do. And speaking of bottom teams, coming up next is going to be Optic Texas going against Cloud9 New York. This is going to be a tough one for the C9 boys. Let's see if they can get the job done after the break.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Damn.
Hostiles are setting the device. You're our last chance. Think smart, move fast.
out the coolest kill you've had so far in Black Ops 6.
Act out?
Yeah, show me with your hands. What did you do?
I can't show you the hands, but I can show you the Omni movement.
There we go, there we go. All right, let's check it out, let's check it out.
The chair's gonna...
Yep.
Okay.
Oh! Hit him with the side strafe!
Is he gonna come back?
Thank you all for tuning in. It's week 2, day 1. We'll be back tomorrow for another round.
It's not...
It's vibey in here, man. Down to 3 for either side. This is going to be it. Last ditch attempt. Flying on the point. Joe Deceives gets his. But 3 seconds to go. You've got to get on the zone, lad. Fresh mag. Send it. Wins it. Oh my God. It's a 2v1. Diamond Con. Can you do it? The boys are on the capture. It's now a 1v1. What a round of control. Diamond Con, if you win this. God damn, what a round. It's going to be man on the back line. And then shots.
Get out. Oh my God, get out.
Oh, you're so good, bro.
Oh my God, they're
so good, Ant.
Oh my God, they're dropping it.
Fuse now from
You're so good, Ant.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God,
Oh my God! That was disgusting. Shotzi's winning this map by himself.
Oh my God. Go, baby, come on. That was clean.
Mate, absolutely disgusting. Shotzi, the S&D demon, bro, making it happen. We keep going back to the watch party clips. We have to. Explosive moment. Shotzi makes it happen. Looking to do it again today, by the way. Obviously opposite of no Cloud9 New York. It's going to be a lot of fun to see how this series is going to end up unfolding. More importantly, though, let's highlight Cloud9 if we can. Nezra clutching up S&D. They do get a map win. Look, let's take the victories when we can.
Absolutely.
I like that.
A big play, too. Like, it's a tough situation. Bomb's going to get down at B. He has to 1v3, and he rips Cell, Pred, and then clutches versus Extend.
No, that's crazy, especially for players that are kind of coming up without a whole lot of hype around them. You know what? Take your wins where you get them. I like when Taylor says that. I mean, riding an 8-series losing streak since December, this is kind of to be expected. However, stage 2, first in roto win percentage, so they got their fundamentals down. And when you have a team like this, the most they're going to find success is typically in the respawn. As S&D takes a little bit more time, a little bit more conversation, a little bit more planning. So for Cloud9, it's just taking small steps in the right direction.
I feel like this roster, though, may give us something today. Again, this week has been all...
Really?
Hold up a second, because it's been the week of first, okay? We've had 2 teams break the losing streak. Now, against Optic, I don't think it's going to happen. However, I do think, hopefully, Copium, we'll see a little bit of a better performance from Cloud9 New York. I'm really at least hoping the case. But opposite of them are the Titans, and we've got to talk about them. It's Optic Texas. And this team is on fire. Everything they do is correct. The only downside was losing Major 1, but let's face it, this is still undisputably the second best team in the league. Optic Texas, let's talk about it.
Yeah, and, some could argue the best team in the league. With the way you look at, how the Search and Destroys panned out in that final, could have went either way. For Optic, 8 straight overload wins, have an average margin of +2. They're #1 in possession time and runs per game as well, and #1 on defense. So anywhere you want to take them on overload, they're going to beat you. And then when you talk about this team, they've been improving in hardpoint as well. They've added Colossus and Scar hardpoint to their bag. So going into vetoes, it's difficult against them at any rate. And they're still going to try playing their worst maps in the series. When you look at Blackheart, they've never played it. And then the Scar Search, 3 and 4 or 5, something like that. So yeah, Optic, if we go the distance, if somehow, some miracle allows Cloud9 to get there, they have a chance.
I mean, you notice the auto veto on the Dead in there from Optic. I mean, that is their weakest map, regardless over on hardpoint. You got to ban something, right? And so when I look at this layout for Optic, their main focus to split is just tightening up their map pool and making sure that they can play anywhere. Remember, this is a team that what they're looking at right now is revenge versus Gentlemates, beating teams like LA Thieves, beating teams like Vegas FaZe. So versus a team like Cloud9, you have opportunity in the fact that maybe they're testing some things, but for a team like this needs to be easy handling.
What an insane moment and match for this Cloud9 roster.
I mean, it's the best versus the worst.
Young players from challengers, players coming up through rank, player from a different title.
Watching them from previous seasons, and now they're going against Optic Texas.
Third official matches against Optic Texas is going to be tough.
And then they're like, yo, Mercury's on the opposite side. We were just where he was, and look at where he's going. That's where we want to be. Scott Pick'ems, let's talk about it. Where's our predictions going? Let's open it up hot. I'm going Optic. I don't know if that's a surprise, but that's my pick. Nameless, what about you?
I think we should just put up the green wall here.
I don't even know if we need to go across the board. I agree with you. I think we just brick by brick. Yep.
Brick by brick, okay. Optic all the way. Fans going with them too. Check it out. It's going to be a big series for Cloud9. Let's face it, they've got to go absolutely Super Saiyan. But if they want to get the job done, it's up to them to decide their own destiny. Shift study. Let's get it started.
Yeah, I mean, what do you say here, Jay? I think we remember this story all too well. It's just down to the fact that you have two-time world champions back-to-back, EWC champions, a team of challenge players that haven't broken past the top 12. It kind of writes itself.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about this series. Obviously, you're just hoping that, you prayed to the COD gods last night, especially if you're Okis, to not get as beat up as you did in your last series like you did in Falcons and those respawns, because now you're playing a better respawn team in Optic Texas. I think if you're Optic, this is one of those series that you wake up 5 minutes beforehand. Like when we go to a listening early on, Dash is going to sound like he's one shot just because of the form that Cloud9 currently find themselves in. Barely any experience, coming from different titles, have only found one map win underneath their belt, and that's because Falcons threw away a lot of those situations. And now you're potentially playing the best team in the game. You just got to show me what you got.
Yeah. Is there any hero building in the fact that the Riyadh Falcons from last year got their first win versus Optic?
I was thinking that too, but I think this is just a totally different situation, man. At least when Falcons got their first win, they picked up players with some world champions, so they had experience. Still, these guys don't have a vet yet.
All right, well, let's just get on into it. And hey, what about an opener like this? 3 in the feed already for Cloud9. The only one really left withstanding that battle is Shotzzy, and he is going to play his life because Cloud9 do not get the read that Optic had flipped around the spawns. Good response, though. Encourage and Hide will at least keep Cloud9 to the hard point for now. Optic still swarming, but absent from finding any early time.
Okay, all right, C9. Guns are hot. Okis off to a 2-1 start, make it 3-1 start. ARs are firing, SMGs are creating space. So far been basically perfect here at the P1 of managing the spawns, because Optic, with specifically out of shots, he just late pinching over towards White Wall. He tried to flip them on the preferred side, but Cloud9 have been able to manage this. So far, so good here at the P1.
Indeed, indeed. And they've got a pretty good rotation. Look over towards 2. Nezra in some trouble will fall. Hook with the trade. At least allows an opportunity for Optic to fight over the top of the time. Okis up top, almost able to lock down one, but no, largely blindsided. And Optic will play a little bit of recovery after largely getting pushed around on P1, and they are set up pretty perfectly here for 2.
Okay, so Cloud9, can they get their first break attempt successfully underneath their belt? As they find the opening kill, it's just Hide a little bit too aggressive on the pinch, gives up his life for free. Now you turn it into a 2v2, and Mercules and Hook are able to clean up the rest. Optic so far flawless here at the P2, continue to hold.
Yep, really good response to the first wave, and now Shotzzy can play the cutoff man over the middle of the map. Now, though, he does get cut down, so Cloud9, one last flood from the front. You also have Nezra working on the rotation over through the middle of the map. Kills are coming the way of Cloud9. Hook up top, waiting for Dashy to respond, and that is pretty much as perfect as it gets. Optic Texas will take the lead, have the last 10 seconds go their way, and with that win through mid-map, rotate over to 3 first.
Yeah, and that's where Cloud9 just have to show drastic improvement very quickly versus some of the best teams in the game. You cannot go one-on-one. When we find the opening kill, we need to overwhelm them with our numbers. But when you force one-on-one gunfights versus players like this, you're most likely not going to lead to a break. And now Optic have an opportunity to chain that ending of P2 to this P3 and blow the game wide open.
And this is an identity moment right now. If you're a Cloud9 fan of, does this team have something to show us in terms of what do we do when we need to break? Those are the conversations that are still ongoing right now if you're a new team like Cloud9. And they do well to at least contest some of the time and push Optic back to a 50-50 fight after the setup was so convincing. But largely the second hit has not developed. Dashy and the rest of Optic locking things down perfectly, and that little pinch route from Hercules will pretty much guarantee the time and start working on some pressure to New.
Yeah, so now potential chance to chain P2 to P3, and now to P4 if Hercules can find this one-on-one. You're finessing around the backside if you are Nezra, but the stun is able to connect. Doesn't impact the gunny on the side of Hercules. So a clean 4 dead off the rotation. The scoreline continues to get worse, and Cloud9 are forced to find another break.
Decent idea right there from Shotzzy, going prone outside of the old hill to stay away from that P3 heady. Gives Hook a chance to respond to the play. They do not read Encourage, though, right now around the back. So an opportunity here for Cloud9 to flip things around. Can they win the gunfights, though? That's what's important. As Hyde is able to give yourself one. Hook still keeping a play alive towards White Wall. Spawns for Cloud9 are still in, just barely, if that, for one player. Hercules, big gunfight here, able to find the win. On the other side, now it's just out. Can you pinch the hill together? And Okus, well, he's not able to do too much from that position. Counter break good for Optic.
Yeah, counter break great from Optic. Well played out of Hercules and Hook to just find every single kill on so many different angles. But Cloud9 still send one more player at it. And for now, he's soaking up this final 15. Nezra, can he try to hold the line or at least keep him away off the rotation to New? He cannot. And now Optic trying to clear out some space in the middle of the map, but Cloud9 are fully set up.
Yep. First points that we've seen since P1, though, for Cloud9 largely. Hyde, nice moment there, wins back the field, and this is a pretty solid setup. If you take a snapshot of it, it's just down to do you get the reads and do you win your gunfights. And Okus is a little bit surprised by the Optic hit around the side. Now the fight going up top, and that is in the first break attempt. A successful break for Optic. The spawns and the hill go their way.
Yeah, it's just the first time it works out. Leads to Optic getting a good chunk of time here. Now at the P5, so 30 seconds to fight for. All of C9 trying to break through the middle of the map. The Nuke is watching the back line. You have Shotzzy aggressive up through plane. Just needs to win his one-on-one. But they are setting up the plays to perfection to walk right into the pre-armor of Hook. Another 4 dead, a 60-point lead and climbing. And Optic have flipped him to the backside of green.
Yeah, the moments where Optic have been bounced out have been very small and very far between. Hook is 17-8. You still have 15-10 out of Merc, 16-11 out of Shotzzy. Everyone is frying. Yeah. It's just been in the moments where Cloud9 do successfully get some sort of a pushback. Optic take their time, they restructure, then they hit you back with a huge left hook. So it's been really good right now for Optic. But back to P1 we go. This is where Cloud9 found the majority of their time, largely up until that last P5. Dashy in some trouble, gonna get some help from Hercules, who's running a sub at the moment, but trades are in. Nezra through mid-map, able to get some damage down, and we'll finish with the pistol, but not enough conviction here for the Cloud9 setup to get much time, if any at all, here on P1. And as Optic try to fight back from the blue side of the map, we'll jump over and see how they're coming with an Optic Texas. Listen in.
I'm gonna go left. Wait, one could have got a white wall. They're gonna be flanking me right, probably. Yeah, probably. Been dated heavy. Heavy right. So one guy's on new. Oh, 2 on new, guys. They're rotating. Hey, top. What is 2? Low no. Watch out. Alright, that's perfect. Let me top. Yeah, we get further now. One shot at old. I'm nading him. Set him. I kept him one shot. Yep. My nade should come. I'm gonna flank the right. Go there. I'm just gonna be like pushed up our top like inner left side peon. Go dead. Nice. Yeah, push up our hut in our hut corner. I'm on these guys top lane. We still have corner hut. He's one shot. Yeah, I flipped. Front check, hit him one high. What's up again? Top wood. Kid's still on me. He's there side. There's 2. One shot that. They're all weak on me blue. They're all weak. What's that? Dead? You could, I think I'm probably one more shot. Wait, are you spawning them on me? You stop with me. Yeah, on me green. Dead. Guys, one's a bottom blue. One's a broken. I'm starting now. You want top blue? Top broken on me. Yo, going backwood. One's top, encourage. Top, and one's intercept. Watch out this ant. Watch out this shit. Nice ant. Yo, top wood.
Nice little comedy moment right there from Shotzzy getting his calf raises done on the second floor of the staircase. Just kind of popping it, trying to look for the knife, but off the spawn, Optic just handling business. Nice shots from Hook. 22 and 14 on the old time at 2. Rotation to 3 once again, going to be owned by Optic with Dashy watching mid. And no, can't turn that into a second, but should be enough damage for Hook to follow up, and it is.
Yeah, it's just an easy cleanup kill there for the Nuke. Now you have rotation in your back pocket as well over towards P3. The kill feed continues to light up red, and now you have the Nuke hitting that route to try to flip the spawns on the opposite side. Wins another one-on-one. Dashy wins his one. Spawns now flip, but Cloud9 get the break.
It's a nice moment right now for Cloud9, but they have a lot of work to be done. And what we've said in the past on this map already is, yes, you get the first part of the job done, but can you actually set up a hold? And, well, there's your answer. Immediate counter break from Optic once again. So we saw that happen on 5. We're seeing it again here on 3. And that's really been the only moments that Cloud9 have scored outside of the opening 25 seconds that they had on P1. Follow up here, a big commitment to hitting through the old time for scrap, and Mercules takes care of everybody. 4 in a row. Now working on the rotation to help out, and he's going to be good for 5 up top. Oh my goodness. Merc is putting him in the blender, knows there's someone else nearby, and will eventually be shut down as the fight for the spawns continue.
Oh yeah, but you think your backside is cleared on now because you take care of Mercules. Here comes the nuke from the opposite side. Hard blocking towards the backside. A blue almost gets the better there of Ocus, but it's still C9 holding on for now. Whip out an extra AR, set up the crossfires to make your job a whole lot easier, but so far so good from C9.
Yeah, so far so good indeed, but here it comes again. The next hit. Not very well received. Not received well, not even received at all. They say, hey, come on in. Water's fine. It's just a little too simple. And again, we're going to run out of lifeline here to kind of give some copium to this Cloud9 roster, but at this point, through a couple of weeks worth of action and whatever time they had before the season restarted here, it's just these moments in Hardpoint, like talking about like what is our setup going to look like halfway through the hill? What is the break setup going to look like if we don't have the rotation win? Like those things are going to be difficult to really frame up, and for a team that we have yet to see on Scar, that's what's really hurting them right now.
Yeah, it's just because of the experience, man. You're playing next level Call of Duty versus the best players in the world. The things that you do in challenges you get away with, you just can't do it here in the pro scene. You're losing every single rotation basically, and then well, for their first rank attempts, they are breaking you with ease. So it's just nothing going right now for C9. Optic still have an opportunity to close it out here at the P5. Dashy rips another one. He's just trying to end positive just like his teammates.
Yep, it looks like it should be pretty good to do that, although that little trade at the end may stop that in its tracks. But what a map from Hook. 31 and 21 Mercules, not to be outdone. 33 and 22. I mean, everyone is just absolutely frying. So
yeah, this is what you expect though, Al, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of them series, everybody's got a 1.5.
Yes. Seems to be the case. So Cloud9 little lifeline here at the end, moving over to P1, but that wipe will pretty much determine it. And yeah, I mean, is there a misevaluation there, Jay? I feel like in new teams, they come together, there's 3 things you worry about. What do our break setups look like when we lose rotation? What do our perfect setups look like when we win rotation? And then what does it look like if we break and hold in the middle of a hard point? Like, it doesn't feel like Cloud9 really has that going right now.
Yeah, you just broke down hard point in general, man. If you're not doing good in any of those categories, you're most likely gonna get steamrolled. And that's just what happens when you're playing against the best players in the world, man. And experience is going to play a factor. Reputation or reps versus the best teams is going to play a factor. And when they're just beating you to all the power punches, they're winning those rotations, you're losing track of certain players and they're making you pay for it. Yeah, it's just going to be continuously just a learning experience for C9. You somewhat fought there. You had a great P1. Some situation when you're in rotations, you're able to hold it down, but just a second or third attempt where Optic are not willing to give it up for free. It's one of them stat padding series. Everyone going positive besides Dashy. Just an easy game there for Optic.
Yeah, I think the only takeaways for Cloud9 is you could say, hey, whatever we drafted up in terms of our break off, that worked. And then we had what? We had 2 good breaks. I mean, honestly, like break attempt wise, you had the one on 5 in the first rotation and then the other one on 3 in the second. But it's then like after we successfully break, what does the setup look like in low numbers? Like it just, again, those protocols just are obviously not there yet. And it's difficult. I mean, because when we look at challengers players that get called up, especially younger ones, they're usually 1 or 2 that are matched with a couple of veterans that can lead you through those discussions. These are 4 guys who have never even come close to sniffing this level of competition before. So like you mentioned, they don't have that type of experience running that kind of practice, running that kind of discipline in those protocols. And that's just where I think this team is really going to struggle no matter how good the guns are, which to be fair, there are moments where it's like these guys are shooting. It's just they're fighting from really tough gunfights.
Yeah, and we keep on saying like stage 2, you have 11 matches. You have a lot of opportunities to obviously with time get better throughout every single series. But just right now, the schedule for them hasn't really been the easiest. You lose that series versus Falcons. You get 3-0'd by G2. And now you're playing against Optic. So you're most likely staring down the barrel of an 0-3 start here in stage 2. But it's just about like just gaining confidence as such a young player very early into your career. A lot of these matches are not going to go your way, but you cannot allow it to kill your confidence. You got to continue to learn, because losing is learning, winning is teaching. And right now you're doing a lot of the situations where you just need to be whipping out the textbook, writing down a couple notes, and realize what's going wrong.
Yeah, like pull out the whiteboard on like the screen share and like, all right, let's just draw. Like you go here, you go there. Yeah, it's tough scenes. And again, like looking down at like what they've already done. Like they've already been put in the 100-point club once. A couple of decent fights for Cloud9 and a couple of other hard points. But yeah, those are the same things that we talked about like when we watched them play Den against G2. Same situation. Speaking of Den, hey, perfect segue. Didn't mean to do that. Den coming up for the Search and Destroy. Another map that this team of Cloud9 has not played yet. They did look good on the Scar search after dropping early. I mean, they were down early in that game versus Riyadh. They came back nicely and ran a couple of rounds in a row to really give themselves some momentum. But for Texas, you know, we saw them obviously round 11 against Miami in their win recently. Have not played this map a ton though, even though they've found a lot of success on it.
Yeah, they're sitting at 3-0 so far in the season, and obviously what we saw yesterday versus Miami was just the Shotzzy show. Like if you allow that guy to get lost or dictate how the game is going to be played, the game is very easy, because yesterday this guy single-handedly got this map done for them. 9 non-traded kills, 100% in an opening duel win percentage, and then KD at 2 point. Yeah, the guy just went ballistics. If you allow this guy to get lost in your spawn or to make those plays where he's just loose, yeah, you're not going to have fun. So Nezra, I think on the opposite side for C9 is the guy, and I'm looking to equalize it.
That's just, dude, like, let's just zoom out. Like, you just told me Shotzzy, guy who's been in the league since 2019, 2020.
3-time world
championships across different titles. And Nezra, who I'm sure 90% of the YouTube chat is like, who? Like, it's just, it's tough, man. It's just on paper, this is a mismatch of all mismatches. So, it's a tall ask, but hey, the shine of the light, even if it's not necessarily cast upon you, can be bright when you're playing up against Optic. So maybe a chance to try to establish. Because let's be honest, I think you point to a good player. Like Nezra in his debut versus G2 looked good. And I would say just kind of overall, he's probably been one of their better players, if not their best player to this point, based on the numbers alone, if not the eye test.
Yeah, he's been definitely like passing the eye test when you talk about this new C9 roster. It's just non-stop confidence with the SMG, not afraid to make plays. He showed a little bit ever since he's entered the building, but now versus Optic, your S&D game needs to be on point. Thankfully, I've been able to watch these guys the last couple of days, and just like S&D chows, they play with each other, if it's 2v2, 3v3, so they should have the chemistry, but Mercules finds the first blood still.
And look at this. Merc will back away. Shotzzy will step in, knowing that he's in a good spot to watch this rotation, but Oka sniffs that out first. Good awareness there. So the 3v3, but trying to retake through the scope of Dash, it could be difficult. Gets one, says that's good enough, backs away, has a chance at another, but sees the info. Hyde will be traded, and then over the top of the bomb, yeah, you're talking about the best pistol player probably in the league right now. A couple of opening headshots makes it easy to follow up on.
Yeah, just a bait and switch right there to close out the round, but it all starts with Mercules just being the decoy on the opposite side of the map and getting one, because he draws the attention, allows the bomb to get planted. Even though Shotzzy gets picked off, you know that Mercules is still going to be involved in the play. Dashy makes it a 3v2. You get the trade towards outer, and then Mercules puts the finishing touches on the round. Opens up with 3. Optic up 1-0.
Very clean, very comfortable. And just a lot of credit, I think, to Merc finding that first blood and knowing the situation. Textbook, business as usual. Cloud9 now on for their offense. Let's see what we get in terms of any offers from them. A little split, showing some force by nades across the map, and now we're going to get a little bit of a burst over. And Shotzzy just, dude, that is so dirty. Like between the shingles and like how the sun hits the roof, it puts him in a very obvious yet not obvious spot. Good trade though for Nezra, keeps us 3v3, plus a follow-up here from Okus. We'll have the B-side open.
Yeah, now Okus is giving the information to the teammates. This B-side might be open because we got the kill on the opposite side. They most likely rotated back.
Whoa.
But now that you find that frag all the way in the backside of Dojo, it's a 1v3 for Merc, but he has an angle.
And that's going to be the bomb carrier down. Tags are out. Able to get the second. No way!
Oh, my!
Oh! It can't happen. And even Dashy's looking at him like, bro, what did you just do?
You see, like, even with Cloud9 think you start gaining some life. We already got the scuffle of the game in round number 2. You're planning on an angle he's able to see you from. You're challenging without your teammate in the vicinity, or he was, but just doesn't hit any shots. The golden child pulls off another 1v3, and all the momentum Cloud9 just gained instantly stripped away. Optic up 2-0.
I think Encourage hit one bullet on Mercules.
Hell no.
That's what I'm saying. Oh my goodness. Dashy. Oh, you thought, but Shotzi's right there. Just multiple angles of approach to get that first blood. And meanwhile, we got 1v1s across the map. Hyde does win his, though. Mercules a kill away, likely from getting the Hellstorm, and that's a freebie. No, doesn't have it. Not quite there. So now he just needs one more thing.
Yeah, he still knows Hyde's here. I just got the kill on this side, so he has to be close towards us, but just going to disengage with his teammate dropping.
Oh, man.
Dashy has info onto Nezra, but only a pistol in hand, and Nezra's just going to turn around and play the corner and get the better of Dashy. But once this bomb plant goes down, Hellstorm earned, and can Mercules have another clutch?
1v2 this time. Technically easier. Oh, my gosh. If he decides to full wrap this. Oh, dude.
Man.
This kid's situational awareness is next level. Knows that these guys are new, likely going to play on top of one another. You knew Dashy was chasing one. Unbelievable. Does he get an angle? Unbelievable. Now to the 1v1. Hyde. Gonna try to hop for it. Merc. Jumps, checks, serious? Has the angle. Are we kidding?
Dude. I'll tell you, these guys are pissing down their leg. Like, that is just unacceptable. I can understand the first guy committing on the defuse. Like, okay, we're trying to draw him out. But Hyde, you know where he is. He has the angle. He just killed your teammate from this angle, and he spotted you hop on the defuse. I don't know what Cloud9 are doing right now, but Mercules said, all right, cool, I'll keep on clutching up these rounds. Hellstorm in the back pocket, 1v3, 1v2. Optic up 3-0.
What do you say?
Can't say nothing now.
Revel in the majesty of what we're watching. Hook, set nade, plus a follow-up. I mean, it just feels like we're checked. It just feels like we're completely checked. Nothing's working for Cloud9. They're going to try to desperately back away, and Optic are just holding down the left stick, saying, we're just better. Yep. He pistol whips this guy.
Ah, damn. Mercules had to kill him with a stun. For some reason why Dashy dies there. But that round is very quickly taken care of early on. From the nuke, finding an opening kill with the frag, and then find instantly the second kill with the M15. Just keep the numbers on your side. Don't allow Cloud9 to regroup in the back of their spawn as you trap them on that side. And Optic playing flawless here in the search and destroy. And keep in mind, they also got a Hellstorm to guarantee this next offense if they wanted to.
Oh, man. Well, I imagine Scump and the rest of the boys are laying back and laughing.
Cooling, bro. Cooling it. I'm telling you. Just like the
curling the mustache. Like, you see? Hellstorm out. Bomb plant to be on the way. And if you're Cloud9, just please do not die to this. And they shouldn't.
Well, Encourage is isolated in towards Dojo. But they're not going to force that gunfight. Just going to keep him alive. But the bomb is getting planted. They're setting up Shotzi on the late pitch.
Yep, and Shotzi got around the backside of Hyde. So now he's just green pastures maybe, but turns not able to get the burns. So now 3v2 for Cloud9. Time ticking under 30 seconds though. And Merc still has yet to die. Here comes the play in through 10. Semtex queued up. Easy read. Ocus, the rest of the gang follow through, and okay. It'll stop at 10 for Mercules, and Cloud9 will get around.
Good stuff out of C9 to manage the Hellstorm coming in. No one drops. You find the first blood, and then Hyde just gets the greatest timing possible on the rat back through Dojo to catch Shotzi on the pinch. You're minimizing all the angles, potentially that they're going to try to work to keep this bomb from being defused. And then you just isolate the last two guys with your numbers to finally get one on the board. They should have two, but now they got one.
Yeah. Definitely should have two, but...
maybe three.
Maybe 3, true, because the 1v2 afterwards, you know, you're right. Whoa! Okay, we've got set nades on set nades. And that is just the perfect read right there. And that's one of those moments where, like, you walk into a set nade like that and you're just like, wow, we need to get into some custom games and do some work if you're Cloud9.
Now it's a 1v3 for Ocus. I'm going to be down towards low couches. Dashy shows a shoulder, gets the info, and look how fast Hook and Mercules are reacting to it. Just don't want to allow this guy any space. Don't give him a chance at clutching up this round. And the Nuke holding the angle. He's able to clean up house. And Optic now at game point.
Oof. Well, we'll take a look at the opening set play, because it is just an opening nade, follow-up gunfight, and of course the scope from Dashy. Everything just built to be prepared for this play over through mid. And this look for Dashy on to encourage, also pretty darn good. I don't think that was from that last round.
Yeah, that was from the previous. Yeah, that was definitely from the previous. But it's all good. Dashy still hits his shots. Doesn't matter. Optic at game point. Mercules with a 10-0 KD. Trying to one-up it potentially here. As they're getting aggressive. Single-handedly is going to be shots. He gets picked off. So now if you have the numbers of your C9, forced them to beat you by plenty.
Yep. Don't get picked by Dashy. Little snap doesn't hit. Hyde playing close onto 10. Merc trying to isolate. And if he gets around the backside and feels like he can clear 10, that would be insane, because that would be a freebie. Dashy's watching, waiting for contact. Hook still floating with the bomb behind this play. And it really just comes down to, yep, do they know Hyde's intent, and how they do with Dashy falling.
And Hyde is going to be ready for the second gunfight as well. So now the Nuke left in a 1v4. Great plays out of the young gun to be trapped between a rock and a hard place and walk out on top. Not going to give the Nuke a chance there, and C9 now starting to make some plays. 5-2.
Okay. Signs of life in ways. But like you mentioned, it's just like you go back, you take away those 2 clutches from Merc. This is a totally different game, but the problem is those things didn't happen. So you still have a long way to go here, but you've survived through the Hellstorm, which is fine. It just comes down to how do you modify and mold your playbook to continue to gain advantages against a team like Optic. Yeah, because it's going to be, it's not as easy as just like, oh, just shoot your gun a little bit straighter and better, and then you'll start winning rounds. Like, this map has been controlled by Optic pretty much through and through.
Yeah, and Cloud9 are going right back to the strategy that has hurt them, which is just taking the map. Because when you do this, you give up all the opposite sides of the map, and Optic are able to take the space, but you're able to find the first blood onto the Nuke. Nez was able to get into bottom service, fight game number 2, and has all the info here to potentially close this out clean. 1v3 for shots.
Yeah, and Shotzi will fall. So that's like Cloud9 saying, all right, we threw rock in the rock, paper, scissors battle on our last offense, and it got countered by paper. Let's just throw rock again to see if we can get it out. And it works, because this time Optic are not prepared for the mid hit, so it's one of those things like, that's maybe astute play calling right there from the IGL. Be like, okay, they just blind countered us there. Like, there's no way they do that again. Let's just try it. And this time it works out nicely. So, hey, okay, that works.
Yeah, it's just back-to-back rounds there where Shotzi and Hook are playing them with no respect. Like, it's the previous round when Shotzi gets first blooded on their attack, aggressive as hell through mid-cut. That time it's Hook trying to answer. Just gets picked off. This is where Optic usually, though, lock it right back in. A couple rounds they let get away from them. Going to go back to what has been working. Take this space away at B, and let's just get the bomb planted.
Yeah, just force the gunfights on your terms. This is a very natural and pretty normal setup towards B. Nades over the top for Cloud9 are decent, but they don't get any kills. Shotzi tagged, has to hold off for just a moment, and Cloud9 are going to try to re-clear mid and try to hit this post plant retake from 2 points of ingress, but Mercules is watching that hit at mid, meaning now the dojo play needs to start to create something, and Shotzi gets the green light, but gets hit by Encourage, so it's on to Mercules to rotate back over to the action. Has help inside from Hook, or does he? Now it's just down to Mercules. Pistol out. Off the reload. Nade doesn't tag fully. Time on his side. But the space is not looking good. 8 seconds. Oh, he's got an angle on the bomb diffuser. What are we doing? No way.
Yeah, Mercury's just broke them down. Yeah, let's just put the headset down. I gotta go use the bathroom. Those guys just continue to break when Mercury's is the last player alive. He's isolated. You know exactly where he is. You have to be the aggressor. Don't give him an angle to potentially take down Nezra. Just encourage chooses wrong. And that allows Mercury's to have 3 clutches in this search and destroy for Optic to go up 2-0 in the series.
I mean, that has to be the definition of encourage is nervous. Like, it's Mercules on the other side. My former teammate. I know what he does. I played him with them on Stallions all last year. But to hold the heady when you have Merc at 1 HP and not slide out to protect the only angle you can stop the defuse from happening, that's straight and just nervelessness from Encourage.
Yeah, I told you, it's like they're pissing down their legs. Like, whenever Mercules is the last one alive, you have to be able to send him. What does Pred say? One shot, you chase him down like he stole your kid. Guess he must have not saw that video, but now you got to fight back down 0-2 on Exposure Overload.
Yikes. That's not good news if you're a Cloud9 fan. Not good news at all. For Optic fans, you're just sitting here loving life.
Cool,
just
like
absolutely
this.
loving it. Yeesh, absolutely casual, chilling. It's been one-sided. We'll see how things decide as we move into the overload on the backside of the break. Optic all over it. Mercules all over the search and destroy. And it just happens to be one of those green wall waves that's just hitting hard against this very inexperienced Cloud9 team. See what happens to the overload, though, when we come back. Don't go far.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
In Call of Duty, stars are made while pursuing greatness. They channel legendary performances through the sound of a ticking clock, a high-stakes situation, or an unfavorable scoreboard. One such star is Mason Mercules Ramsey. He's a soft-spoken lad who stands toe-to-toe with the league's very best, but when the time comes, snaps into deadly form.
The spawn play in his life, and this man is gone!
Behind each player is a story. How did he arrive here?
So I started playing challengers, and about halfway through MW3, we made it to the last chance qualifier. We had to win one match to go to champs, and we lost them both.
Mercules, the new guy up, looking to earn his way to champs. Stun is out. Assault sends home.
Yeah, that kind of sucked, but thankfully BO6 came around. I got to start the season on a better team.
Cross from on top of the Lambo. He has a chance at this. Count.
Stop takes some space, but Mercules is able to catch him.
I'm not sure if we're really bringing this up just yet, but I think Beans is going to be involved. This is a beansless meal here at the major.
Man. Is it officially no Beans?
I think it's
The circumstances were definitely unexpected going into the Toronto major, but
Merc is a slayer, right? He's been getting crazy gas, Chris. Like, he's been going off in challengers, so he's just got to come in and find those kills.
just made the best out of it.
Initial gunfights, but the young gun.
Ultra.
What's the shot? Stop the cross. Remember the name. It's Mercules.
No, storylines like that write themselves, so it's easier for us to sort of follow. But when that kid went on there, and obviously like the amount of people talking about him, immediately had him on my radar and sort of kept my eye open.
After a crazy series of events, the rookie finds himself on the roster of Optic Texas, and it is there that his newfound legacy would be cemented.
It's history in the making! Back to back! World champions!
He understands the game really well. He kind of just does him, honestly. Usually when they're new, like, they have like a little ego, but for him, for whatever reason, like, he just trusts us, and I mean, this kid is a generational talent.
From a competition standpoint, his future is bright. From everything else, the ceiling is, who knows?
Welcome back to Call of Duty League, and well, if you're being a good COD fan, you're watching the Cup right now. It's going on. Challengers Cup is hot and live, and well, our T-Bush boys are watching an absolute battle between P7 Notorious. These are two of the top teams in North America, period, and they are battling right now. So big shout out to the extra coverage that's coming through from all the Challengers love. Of course, all the Telluride Butch guys, we love those guys. They are passionate, to put it plainly. And Jay, let's just, maybe this is the easy segue. We've seen a lot of players from Challengers get picked up in the past.
Oh, yeah.
We've never seen it like this, where it's all players who have never seen the league before except for Exceed. Is that the right move? Because right now it feels like no.
No, I think it's definitely not the right move right now, because even some players and challengers are not even accepting offers because they're finding a lot more success in challenges. It's just a mixed fest of a year so far, but I don't know. I think we're only going to have to wait with more time to develop how the game changes, potentially some new maps, bring some new life into the scene, but at least for Cloud9 right now in this matchup, yeah, I don't really know what I was about to say there. Yeah, Optic are the best Overload team in the game. Good luck.
Yeah, between them and FaZe right now, right? They're definitely they're definitely leading the charge in terms of what the mode should look like.
It's just like because FaZe have an auto veto. Optic play every map.
That is true. That is true. Hey, that's a good title for it. They'd be balling. Yeah, first across the board pretty much everywhere except for goals per game, but honestly, that doesn't make much of a difference because even if they are low-scoring games, they're usually winning. They've only dropped 4 overloads in the entirety of the season, and the ones they did were, well, they were pretty much close, I would say, except for like one match that I can remember where it was like they got a little bit beat up, but they, like you said, play everywhere and they play everything, and they're looking disgusting in the map 3s.
Oh yeah, they are on an 8-game win streak in this mode. They are the #1 overall team, KD. They're the best at having the time of possession. They're the best at also defending when the time comes. Like, these guys are just a lot to handle, and it's just difficult when you have individual players who can consistently win their one-on-ones. Your pace playmakers are Shotzi and Hook. Sometimes they whip out ARs just to have a little bit of defense, but Mercules and Dashy aren't slow pokes as well. So these guys are just fluid around the map in the new mode.
Well, we'll see if Cloud9 can find a way to respond, and boy, do they need to, because right now through the second qualifier, of course, they are down at the bottom. They're actually down at the bottom of the overall leaderboard right now as well. Just a 1 series win so far for Cloud9. Boston, struggling, dude. I mean, especially after that last series, you kind of sit here and wonder, where are they going to go?
Know.
Somebody save Nasty is what I think the general consensus would probably be. But really all the teams from 6 down to 12 are trying to desperately find wins here early. You just don't want to be in a situation where you're 1-4, 2-5, trying to like get back into this format into stage 2 where you're fighting then for your life the rest of the way out.
Yeah, I think it's just, you know, for all those teams that are sitting through that 6-12 spot, you got to guarantee these kind of wins. Like, for Boston to lose like the way they did versus Vancouver definitely caught a lot of people off guard, but just a recent form of Boston, you can sort of see it playing out that way. It's just with Vancouver getting that W, everything shakes up with potentially who's going to be the final 2 that don't make it to Major 2. But for Cloud9 right now, you just need to gain some momentum, some kind of confidence, something to ride on going forward in the rest of your matches. So far, you finding 2 kills for early map control.
Yep, again, breakoffs have been fine for Cloud9. It's just down to what happens in the second, the third, the fourth layers of these plays that are happening. It's almost like, okay, we did A, so we must now have the ability to get to Z without going through B and Y first. Go with me. Gotcha. Here we go. Thank you. Appreciate that. Follow up, though, for Cloud9 decent. We'll still battle over the middle of the map.
And now Shotzi has to be more aggressive on this flank route because he was trying to be the lead blocker over towards the B point, but with his teammates losing those fights, now C9 are the aggressors, have all the space over towards B. Not a single player from Optic in the vicinity to try to contest this, and Cloud9 maintained them in map control and are now dominating in the kill feed.
And they have a setup to possibly relay. Let's see how they're going to calm this through as we jump over to a C9 listening.
Okay.
Hold the ball.
Who was close?
Wait,
Who was close?
oh my god, bro.
Yeah.
Bad, I got it.
Nice score, nice, thank God.
Nice, good job, bro.
I got one on the right.
Spawn right. Cut their spawn.
Yo, Jenny.
I'm going all right. Merc squad going to the two deep right. Kill one. There's no deep right. That's two deep right.
Oh, you remain nice. Good.
Take your time, bro. You're alone on the right. I spawn close.
He jumped out.
Bottom right.
I have your up deep right. I have your slide. If you slide, I have your slide.
Before.
Deep right. One shot back right. One's close as well.
He's in the cut. He's inner spawn.
They already got it. Spawn's mid. Ball spawns mid.
Already already. Shotzi, our side, on a blue box.
Yeah, Shotzi got me. He's back 18.
Blue van.
Got him.
I'm in there, Zig. Yeah,
I'm dead. Yo, one's through our right and one's our bottom ring Merc.
I'm playing for this kid in our spawn.
Just keep playing.
Actually, they're both our side now. Like bottom ring and
my bad.
There's one bottom, top ring.
Can't play.
One shot Zig.
Can't play.
Merc. They're gonna get all up.
I killed ball. Ball dead. There's no guy low ring and mid. Low ring and mid.
Gotcha. I have left cut off, bro.
I don't see. They're going right.
They have to go right.
Going right.
Close to our side. Okay, back right. Kind of weak.
Back right.
All right, decent moment, kind of looking at that relay, although it got a little scary, just a touch. Optic do respond with one, though, and with 2:15 on the clock, a chance to possess the ball a little longer.
Yeah, but they keep on losing their lead blocker, and Mercules has a Hellstorm in the back pocket, but he's carrying the EMP, so he can't call this in and get the score at the same time. But this is where the reinforcements are starting to hit. 2 in favor of Optic. You just need to get this trade under courage, and you potentially have another score, but it's the route from Nezra. Just keep them at bay. Allows your teammates back into play.
Well, fortunately, he cannot kill enough time for the EMP to reset, though. So very quickly, 2-2. Mercury's going to drop the Hellstorm in now by playing through mid, but who could, as the lead blocker, will drop. So now it's just down to, can you actually do anything to control this EMP? Nice route here from Shotzi. Should have at least some sort of an opening through the panels. And that's only gives you the one, though. So yeah, Hellstorm largely negated once again by Cloud9. Just comes down to, can they actually get a read to set up some sort of an offensive play?
Yeah, and they know that Shotzi's roaming in their spawn. But Shotzi isn't worried about the EMP for now. He's just focused on spawn, killing the last two guys. Only able to take down Okus. But his teammates are now in the position that they want to be in. You're just not clutching up in these fights. Cloud9 are winning one-on-one after one-on-one, but you need to trade Dashy before he gets anything else, because now everything gets shut down.
Shotzi now trying to chase. Interesting. Optic looking just to heavy stack this B lane. It's just going to be Mercules here, rotates away. So this is, yeah, Optic choosing to chase from behind here. A lot of trust that Merc is going to be able to hold this while Shotzi tries to get involved in the play, but he's going to be there a little bit too late. Really interesting call there by Optic to not really enforce the middle of the map and just kind of try to play from behind the play. Allows Cloud9 to score, and with 30 seconds left, now it's just down to if they can get their way back over towards the new EMP, and Nezra's double will stop Optic in their tracks.
Yeah, they're already in a position to try to get 4 before halftime. It's just that lead blocker, Inokus can't afford to chow at that moment. Before EMP is in your possession, before your team is even up on the map to potentially get the trade, you give up your life, but you still got Nezra here on 5 in a row. Can't predict right on which way he needed to look, but ball, EMP over towards B.
Opportunity, but stops for a moment. You pick it up right before the overtime, so an extra 30 seconds. And a little bit of motion now over towards this B goal. Merc trying to chase, able to find the first cleanly. Back up top. Nice movement to give himself some elevation to play with. But Hyde off the pitch gets 2. That may not make a difference though, because up and over. Yes! Slam dunks it at the end. Optic able to get the score as we send it to the second.
And every time I look at these player cams, Optic are just smiling. Like, it shouldn't be that easy. You turn it into a 2v2 on the complete opposite side of the map. Mercules barely has to shoot his gun for them to add that final score to tie the game going into the half. But Cloud9 came out the gate swinging, man. It gets a little bit scary right here when Hoop takes care of Okus. And he comes like, oh my God, what the hell? And then thankfully Hot in the position to get the trade.
For real.
But you end the half tied at 3-3. Cloud9 fighting.
They are. I'm telling you, man, it's just like, I know the most recent outing from Cloud9, we're all looking at like, whoa, woof. Like, they were getting ran through by the Falcons, which is not great news, but they can shoot. Like, the individual guns are there. And that's never really been an issue, I feel like, with a lot of potential options out of challengers. It's just down to, can you put the right system together? And you're dealing with a team of players that largely don't know each other at all in any form outside of the two that played for the Stallions for a couple of weeks at most. So it's just a big challenge to put this group of players together and expect to see results against the opponents that we're dealing with today, as Okus, again, shows you that this guy could shoot. Just comes down to, can they actually make a play as a group of four?
They have an opportunity here to try to make the play, but you lose your lead blocker and encourage. So Nezra has his hands full, has to pop a three-piece, can only find one before falling. Now the EMP off the rotation because Hyde the entire time was just sitting nice and comfy towards top ring. If you could just get the EMP on his side, you can potentially get a score. But every single time he keeps finding a kill, so do Optic, so they keep slowing it down.
Yeah, and they just lose Shotzzy there for a moment, who does take care of the EMP carrier. Encourage around the flank, able to at least get the shutdown, but trying to get this to score would be a different story. Yeah, and that's why Mercury is able to take care of both of them. Good team shots in the mix. A little stuck trying to mantle, and Hyde's double actually allows an opportunity just to grab and go and get this over the finish line for a 4-3 tally. So good follow-up from Nezra. Shotzzy trying to do the same thing on the other side, but he's held back. And now Optic have to work their way through Hyde and the rest of the Cloud9 setup over towards the new device location.
Yeah, Optic are just getting caught off guard by just the aggression on the side of C9. You're expecting when we find 2 kills in our spawn, we just shut down the EMP guy. Like, you should be playing for kills. But they were the aggressors through bottom ring and capitalized on that moment to be up by 1. But Optic looking for an instant response. Chauncey already finds 2. Hyde's positioning is already accounted for, and you locate him, you clear out the B point, another tie game.
Yep. Pretty comfortable. 3 minutes of the clock now. Shotzzy, mid-map shut down. 2 kills for Cloud9 come through. Dashy kind of has to keep his head in the swivel and watch multiple things at once, and he's missed Okus, who's already played through dirt, but can just guard the device for now. And that will alleviate some of the pressure off this reset that's trying to come through. But encourages double, keeps Cloud9 in map control. Hook stepping up, able to catch Okus off guard, plus another, and a chance for him to possibly just grab and go, especially the kills come through at mid. Tags are out from Shotzzy, and they will get forward, will Optic, but not far enough to threaten the score, you would think, unless Merc can win that last pistol fight, but no, instead it's Nezra and the rest of Cloud9 resetting.
And Nezra, their lead blocker, just gets caught. And now Shotzzy has the perfect crossfire setup. EMP carrier is going to be one shot, and the knife somehow, some way, does not connect onto Okus. But with 2 minutes left to go, Optic now need to lock it on in. They have mid-map control. They have the EMP. They find the opening kill. Where's the lead blocker going to lead? Oh,
there it is. Yep, sure is. Should be at least. Encourage. Yeah, shut down by Shotzzy at this push through, and he's doing more. So now 5-4 the count. Cloud9 do have a couple of players that have gotten through the middle of the map, so they could potentially still contest this. But you need to get Shotzzy out of this position from window side. And he just absolutely shotguns one. Now back over towards the device location. He's going to get another. Follow up. Is there going to be one? Hyde shows himself. Dash is covering. And well, Encourage gets the pick, but the focus is towards this play at B. And yeah, very wise. Merculus will back away, not seeing an opportunity there.
Oh yeah, Shotzzy has this all cut off. He's giving the information to my teammates. They have to be stacking over towards his B point. I just chooses his timing correctly before he strikes. But Optic are keeping them thinking. A rotation back over to the B point. Everyone is cleared on out. A 2-point lead now for the green wall.
Really good awareness even on Merculus right there, kind of cutting back around the boxes, knowing there's a player who could potentially be behind him. Another Hellstorm for Merc. 19 and 17. Shotzzy's at 30 and 20. And this has just been chaos. Although,
got it though.
Cloud9 just pick up the device and run with it. The Hellstorm doesn't really dissuade them at all from making the play, and they're just down 1 with 35 on the clock.
Oh, and they take care of Mercury's on the pinch. They already have 2 kills and them in map control to go with it. Now can Okus find an opening on the opposite side? He does not. Dashy slows them down again with a double. Make it a triple. Can we get the 4-piece? Yes, I do. Big Brucey. Just being the safety net, the goalie, keeping the EMP right in front of him.
Yep, just don't allow Cloud9 to touch it, and you're going to be good to go. Nezra, last one largely left to make a play. He's found one, but there's the team shots coming through. And Optic will 3-0 Cloud9 New York. Got a little bit tight here in the overload, mostly thanks to the opener that Cloud9 were able to put together with 2 quick goals. But Optic never waver. quick responses, and yeah, the PJ pants are still on apparently. So back to business.
Yup, I told you, fresh out of bed to play Cloud9. Unfortunately for them, that's another 0-3 series. Still have only one map win so far in stage 2 with the new lineup. It's been tough with the schedule that they have played. But when you play versus Optic, you cannot afford little mistakes. You got to force yourself to cut your losses in hardpoint, set up at the new. And when we're not finding breaks, take our time and coordinate it together as a team instead of just going one-on-one after one-on-one. Because the hardpoint was a blowout. You get to the search and destroy, a couple of those rounds get away from you because we're not playing for the clutch. We're not playing to win these rounds with our advantage in our numbers, and we consistently are throwing them away. You fought here in the overload. But Optic still were able to walk away with the W here. It's just time. Like, that's all Cloud9 are going to need. Time versus some of the best players in the main matches on the practice to get themselves in a form where they can compete versus these guys.
Yeah, man, it's just tough because, like, you would have to hope that this group of 4 have a good understanding of how much time they will have. And we hear this all the time about teams that are like constantly stuck in panic mode of, am I going to have a job tomorrow? Now, if Cloud9 have come through and say, hey, we're trusting you guys through the entirety of the stage, then okay, you give yourself some leeway, some forgiveness. You keep working, you hopefully keep getting better. And then by the time you end up in Birmingham, you can show up and make some results happen to gain a little bit more trust. But for right now, Optic, no problems. Cloud9, same issues, different day. Back to the desk to give us their thoughts.
Hey, thank you so much. We're ready. Hey, good series in regards to the overload. Again, we got to take little victories here for the Cloud9 roster. And overload, Optic has been a very dominant overload team. So the fact that Cloud9 takes it the distance, we go 5-6. I take that as a win. Plus, you take their search and destroy into account against Falcons the other day. Like a study said, look, it's about getting repetitions. They've just got to get repetitions against these top-level teams before they finally reach the potential that was expected when Cloud9 picked them up.
Yeah, it's a work in progress. These guys didn't have a ton of, success in challengers. And, they're going up against back-to-back world champions and world champion MVP. And, this team is so good. You get to this overload where Optic have won 8 straight overloads. Sure. They're like the best exposure team that we have in the game. And I thought how they played this was awesome, especially off the rip. The relay that they had, just the sheer aggression. Even when they didn't have a man advantage, just like showing pressure and trying to finesse a little bit so you can remain in map control. They did a good job of that throughout this map.
I think the way they approach overload is how we see the good teams approach overload is kind of what I got from Cloud9 in this, is that they understand, like, you constantly need to have somebody kind of pushing up, trying to get behind enemy lines. Like, they were trying to play it almost the same way Optic Texas does, to at least have 2 people constantly past the 50-yard line, and that kind of worked in their favor because it allowed a lot of chaining. And the high-scoring games that Optic keeps having in overload compared to some of our other teams, I just wonder if it's like, do they play it incredibly offensive-heavy, and is that why we're getting kind of these crazy...
It's just kind of like Optic is just good at like conceding when a team's gonna relay, right? And they're just like, we'll just play the reset and then put you in the blender after, which is why we saw so many counter caps throughout this one. Optic is just way ahead of that team as it currently stands. But I really appreciated the fight that we saw in the search and dealing with those clutches and the overload.
Well, by the way, going back to what we watched yesterday, Shotzi obviously in the search and destroy tore it up. This time around it was Mercules. Mercules was on fire. That 3-piece that he got was disgusting, and also targeting the bomb as well when it was getting defused in a 1v2 and saving that round was absolutely brilliant. But there were some positives though from Cloud9. I know we were kind of critical on them going into the same strats over and over again. But then again, that wasn't necessarily a bad thing, at least when you were watching it.
Yeah, they went mid twice in a row, right? And kind of their thought was like, okay, we can see if he crosses into 10, and then we'll just back up and play for the kill on Shotzi flanking around if he goes rooftops. So I didn't hate it because clearly they were worried about somebody getting up behind enemy lines and making a play, and that was their best on how to mitigate it. 4-stack mid and then just back up and watch the other side. It worked one round, didn't work the other. It's just easy to kind of clown on the team that's all the challenges.
It is, but
you're hoping they figure it out.
Right. Well, time for our Monster Winner Spotlight. Hook, let's bring you in. How you feeling, man? Big win.
Yeah, no, big win. Feeling good. We did what we set out to do.
And that's it. Business as usual, right? Had a chance to speak with Dashy yesterday, mentioned Miami Heretics. Plays a little bit weird, right? Sometimes that can throw a wrench in your setup. But also, this Cloud9 New York roster is a little bit new themselves. Do you ever find it to be a little bit odd playing against them? And the reason why I say this, because Overload, you've been a very dominant Overload team. But this one went 5-6. It seems like the way they play set them up for a bit of a harder opponent than the other opponents you've had in the past.
Nah, yeah, definitely. They're a new team, so I guess it's not, you know, since we're practicing some of these pro teams every single day, and yeah, they're newer, so they're kind of doing some things that you're not used to, I guess. But at the same time, they played good. So yeah.
Hook, a big problem for you guys in the finals was like your post-plant situations, and we did a breakdown on it today. You guys have got so much better there. How'd you guys fix that? Post-plant, just staying alive and clutching up those rounds. I think it just comes down to comms, making sure we know, if you're holding this angle, like, communicating it, and it just allows us to, understand what's happening better. Absolutely.
Hook, a really good series out of you. I kind of want to zoom out of the specifics of this matchup just because of the way it goes. I mean, y'all are one of the best teams in the game. There's really only so much I can pick your brain about here. So instead, I want to ask you kind of where this game is for you, how comfortable you're feeling on it, where it kind of lands compared to previous titles, and maybe how your teammates also feel on it too.
Yeah, this game, I feel like the more I play it, it becomes more fun. I think the movement's really fun. The maps are growing on me. Yeah, overall, I'm really enjoying it.
Hook, can we get your thoughts on Saki Hardpoint? You like it? Should we add it?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool. It's a different pace. I mean, you're able to take some routes. You think a little bit more on that map. Yeah, I'm down to add it in if people are about it.
Sounds good. That's all I needed to hear. Thanks, man.
Sounds good. Hook, great talking to you, brother. Congratulations on your win. I'm sure you'll be back next week.
You. Absolutely. Appreciate you guys.
Hook getting the job done, man. I almost wanted to ask him if he was tilted during that last the search yesterday, wherever he had the the head glitch and then he looked away, the COD timing. But I was like, nah, let me take a step back.
He's had a couple of those.
Yeah, and they're frustrating every single time. One more series to go for the day. It's gonna be a fun one. It could very well go the distance. It's G2 Minnesota taking on FaZe Vegas.
Breakers! 1, 2, 3, 4. I run you, mother. I run you! You're my... Oh my God, you breakers! You amateur!
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup in Riyadh this summer. Scan the QR code to be notified when tickets go live later this month. Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
It's your time, better go get it. No slow with it, move like you're so in it. Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it. They ain't think you had the guts, now they know really, man, you better come with it. You ain't playing no games with them. Your homeboy gave up, you ain't changed with him. Do it right, cause you never switch lanes with him. You gotta fight for the goal, just play with it, hang with it. You're not down, no shame in it. But you gotta raise up with a flame in you. Put your fist in the air, let's push till we dare to the victory, yeah. We can picture it, yeah, let's go. They ain't ready for you.
I'm a big stepper when I walk, money maker when I talk. Another boys on a mission, never put them in a box. Clawing to the top, jaws open while they watch. Yeah, I'm getting to the chicken, I ain't never gonna stop. I'm the life of the party, know it's going down. If they wanna talk about me, I'ma tell them how. I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, I'ma tell them, Everybody wanna be like me, fast lane, steady whipping 2 doors off speed. Everybody wanna be like me, but that's something that they never gonna be.
It's time for the final series of the weekend. G2 Minnesota taking on FaZe Vegas, one that we know all too well from Major 1. The trash talk, it was getting heated up. They were going back and forth, and now once again they match up against each other, this time during Split 2. Let's start talking about that Major 1 battle, though, because it was a battle till the end.
Yeah, I mean, you saw in the winner's bracket, it was G2 with a huge 3-0 win, and then we get into elimination later on in the tournament. It goes to the Game 5, and it's FaZe Vegas who are able to take it in the very end, and Simp had a huge overload. I think that was the difference where, you know, you look at the map count of these series 3 times on the year, and it's actually G2 are up 8-4 map count, and they had won all the overloads up until the elimination series that they had, and Simp had to pop takeover to win it.
He did have pop takeover, but we know what happens when Simp pops takeover sometimes like that. Our House Crazy series is usually when the momentum affects the rest of the team, right? And so for FaZe Vegas, this is kind of, it feels like redemption for them going up against G2, obviously, because they've kind of had their number weirdly this year. But looking on the side of G2, like, they just have so much to work on still. Like, you look at the Search and Destroy, they're kind of the opposite as the rest of the league. They're really strong at attack, but they're really bad at retaking and defense. So if that bomb gets down, you can basically sign G2 out of the map. And that's awful going against a team like FaZe Vegas, who are known to capitalize on small things like that. They do their homework, they'll do their research.
Yeah, in the series, though, it's like the hard point has been the strength of G2 versus FaZe. On the flip side of that, the Search has went towards FaZe. And to Ali's point, I agree with that, because you look at the series that they had versus Koi, some of their offensive rounds, like, yeah, Kremps get Mixie making plays, but they throw them away. We saw the 2 raid pushes where they pushed all the way through Laundry versus Toronto, where you're just kind of like, okay, can I get like the benefit of you being aggressive, but when you get the kill, maybe we just group up together and make this situation a little bit more manageable. I think it's a work in progress, but this team has the makings to be one of the top teams in the game.
And they do. G2 Minnesota, much hyped up going into this weekend, but I want to just hone in on that collapse against Toronto Koi. Their first win of the split going to them because G2 could not get the job done.
Listen, I mean, that to me was just Toronto Koi surging more than it was G2 falling flat. I feel like G2 is kind of a gatekeep team for me. They're going to be sitting around the 5-6 area. They'll maybe test some of the top teams, maybe take a couple wins off of them, but consistently, I think that they will be on the losing end of that. And it's only because I think their map pool's smaller, their Game 5s, they're not able to ice it up. It's got to be a mental thing. And also just the inconsistency in some of the players. We went to LAN, we saw one of the best guys we've ever seen.
Yeah.
We come back online, and it's just the deficit is too large.
So for me, I think, you know, where I'm at with it, they're susceptible to, I guess, what you would say a bad loss, but I still think this is a team that at some point this year, they can win a championship. I think the players are good enough. I look at Estrio, I look at Kremp, particularly in this matchup, they play well. I think Mamba's still getting better, so if you get Mamba in a final form and these guys keep playing like they are, this team can do some special stuff.
Last time we watched FaZe Vegas was a couple days ago, and they ended up getting a quick series. Let's see if they can do the same here. They're obviously opposite of G2 Minnesota. This roster currently 2-1. They got a big victory against Toronto Koi 3-0. They did lose to Miami Heretics, but they snapped back against Vancouver Surge, taking them down 3-0, Ali.
Listen, I'll tell you what about FaZe Vegas, right? So you got the ARs lighting it up now. That was kind of where they were starting slow. The only thing I can think of when I look at stats at this point is their map pool needs to expand a little bit when it comes to the hard points. Colossus and Den need to be added to the rotation, and then they're going to be able to take on teams like Optic Texas and Parrish Gentlemates. And so for me, this is just FaZe Vegas tightening up the ship that's already got the wind in the sails.
Yeah, I agree. I think FaZe Vegas currently still championship ready. I think they can contend with the best of them. And, you know, for them, what really separates them from a lot of teams in the league is they are truly a 2-3-5 team, and they're at 500 in hard point, right? So to Ali's point, if they expand their map pool in HP, this is a team you look at, you're like, oh, they can go in and win Major 2.
Let's take a look at our maps and modes. We got them right here for you. Anything standing out that's interesting that says one team might be in trouble versus the other?
Well, the black cart, when you go back and you watch the tape, G2 are unbelievable, specifically on P1. Make sure you keep an eye out for that. And then the Scar, they went back and forth. You remember it was like the Scar where G2 got all the first bloods and it was FaZe got all of them. So interesting start to the series. I think we're going 5.
5. I'm thinking so. At least that was the rumors coming into it. Scott Pickles, let's put it on the line. Who are we going with? I went first. Rosalie, back to you. Where are we going?
I'm going FaZe Vegas.
FaZe Vegas. FaZe up, baby. All right, Nameless, what about you?
All right, look, I picked G2 last time, and they sold me versus Toronto. I'm going to go back-to-back. I got G2 taking this one in a Game 5, a dramatic one. Somebody finally go Game 5, round 11.
All right, let's see it. I'm going FaZe, though. I think FaZe got this. Simp made me a believer, especially in his last series. Let's find out. It's the last series of the week. Miles Chance, take it away.
Thank you very much, team. Watch out, Wheeler. I'll get you. I'm right here. I'll get you, Wheeler. Watch out for like Zordon or the Wizard of Oz. Another gigantic face on a screen in a studio in Columbus. Guys, last match of the weekend. And it is actually going to be quite a fun one. Welcome back, folks. Miles, Ross, no relation to Bob, and Chance over there to take you through the final match of the day. And what a fun one we have. FaZe Vegas, G2 Minnesota. How are we feeling about this one, brother?
I mean, you would need Zoltan to be able to predict this one because it is always a closely contested battle between these two teams. But at this point, I mean, this is one of the most match-up matches we have in the league. Played each other quite a few times, developing just a hint, a splash of a rivalry. On the Blackheart specifically, always got to be on the lookout for Estriel. I've mentioned it before, always steps up to the plate going against the top teams, whether he's playing against the Tears or the newly found 04 Sim duo, he always brings his A game.
I'm loving this camera angle, by the way, team. This is a great way to demonstrate the absolute mania and the chaos that is an opening break here on Blackheart. Well, chaos is a ladder, as Simp once said, as he finds himself a nice 3 in a row there, and enjoying 04, his new partner in crime. You might shoot right through him, but it keeps the force spree going, keeps the time in hands of FaZe.
Yeah, and Nameless touched on it about how good G2 Minnesota's P1s can be. That's a situation for FaZe. You don't want to lose the opening break, but instead, they take care of business on P1. Make sure they don't get punished on it. And Draza already flipped the spawns, making sure his team has a very easy, feet-up, comfortable job going into their time. And why not throw a little highlight reel play in the mix? G2, welcome back to their spawn.
Disgusting. Absolute magic on the attack. Well, P2... it's about to pop wide open. Draz holding the line. Sim on the front as well. Snap throw to Mamba. Can Mamba find the second kill? Nah, tough thing to do indeed. But Estriel's going to be there to keep this play just a little bit dicier there for FaZe. They've got to try to find the backline kills, and that's going to be that. Man on the pinch should be dealt with as well. And Draz going in with his knife. I mean, we're pulling out all the stops here from FaZe to hold on to P2.
Hey, this is a perfect understanding of the hill as well from every single FaZe Vegas player in that moment. Draza knows where to position himself on the time, knows what direction to look, and Skies might finally drop him, but, I mean, the hill is completely locked down. Even Abuza jumping on top of the cuts exactly when you need to strike down, and this is going to be a perfect full 60. There is a few seconds of contest time, but now FaZe, all the time in the world to work with to try to break this one down. Even as players fall, you're just trying to get someone to sneak through and impact that back line, but by the looks of it, G2 finally able to stabilize and breathe. Only one player spawning out.
Yeah, Strauss was trying to be the sneaky man, but no good there. Skies, nice 2 in the feed. Holding on now. Finally, G2 Minnesota get a sweet taste of the hard point they have been absolutely denied thus far. Draz still trying to make him sneaky plays in the back line, and Mamba, does he time the attack correctly? Is it going to be a 2-2 split here from FaZe, trying to find their way on towards time? One side of the battle completely taken care of, and the other side still up for grabs. Last man left up going to be 04, and he's on a run. Good stuff, G2.
Yeah, completely overwhelmed though is 04, and I mean, that's a fun little battle. That's some veteran plays coming out of Mamba, not over-challenging, keeping things sort of considerate for his teammates and letting them get to work. And now FaZe just gonna head back through the front though. Not an easy thing to do. Draza rips somebody off a heady, and of course, no trophies mean the nades. You can hear them ringing out. So difficult to deal with, and I mean, FaZe happy for it. They are just keeping the foot on the gas. They got all the pressure in the world.
Oh, their foot on the gas. Mamba was kicking ass for a brief moment. Draz' 5 spree though, 13-4. He's having himself a whale of a time here on Blackheart. Shots in from Skies. A dicey battle towards the backline. Doesn't simply have the hit points or the staying power to remain in that fight for too much longer. And once again, FaZe in firm control of the hard point. Doing a nice job as well of managing the players in the back. No shenanigans, no muss, no fuss. They take care of the players in the front as well. Again, a strong look from FaZe here on Blackheart.
And once again, a great understanding of the map and its timings. If Estriel can live in towards P2 and he like wait for his team to get in position, maybe he can go for a break sort of moment. Instead, they deal with them, get everybody backed and grouped up for this new time. Sky's able to give you 2, but as the trade fest continues, well, FaZe come out on top and continue to have success. A strong kill for them. We're going to have a foot race over towards the new time. 0-4 versus the world.
Well, if we don't win it, we've always got a streak to play with, don't we, FaZe? Straza's earlier efforts will be rewarded shortly, but it does look like they've got themselves in on towards the back. Great damage into Skies. Lovely work, though, from G2 Minnesota. They hold the line. 3 big pink skulls mark the efforts of FaZe, but not quite enough. Now towards the front we go, but a couple of big kills from 0-4, and Draza's going to make this attack towards the next hard point a little bit easier for FaZe. 0-4, get it done on the stairwell. Now over the wall jump, Mamba's going to be in the fight, but is Mamba going to have enough in him to hold it together? FaZe on the break, and that does look good enough for now.
Yeah, the gameplay's clean as well, and I might have jinxed them. Estriel having a tough one so far. Gets another kill, but gets traded out immediately. The teamwork right now of FaZe Vegas just on top of things. I mean, the team shots rolling through. Great job of playing your life and at least doing what you can to deal with the pressure, but finally, overwhelming. The dam breaks. Got Kremp there for 2 and a stable P5, but nonetheless, Miles, after the first set of rotations, it is FaZe firmly in the driver's seat. They're going to have a 40-point lead.
A 40-point lead and a lovely look going into the second set of hard points. FaZe Vegas running the show so far. Abuza, 7 kills, 8 deaths. Let's go for a listen in and see how they sound.
I'll get long. Hey, Bob and PJ. Down team left. I look long, guys. Hey, what's up? What's that? I'm getting out long. I've deep them. Okay, you look the door. Look, 1 HP long. Hard in their door. That's fine. Top of the wall weak. Watch out. He's still on the wall. Window, 1 HP. One shot in there. All four times. Yeah, it's definitely spawning long. I'm needing backside time. One shot from blue. He's laying down blue again. He's left on the blue on you. Nice. I need time for you. I'm coming. Yeah, what's his front on you, Vaughn? Let's try and chop. Front. 1 HP. Watch out. Nice, guys. Long. That blood. Blue. Have you mid. Yeah, 2 deep left. 3 left. I've been mid-sit. Nice. They cannot be mid. Watch out, Baba. I have it back cross. Yeah, I'll be looking back there.
Spicy comms from FaZe Vegas. G2 Minnesota. Not out of the woods yet. Let's go for a listen in.
P3, get P3 does up. One shot, nice. One dub. Jumped out. Come down. Right. 4 more front. No, push it. Nice, good shit. I'm getting out. I'm sitting up front. Listen, one shot. I'm sitting up front. Already long. They're all mid left. I got long. They're streaking. Go to the back cube. 0-4 long. Back cube. I need to close around. I'm turning pitch mid. Watch the fire. Two main. 3 mid. 1 dubs, 1 main door. Shake me mid. He shoots from main as well. I'm on the back. I'm probably dead. I'm gonna get mid. One shot on back. One's gonna be out front actually. He's gonna be out front still. I'm going mid. Mid, guys. Matt Johnson. Well, I'm mid. What was that front? I don't know where he went. Max like dubs. I have dub. That's not in dub. Yo, main. No. I'm in dub. I'm in the barrel. I'm in the barrel right hill. Could be dub. Waiting. Main right now. I'm playing now. I'm already. 2 inner. Watch out. Symbols are 2. 15 guys. 15. And then one's inner. That middle. Long go better dead. No one inner. Barrel. I'm mid. Up the right. Nice.
Fighting for their lives in the listen in. It's 218 to 117 and climbing right now. G2 Minnesota chance. Are we counting them out just yet, or is it toast?
Well, listen, 100-point deficit on a map like this, not easy. Estriel's been the guy that has been in the Blackheart blender, and now FaZe overwhelming, soaring through all the time. Necessary gunfights for G2 to win. Mamba delivers stability here on the P4. 30 seconds worth fighting for, and all right, chipping away at the lead just a little bit, and at least they're in control of the game, but rotations are key. They have to win it towards P5.
We're trying. Team kill certainly helps. Two-man hit now from FaZe, and they've isolated the gunfights. Oh, and 04 managed to walk over with his dub on Estriel. Still, though, hard point in the hands of G2 Minnesota. 10-odd seconds to go. Rotation will be on its way, but FaZe is certainly set up for that. They've got all bases covered. No one's getting in without being identified. And right now, it's the muscled approach. Estriel wins it. Mid-map now being bust wide open. Over towards time, we now send it. Left flank is where we're going next. They take care of Draz. Step by step, G2 on the way to the hard point.
Yeah, look at that backline, though, for FaZe. Yeah, they had every single player posted over towards the back, and again, the teamwork on point, not letting any of those spawns roll through. Still, though, G2 with enough pressure to be a nuisance, trying to do the dance over towards the time. Problem is, they don't have the numbers, and they have had to deal with a Draza, another multi-kill, and another spree for them. FaZe, they're going to call game.
Excited to see the damage stats at the end of this as well, as FaZe, the last run now. They managed to get them out of time, so G2, you will be able to buy a few more seconds. 04 waits for the boys to spawn up. They get a bit of a split right now. Mamba can't quite account for everything, and now with Sim, you break the hard point alone, it will be quietly off. Oh, and he's gonna get there. That will be the final few seconds. Sim will close it out on a 3 spree, and FaZe will win map number 1.
Sheer and utter dominance, and in this matchup, and for any sort of negative thing you could say about FaZe, you would specify it towards the hard point. That's where Minnesota have had their number online or on land. FaZe, they've been getting the wins in search. For them to kick the series off in this type of fashion, well, it just goes to show the improvements they have been making. And I feel a little bit bad for jinxing him, but Estriel definitely had a tough one as well. But, I mean, that is what it is to be an SMG player on a map like this, where you're having to break hills endlessly. If you're just in that simulation blender, well, you're on the receiving end of a beatdown.
Oh, yeah. A real tough one. Just over 10 minutes it took. But, hey, kudos to G2. We'll see in the game flow that they certainly pulled their socks up and they got back into the game as fast as they possibly could. But not an easy thing to do. Blackheart, we are quickly seeing this map become blowout city. It's not easy to pull off a comeback once a team gets rolling. 04, Sim, Boozer, Draz, you name it. Everyone had a pop-off moment. Good work again from FaZe. Starting the series off right. We'll see if G2 have got what it takes to bounce back in the S&D. And I thoroughly enjoyed what I saw though, Chance. I mean, G2, a gritty team, still a gritty team. Definitely not looking like themselves against the top caliber squad.
I mean, you know, at least able to battle. Skies had a pretty solid map overall from an individual perspective, but ultimately, I just really enjoyed the listening from FaZe, I'd say. A high level of energy, both the P2s and the P4s. Anytime they needed a backline setup to play for the spawns, to lock down the time, they are hyper active of making sure you isolate and find the right kills at the right times. Moments where Estriel gets over towards that P2 section, trying to be a nuisance, they just hound them. They're making sure they're double challenging everything together, and yeah, just the energy they're bringing into this match. I mean, it's far and away the best we've heard all day.
Ooh, there we go. Well, final looks, the highlights here, folks. We get ready to close out this Blackheart chapter of the series. It was big pieces. Sim with the 3 on the end. Draza finding himself a wicked start as well. And FaZe starting the match off right. Again, strong energy. Very, very strong energy this late into the day of play here on this Sunday in the Call of Duty League. We want to make it to Birmingham, don't we, folks? A lot of you fans will see you guys there as well. But the 1-0 lead, as you look at the game flow there, yeah, a couple of bounces there, a couple of peaks, but a lot of troughs from their G2 squad. Late resurgence, not enough. Not enough. Great stuff there from FaZe, starting things off in a big, big way. S&D Chance, what you think, mate? Going to Scar?
Well, Nameless touched on it, about how the last time these two teams faced off against each other, it was a back and forth battle where the First Bloods really were setting the tone. But if you're looking at the head-to-head series, you know that FaZe needed to work on the hard points, especially on the bang-out maps, because it's not just the Blackheart. We got the Kremp Losses in the mix for the map number 4. A focal point for that squad from the start of the year to where they're at now. On the flip side for G2, S&D is the main focus point, especially in the game 5s. That 1-5 record, certainly a painful thing for them. So you want to just have clean, efficient, search and destroy gameplay. Different teams have been bringing like different looks. Miami Heretics we've seen step up their game. LAT certainly have been stepping up their game. So all across the league, the top teams are now raising that bar. G2 needs to prove they're a team that can match that energy.
I think they are. They've got the makeup of it. High skilled players on that team. And again, just the search and destroy alone that we've seen just this weekend has been more than enough to sell me on how exciting it is in this year. We'll see. The same thing can be said there for the G2 lads. Have they got any cool tricks up their sleeve? Are they going to pull out some squeaky clean gameplay? We have seen some of the most exceptional moments of timing. The man Mamba, he nearly made it rain on raid against Optic, but time didn't quite work out for him there. We'll see if the magic is in them, G2. You're not bad at Scar whatsoever. 4-1, not bad at all. But again, this current phase roster and the form they're in right now, it is a scary thing. We'll see if it is going to be the case, because we're now rolling to map number 2.
Yeah, I'd be paying extra attention to their post plants as well. And of course, their retakes when the bombs go down. I know the development on Scar, I think initially it's been about an 80-20 map leaning towards the A site on the attacking rounds, but certainly a little bit of opportunities to get creative. Krem's already taken space over towards playing his phase, dominating the middle of the map. Aggression maybe on the defensive end, but they poked their head out, saw nothing, and it has just allowed Kremp to get a freebie for the first blood.
Yeah, Sky is on the hops there, just calling out, yep, you're clear, mate, go for it, send it. This is the opening you have. And now FaZe have got to back up and deal with this option. Kremp flies his way out the back line and gets skeet shot there by Abuza as he makes his way out of the window and into the grave. This guy's now trying to envelop his way forward. Damage in, not enough for any kills. With a bomb planted by A, he does give his teammate the time to get the job done. And beautiful snaps into Abuza. Low 4, last man left alive. And surely we will fall upon him. G2, strong start.
Huge. Absolutely. A fantastic way to play this map. G2 sort of pushing the envelope, developing that little extra idea. Just because the B site of the map is never gone to, at least not often with the bomb, doesn't mean you can't use that real estate to try to make a play. Kremp gets a first blood because nobody for FaZe watching over that section of the map. And I love the team call after the fact. You don't have to swing the bomb over. Don't have to waste the time on rotation. Go right towards A and efficient S&D through and through. Even lovely look for Skies, pushing out, getting aggressive, pass red, see what's going on, and once he gets the information on the player, back up, play your life. That is a perfect round of Call of Duty.
We are sending it. G2. They have completely overwhelmed the A-bomb site. They've got that on the lock and key right now. But again, a fast change. 2-2. G2 trying to make sure that FaZe can't find a single opening, and Kremp, another first blood. A big flurry of activity. Estrel goes high. Great damage. And again, he's just kept FaZe guessing. Can Kremp stay alive? Oh my god, he somehow, some way, chance Kremp and the rest of the squad have all found. What? They round out a G2.
And running it down as well. Yeah, no, that's gorgeous work. Sorry to cut you off, but Kremp switching the pace, so he's making it weird, right? First round, runs it down on the pinch, gets the first blood. He is in your spawn 15 seconds in. This time he's turtled up by the concrete pillar over towards mid-cut, and it's just a sneaky one. Gets the intel from Skies, gets the timing perfect, and then flips the switch, gets into blue, and it absolutely gets weird. It absolutely gets mixy, but he fed his team that information, and everybody delivers. G2 playing this map with some pace.
Well, the first 2 rounds anyway. Nice 3 out of Mamba. And 2 there for Kremp as well. Early stun connection is going to make Skies just rethink the position. But wait, Skies now making a snipe through mid-map. Expecting a big hit through shop. No one's shown there. Just a man on the backside of the A-bomb site. An 04 in the guns. They are rattling away. Trying to fake something out here, but it looks like FaZe, they've dug in. They're not giving up the A-bomb site just yet.
Well, they know they got 2 players in store, and yeah, Kremp gets sent in for the kill. That is now 3 first bloods for him. Has a sim trapped, and well, the trap was set on him. Trying to trade him out. A delicate moment, but the team shots are there. It is teamwork again. Abuza for a 1v3.
Wait. Dios mío. G2, 3 rounds straight and a boozer. He makes a case for it. But yeah, G2, the trade's been on point. The opening break's been fantastic. And the first bloods. Kremp making a good bit of work there for the G2 boys. Here's another look. A boozer's pistol. Solid stuff.
Yeah, nice little soaring kill there for the second, but unfortunately not enough ammo. A little bit too panicky. He knows the trade's going to be coming in quickly because G2, again, with the pace they're setting, might have taken about 30, 35 seconds before that opening salvo really popped off, but then every single kill happens in such short order. The teamwork on point. Already G2, the assist you're going to see on the scoreboard. They're starting to light that feed up.
Oh, yeah, holding hands for sure. 2-2 split here from G2. FaZe committing a lot more to the A-bomb site this time around. Draza shows face. Oh, yeah, 0-4, get rid of that trophy. Oh, I love a good trophy kill. That opens things up in a big way. You see everyone there from G2 have to pull back, and now you've lost Mumba in mid-map. 0-4, wonderful play there to get rid of the trophy, allow the smoke to actually do its job. But wait, Kremp manages to find his way through. Makes it a 3v3.
Now shooting through the smoke. No aim assist, and he gets dropped. You have Kremp making you so uncomfortable. And now a 2v2 where we have flipped the spawns.
We indeed. Sim, big win. Skies. He is pinned. They've got a very good idea of where he is. But I like this setup here from FaZe. Yeah, you've swapped sides. And 0-4, the shoulders from hell. They go left, Skies goes right. He gets away for a moment. And if they check top green, Bueno's timing. Oh no, Sim managing to just find his way through. Unfortunate timing from Skies giving up the threshold, but that is enough for the round. FaZe finally get themselves on the board.
Yeah, and you can obviously see, though, they are still having to work for it. First round we've had where Kremp does not get the first blood, but if Mama doesn't get picked, he would have, because he was on the chase. He got back blue once again very quickly, but as mixy and as panicky as the round might have gotten, FaZe reposition oh so well. Simp and 0-4 showing off that newfound duo ship, rolling through with the SMGs and playing efficient. No mistakes, nobody panic. You'll take that weird situation and make the best of it. Still, though, 3-1 lead for G2 and Kremp making moves through mid again.
Nobody blink. Estriel. Whoa, good shoulders. Mama the follow-up there. They run 0-4 down. FaZe expecting to hit towards the A-bomb site, and they know it's on. Good moves again, just to get out of trouble. Great snaps from Draza, makes his way out of the little bit of cover he had to work with. Just a big advantage now for FaZe. And Estriel giving away very, very little here. Still has the bomb in his hand. Oh, God. They found him. They've pounced on him. They've jumped him. And a great free cam shot to show you just how well FaZe moved together. Another round back-to-back in quick succession.
Yep, and you see the adjustments being made as well, at least for FaZe. Now they're the ones, at least for the first bloods, catching players out. Mamba gets caught the round before. This round, Kremp gets caught out for the first blood. And, I mean, G2 still making pretty good moves. I mean, they caught a player over towards mid-sword. The team shots consistently rolling through. But FaZe still able to clutch up and overwhelm. And again, no mistakes being made when they're getting these man advantages. A battle, though, nonetheless. FaZe attacking round.
Another 3-1 split. Once again, we see Draza hit himself over towards both sides. This time he's completely alone, slightly overwhelmed. They're hunting him down. Oh, there it is, Kremp. Makes short work of him. Bomb plant towards A. And G2, the rat back through middle. You're going to keep a boozer awaiting those players, but they're not going to be found for quite some time. This might give you the numbers to overwhelm the site. And here we go. G2 Minnesota on the march.
And this is a P2 hit, 3 through front, 1 on the pinch. Kremp waiting for the timing.
He's waiting for the timing, but he's not going to get much share. Oh, what a win from Sim on the fadeaway is Mamba. He's not seen that player's arm. He slid round, but he gets the win. Nonetheless, Sim finds himself another one hit on the Kremp on the flank. Picks it up. Last man by the gens, and it pays off with time to spare. Kremp on the defuse. G2 up by 2.
Beautiful as well. So the issues that G2 Minnesota had in the 2 rounds they lost, it was a solo player getting picked with no trades rolling through. And Kremp was on the receiving end, so he had a few rounds. Hey, man, you get complete freedom. Go and have fun, be by yourself, make that play. Well, at the start of these rounds, they're making sure he is grouped up together. His timing here towards the end on the pinch, absolutely perfect, but it was his work with Mamba through the plane, Hetty, making sure he has a little bit of help to go and get that first blood. Once the solo plays stop working, gotta find the adjustment. G2 delivered.
Oh, goodness gracious. Abuza. Yeah, not trading that. No trades. Oh my God, the market is closed. No more trades. Although Skies is trying to get sneaky through mid. And here we go with Krem. We've seen many players pull off similar plays from this very position. We're not going to show too much. Once again, Skies is getting way out there in mid-map. 04's flank might be very fruitful in a moment, but Krem springs to life, trade it out. What a shot from Abuza. He's 2 for 2 on the bangers. Estru now fighting his way up. You've still got 04 on the flank. Good read. And great kill from Skies. Okay, 2v2.
Yep, had 04 on the flank. A little bit too tall there. Outer blue should have put himself behind a window for some cover. Now it's awkward.
Are we going to commit past this? Past the steps, possibly. Abuza! Abuza! He's on for the ace! Oh, he gets it as well! What a disgusting round! I'm speechless. We only saw the first. Unreal. Unreal. 8 and 5 from Abuza. Here we go. The second kill, an impressive one indeed. And this was the battle towards the end. Fantastic work from FaZe. Again, G2 doing everything right. You just get Abuza'd.
Making both plays, but he is not missing. No aim assist for him, does not make a single bit of difference. And once again, Pokeball strat, sending Krem for the kill. Adraza, deja vu all over again. The extra variation this time is he got met with a nade as well. So he's getting picked apart, as are his teammates. Simp, last man standing. This will be a 1 versus 4.
Yeah, this will be very impressive. I mean, Simp has been there before, but damn, man, he's right in the middle of Scar in the mud, completely surrounded. And yeah, G2, I'd be laughing as well. I mean, you put him down fast. Great bounce back after the Abuza ace. We're going to look at the snipe now from Skies. A dirty angle. From a little further back in green there. Nice work to give you an early advantage.
Yeah, easy peasy. Of course, though, I think the game plan for G2 has been to isolate Draza on the map as much as possible. That is now multiple rounds where Kremp has been sent in for the kill, getting the first blood in that category. This is exactly how the coaching staff is going to want it. Now FaZe digging deep. Once again, 3 players in mid shop, and this time they catch Kremp. The smoke makes it so there's no trades.
No trades at all. Oh, Skies. They've all vacated the shop, mate. I mean, 04 is throwing the nuttiest shoulders. Oh my God, no way. Nutty shoulders. They're gone. Ooh, the crack of the round there. As Abuza manages to get away, goes back over towards green. FaZe are a little bit spread out here defensively. Oh, but it pays off. Mamba right into Simp's trap. Estriel shots on a draw. Skies. Oh, he throws the needle from the inside of shop, and Abuza now trying to get right into the mix. Cut down again, Skies. A big round and a great way to close out the map.
Yeah, OG S&D kid right there is Caesar Skies Bueno. He was running pockets and running whirls back in the jetpack era. Make no mistake, highly talented with a sniper rifle and has a phenomenal understanding of the game. G2, this is what you're looking for. Admittedly, Scar S&D, arguably their best map. It is what they live for, but you're looking for clean surge gameplay for those guys. That is absolutely what they deliver on. 5 first bloods for Kremp. You quite literally could not ask for anything more, but appreciate the variations. That was not a Kremp one-man army type of situation. He had a few solo plays that panned out, but a lot of good teamwork there with Mamba. Good teamwork with Skies as well, coming through for the nades over top. And again, the assist front. The expectation was after even round number 2, G2 going to be racking those numbers up, and well, there's a look at it. That was 10 combined over the 9 rounds that they saw. Efficiency, the name of the game for Minnesota.
You're absolutely right, my friend. Absolutely right. 6-3. Scar goes quick. That was a great matchup. I love it. The comms must be fantastic from G2 Minnesota. Those search and destroys. Really, really impressive stuff. Well, we're going to take a very quick break, friends. When we come back, overload time. Let's see who walks away with the lead here in our series.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Statue.
Je le flanque en fast.
Vas-y.
Stratégique contesté.
Magnifique, encore un. Encore un. Non.
L'ennemi a pris le point stratégique.
C'est de compte.
Point stratégique capturé.
J'ai un Hellstorm. Et ça a peut-être fait une route à... Non.
Oh là là, t'es bon.
No way. They're doing the CDL song. No way. No way. Are we about to get started? Yeah. Are we about to get started?
Warren on me, I'm trying to stay up.
That's one up.
Got two guys, I need help on time.
Come on.
He's better. Nice, good help. On you close.
Close, we get
Dead, I got three. I'm kidding, that was level 3. Let's go, we're back. Any door, any dubs?
I'll pick it up, Warren.
Dubs on me, inside.
I Warren.
Inside, on!
Warren, watch out.
3, look, all 3 red dots. Last guy's the door.
That's 3.
Last guy's the door. He's gonna go wall run, I think he's gonna wall run.
One shot, absolute Warren. Literally a bullet, can't be the here.
Inside, you suck. 2 more at the door. We'll go wall run. XC on. My God. Oh my God! Nice. Somebody stop me! Oh my God! You're the best! Watch me!
Father Apathy having a good time in ranked play. We miss you, mate. I hope you're doing great. Actually, we can see you doing great. Fantastic stuff. Well, FaZe Vegas, G2 Minnesota going at it right now. They're also going to go at it in DreamHack Atlanta Major 3. Get your tickets. If you can, scan the QR code on screen. If not, hit a Google. Said the same thing yesterday, and it still remains true. We're hoping to see you there. It's going to be a great time in Atlanta at the DreamHack. If you've been to a DreamHack before, you know what to expect. If not, it truly is a festival of all kinds of fun. Gaming culture, pop culture, bit of anime in there, you name it, it's all happening. And a fantastic Pro-Am Call of Duty League tournament. Here we go, folks, into Den. We're going to find out who's made of the tough stuff when it comes to the mode. We know Abuza, a high scorer in the mode. See if they can keep it rolling here. G2, nice win there in the search and destroy.
I mean, listen, crouching tiger, hitting Abuza. If you can't find him on the map, he's going to score oh so quickly. Any site, any portal does. Truly, in this series, both teams right now taking care of business on their preferred maps. This is the mixy one. This might very well end up being the decider.
Oh, it's a perfect 2 through middle, 1 either flank. And Simp makes very short work of Mr. First Blood Kremp on that left flank. Now, middle of the map, we're seeing a little bit of a shuffle, a bit of a tussle. And wow, Skies, just don't stop firing. You got the damage in, but you don't have a massive opportunity here. If you're FaZe, you got to find a few more. And the dive is on point, but a good bit of coverage there. That's going to be an exchange of hands. G2 now, device in hand, they go forward.
Oh my God, Miles, how nice it is to watch Overload where teams are making actual plays. The minimap looks good and the pinch is on point and Estriel getting in position, putting all the pressure on FaZe. 3 men forward, they're checking their corners, they're running into the portal and they can't get through because Abuza not good enough. 3 kills he collected, but the score is still in. By God, this is an actual Overload game.
Skies rolls the dice and tries to get it going. Here, hit the potential return off the volley. Graham's going to get at least 1. You've stopped the play, you've hit FaZe where it hurts, and you haven't been able to win the flank battle. So great stuff there from G2. The vision was there to set up that rally. But you've given Abuza a 5 spree. Can he find number 6? Big Suns as the rest of FaZe make their way forward. Oh boy. Go on, Abuza. There's number 7. And he's getting hungry for it. His teammates don't quite have the pressure. Now they're going right on top of the goal. Into the zone we go. Here comes the device in hand. This should be 1-1. If not for the slide, Draza, by the skin of his teeth, gets it in.
Absolutely beautiful. And again, the timing on the pinch was key. Estriel putting pressure for the G2 score and Simp doing the same thing. But big gunfights right now being won by the AR players. At least on the side of Abuza, still racking up the feet. Abuza on the defensive end has to be the world beater, and it's not good enough. FaZe a little bit too slow to get in position. They clean house after the fact, but G2 happy to steal away a quick one.
Wow, G2, what an avalanche that was as they sent it. And now FaZe forward, they go. Middle map spawn now for the next device. Holy Kremp, good shots, mate. Are you getting another here? Absolutely not. Simp says no. You've got a clean lobby. Split spawns or parallel spawns right now for the boys of G2. They should be able to battle their way out of this one, and they've sent 2 players forward. They've overextended. They don't have pressure on towards the device. If FaZe managed to fight their way through, it could have gone either way, but back now to square one. G2 setting up for another cap.
Wow, dude, 0-4 so squirrely. A wonderful job of staying alive, but still, this is to keep the map neutral. Skies gets taken care of, so okay, it's a middle device spawn. It takes a little bit of time to cook something up, make something happen. Estriel's behind you, and Abuza gonna turn, but now you just do not know where that man disappeared to. It's a tough moment. You're playing keep away from the device.
It's a lot of keep away, though. It's just about 2 minutes left to play in the first half. And Abuza's 9-4, not looking so huge right now. FaZe open up the right lane. Still difficult to keep G2 off of this one. Here comes the mid-cut attack. That should be enough, but no, wait, Sky slows them right down. G2 are somehow surviving. Sim tries to take the game into his own hands and once again gets shut down. G2 have survived again. Here we go. Attack towards the B goal. Kremp, all the due diligence done, checks all the corners, but another fight to be won.
That's a hot spot for Abuza, backed by that overload point. Always guaranteed to get at least one, so G2 pumping the brakes, but it's a 4v4 hit, and for the moment, 0-4 over towards P2. At best, he can watch the pinch, but that's how careful you have to be about these long routes being taken. G2, they have extra men.
That trophy was so well placed. The Nate Billy of Kremp's hand. They're going for it. Trying to find the kills, but it is all FaZe. The final minute. You've got 3 dead, hunting down the last man, Mumba. He can't even take anyone with him. An opportunity now. The conga line is on. FaZe Vegas. Very little possession. FaZe Vegas flying forward. Can they get another kill? The slide from 0-4, not quite enough with a perfect block from Estriel. And once more, we go back at it. End-to-end overload.
And to all of my future rank play teammates, notice how all 3 players on the defensive end basically standing on the portal, because until you've killed everybody, they can still score. Got to be careful, because now G2 flying forward. Sim, last man to beat, only good for 1. If you make it on the cross, you make it to the hole. But Skies, old man movement will cost you every time.
He hits his head on the door frame, and oh wait, Crimp picks it up. A clean lobby. They make amends. 3-1 with 10 seconds to go. That should be the half. And if not for Sky's blunder, he would have had 2 in the first half alone. We blow the whistle and we know exactly what Sky is talking about right now. Still though, G2, what a great first half.
I'd say it's post-patch. That window's a lot skinnier than it used to be. You got to be careful about that.
This is not the Ardennes forestry. This is not the case. Good stuff, G2.
Look at Skies. Yeah, I mean, sneaking the one through. I can't believe Abuza had enough ammo for the 3-piece as well. He was lights out there. Accuracy on point, scores being captured. This is probably the one mistake where you see all those pink arrows trying to return, but worried about the couch pressure. G2 just able to pour that one through. Good defensive stops as well.
Yeah, and that again, a moment like that from 04, he's trying to find the slide in. It works. It works. Skies did the very same thing to them to start things off. In we go now, second half. 2-2 from the FaZe boys, trying to take care of mid-map, trying to take care of the bottom side. That's exactly where they want to be. As for now, it's G2 once again winning the fights mid-map.
Wow, what a nade. That's 3 down.
Okay.
This is the go button for FaZe. 04 lead blocker. Gonna have 2 men to beat. Maybe make it everybody's got to beat. G2 get the closer side spawns. Now you're doing it down in 04.
Down in 04, but Sim trying to make his way through Broken. He's been pinned in this corner. They're absolutely going to lock that one down. FaZe are still just knocking on the outside of the B portal. All pistols in from Abuza. Have they got the numbers? They don't have the hit points. They don't have the time. FaZe will maintain possession. Let's go for a quick listen in.
I'm trying to play out of it. Everybody let it reset, okay? I summon small. That one just small, one just small. Weak. Arch. Top broken Italian. Top broken be orange. You're good. I got it. Come on. Yeah, I'm gonna be I think twice security again. I'm gone. I'm looking to be cut. Arch small, yo, two. That's my take attack. I'm in attack. I read. Watch. One more set out. Left. Missing mom. Watch out. Left corner. I get it. Behind the box. They're in this. Yeah, I'm playing megas. Dead. Nice. Are you ready? Only one front. I didn't hit him. He's locked to me. I'm very close. Yeah, I'm gonna go mid. Yeah, go. Enter close then. Hey, small. Let's shot. Yeah. I'm left. Yeah. Team. Arch. Watch out. Arch. Absolute. That's this one here. Okay. I'm gonna feel right. Looks like this left. They give me close. I'll do a stunt. Yeah, hold your left. I'm coming. Yeah, I'll see him right. Already from window. Tell me right. He jumped in. Watch out in your front. There we go. Right.
Oh, and it's all going right. I mean, FaZe aware of the play towards the right-hand side, but they haven't been able to take care of these players now, making their way across the rooftops. Chance.
Extra score would go a long way. Sip was the one man to beat, and that is the last Hermano. Able to take down 3, get his teammates respawn, give him 1 extra as well. Sim, maybe an opportunity to show off why he is one of the finest pistols in the league.
Well, we're watching the defensive shuffle here from G2 Minnesota. They've sent 2 players directly down towards B, expecting the crossover. And already in position, Mamba. Is he going to get that kill? He sure will. Oh, that's second as well. Brilliant stuff from Mamba. Wait, one more man here to deal with Draza. An open goal. The race is on. Abuza's got to save it. And what a play. It's back again we go for FaZe. 2-2 split defensively from G2.
And FaZe keep picking it up as well, so that means they're always going to have a pistol in hand. Well, 04 just found the opening. Question is, where do you go with the device? Yeah, Abuza going to be a little bit slow on the trail, but you got the lead blockers. 04, plenty of time here to work with, and now he's got Draza on the pinch.
Yeah, Draza's pinch is going to go back. If he wins the fight, he does. That's going to be 3-3. Wow, FaZe. Brilliant counter cap. No topside control, though. They still have a man in their spawn, Mamba, running amok. So an opportunity here to find something special. They've pulled the possession right back, and the second half has been unbelievable. But wait, it's an open goal now. Oh, they're unable to stop it. Krem, a single bullet would have been great, but a lead change once again for G2.
Yeah, shout out Mamba setting up there for the rally cap. He was able to take basically the full pinch based off of his spawn. Teammates play it perfectly, and they respond to the P2 pressure. So keeping track of all 4 players, but now Skies has 2 in front of him, has no team support, has to run for the hills, cannot get away with his life. But meanwhile, Device out through mid, Kremp, 1 man to beat, can't get past. It is a neutral situation. Each team has 1 man behind enemy lines.
Mamba still, oh wow, great plays. Still behind enemy lines. Simp taken care of as well. Our phase lines once again drawn, or our front lines rather. PH phase, not the F phase. Shots from Skies. Device running low. Skies is going to be the first man of contact, waiting for the boys to reinforce. Not a lot of options left here. G2, we've got to hold the line. Skies, beautiful shots. The damage out of the pistol and the immediate exchange. The shimmy, the shoulders, the damage. FaZe, I've got to go big here. Krem, looking to close it out. Abuza wins his. You're holding it together, but FaZe are still in an opportunity to force sudden death.
Here comes the flood. This is the onslaught. This is your last-ditch attempt. 2 more guys in front. Has the lead blocker. It's a trade, and it is game. G2 Minnesota holds strong.
It comes down to a single battle that G2 win. And you saw the roar from the player cams, how much that one meant. A lead now in the series. Going into another hard point. Signs of life in Blackheart, but FaZe have been cut down in the S&D. And an exciting game of Overload there comes to a close. Oh, baby, we got a series.
And that's the look of 4 players knowing they're about to spawn into Kremp losses as well against the man himself. So FaZe back against the wall, but honestly, a lovely game of Overload rolling through. Abuza, as much as he could do, especially on the defensive end of things, was delivering in the kills column. But, you know, Miles, we have listen-ins from time to time in Overload, and I think it really has highlighted the difference between some of these teams. A lot of Overload listen-ins, it's almost unprofessional with the lack of energy, with the poor comms. It sounds like rank play kids. I know I'm going a little bit of a tangent, but Toronto, when you heard other teams get scores against them, there's no complaining, there's no moaning. It's instant comms of, hey, the next device is here, what's the next play? And that professional aspect is exactly what G2 did. On the score they let through when 0-4 shoots 2 players in the back, you think that's a painful moment. Oh God, how could we screw something up so bad? None of that. It's immediate. Mamba getting in position, setting up for that next device, everybody responding to the P2 pressure. And G2 just sort of snap into the moment. So you stop the onslaught. FaZe was making the comeback there in the second half, but just professionals taking care of business. And that is a fun map for G2.
It's not an easy thing to do, man, keeping your eye on the win conditions at every second of the game, but they are doing that. There's so much going on in Overload, but you're not wrong, mate. That man behind enemy lines. We'll see it coming up in the highlights here. Mamba lives. Mamba lives in the back line of FaZe, helping secure those captures. And again, the fact that it all comes down to a single pistol fight for the bread. Fantastic stuff. This is the highlight moment, and again allowing Krem to run that one home. Also getting dropped there on the goal. Superb stuff.
No, fantastic. And, you know, even to acknowledge the listening from FaZe, you know, at all levels of your ranked gameplay, when you're spawning into this map, they give you the good look. It is when you have the device in hand, it's that slow work over towards the left side of the map. But once you get to around lockers, you heard the comm of the go button. All right, let's just chow. You get the guys in position, and then you hit the go button, and you just try to flood your way through to that zone. I mean, the listening from FaZe on point. G2 showing off what that flood looks like, that even when Abuza is gunning you down, if you have enough pressure, the bullets can only kill you so fast. So good den Overload. 2 of these top teams going at it, and now a Kremp losses. This might just be the cherry on top of the series for G2.
I mean, it could not be better, could it? Frankly, if you're a G2 fan, you are licking your lips going into this map number 4. I think you'd be happy to not be a map number 4 altogether, but we'll see how things go. Looking back, though, at how map number 1 went, the Blackheart was not terribly kind to our Minnesotan heroes. They absolutely got the hands. 0-4, a big proponent of that, the 35 kills he netted. And again, a strong lead they had nearly all game. 250 to 167, that final score.
And Sky's, of course, just one of those maps where if you have a teammate struggling, someone's got to pick up the slack. And he gave it his best attempts. I mean, a ton of damage he was able to dish out there in that map 1, but I think the man I'm paying most attention to for map 4 is probably going to be Estriel. I know it's Kremp losses, but just in terms of the bounce back, looking to make the amends from the map 1 performance, he was certainly the man that was struggling the most. But now you're chilling, man. It's your map. You got a 2-1 lead against FaZe. You have had their number in hardpoint as well. And of course, for G2, it is a 1-5 record in the map 5s. You'd rather just win it here on one of your best maps.
Well, another team that's sadly cursed in the map 5s. We'll see if they can get it done. FaZe have got to know that as well. Again, as far as the running up to Birmingham is, G2, what, 6th or 7th place right now. A win here would be huge. Keep them up, keep them afloat. Keep yourself out of any kind of play-in situations. In we go. That's the man we are talking about. It is Kremp. Still holds the kill record on this very map and mode, but it is FaZe who walk away with the opening gunfights.
And hey, again, more advice for ranked players. Did you notice how the entire lobby just fought for statue control? Yeah, that's what you want to be doing on P1. You get statue, you control the map. And FaZe right now, it is a bottom side of the map spread. They got a player in both like the mid-cut doors, in corners on both sections. This is a dreamy mini-map. Honestly, this is getting me going, boss. I like this. We got to steal this.
Well, guys, we've all found Ashworth's kink. In he goes. That's going to be another big set of kills as 04 sends it over the top, finds himself 2. And again, is it a dreamy mini-map, or is it just FaZe doing FaZe things? G2 ineffective on P1.
This is the best that FaZe Pink has ever looked in my mind. This is, oh my God, everything's going so well. They got the rotation towards new. You got Simp, the guy blocking spawns, because that's what a good SMG player does. When the time calls, let other guys have fun, and when you know they got the back spawns, now he gets to go and fry.
I've never heard him so happy, guys. You've done it, FaZe. You've done it. It's a great looking hold. Oh, Simp, look at this. Oh, immaculate work. Swiping their way through G2. And Simp, flow state achieved. Shot in the back, not the same. Here comes G2. Attack right through the front, but 04 on the pinch immediately. Look at this, the revolving door of FaZe Vegas players as they have once again causing nothing but issues. Sky's 2-piece eviscerated, doesn't matter. FaZe Vegas. Are we going to game 5 already? What is this?
This is the closest thing you'll see to a Mortal Kombat fatality in terms of the first 2 hills. I mean, listen, P1 is a nade fest. P2 could absolutely be held down for a significant amount of time, but an 84-point lead going into the new time. And I was about to say, if 04 gets those kills, it's a dagger, but G2 finally able to get a whole 7 seconds. Look at him go.
A whole 7. Tunnel pinch. When I only gets 1, that would have been unbelievable. Well, back over to FaZe. P3. Is it going to be as good as the others were? My word. Well, trades are good. Draza with big damage. You got a man on the inside of tunnel. It's going to be a problem. Not a problem for 04, though. Picks it up. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Here come the trophies. And here comes the next wave of G2.
And I fear I might have jinxed Estriel as well. Another slow start form, 1 and 8. Just dealing with the onslaught, but a nade kill maybe to kick things off. But as he's trying to slide in, there is just no follow-up at all for G2. Where are you going to go? Try to pinch through tunnel. Simp's going to be there. Try to help Estriel through the front. Abuza there to gun you down. And they had to break this hill. This is flawless Colossus gameplay.
Oh, no. But Simp, every little 1v1 win. Simp. Damn, son. It is big time plays from the Phenom. Kremp bringing him down. Perfect trades, and the back line still now for FaZe. Look at this from 04, pushing out the back, making sure that no one there from G2 is able to contest this one. Side door attack now on as well. Mame and Estriel get theirs. Can we get closer towards time? The quick reinforcements now from 04 as it becomes a 2v1 in the moment.
Oh, baby.
And somehow, some way, FaZe caused the damage.
Well, finally, though, you're able to secure those back spawns. That was a 30-second fight to get that sort of left side yellow control, but they get it. And now G2 finally beginning to accrue some time. But, I mean, one of the best P1s we've seen turned into one of the better P2s that we've seen for FaZe. You need some kills right now to get the ball rolling over towards P1. Estriel trying to do exactly that. Trade Fest flying. It is FaZe that come out on top. Good news, though, for G2. You have statue control, and you got a player in P1. 100-point game, though, after the first set of rotations.
Yeah, maybe the best. Well, P1 to P2, even a bit of P3 we have seen on Colossus so far. FaZe once again with a statue hit. This is the game plan. And Kremp has been silenced in the first go-around. A measly 9-14 for our record holder. Another clean 3 dead and a hard point exchanging hands for FaZe.
And 2 players sort of gunnies up, ready for statue. Draza overwhelmed, though, because G2 put all the emphasis that direction. You got FaZe sort of backing away from the time, dodging days, trying to respond to the pressure, but the trade fest continues. And, I mean, enough for FaZe to keep it neutral. Crazy COD timing for Skies to get through, though, but it is Skies versus the world. His team will collect the final bit of scrap time. It is desperation to get these right side spawns.
Yeah, man, desperate. Oh, no, it's another one from Simp at 18 and 8. He has taken over. It's just one of those maps, man. Estriel looking strong, backline bust wide open now. Kremp trying to fill the hole, and he's been hit by a stun. Perfect intel passover. And more stuns. Yeah, I hit him. That's the go button. But Kremp, man, it was a tough fight, but that's all dead. It's all dead. Everyone from FaZe finds their kills, and now we push out.
I bet some of the finest teamwork you're going to see as well. I mean, just the patience to not attack Kremp, waiting for the extra concussion to roll through from your teammates in mid. I mean, FaZe are absolutely dialed in. With gameplay like this, I'm shocked they're down 2-1 because this is extraordinarily Call of Duty being played. At least here in Black Ops 7. Front pressure right now, it is just free kills for the AR players. How about that?
Yeah, I would hit a dead on that one too. Good God, that pistol kill, the Jaeger, ringing in the hands of a boozer. 5th now in a row for Draz. No Hellstorm just yet, but he's close enough. You've cleaned up the time. The pinch is now on. And Sim, can't win the fight. Good enough attempt, though. 1 man left here for FaZe.
Yeah, Sim finally misses the stun. I feel like his nemesis in game has been Skies. He has certainly had his number, but Skies not just for 1, Skies there for 3 towards this new time. And number 7, Estriel, knows the pinch is there, but the timing is not going his way. You need to trade this one out quickly. Draza reads it to a T. And now, got to get out of the time. Spawns are going to get weird. FaZe patrolling around this time.
Yeah, Sim might have to pick up 2 here. Easy got himself the doorway, sure does. Might have to get 2, gets 2. Skies in the front line. And the Phenom finds himself a 3rd. My goodness, another clean hard point. Another unbelievable run from FaZe.
And dude, he gives you extra with the pistol. This is wicked work coming through.
Osprey. Streaks on the other side for G2, though. And this time round, FaZe, damn, they try to hit the row. It's a 5 spree now from Sim. We are holding on here, folks. FaZe, what a run. Kremp falls off, unfortunately. Attack through the back line. Simp somehow managing to find it and staying alive as well. Estriel still at large. Trades complete. Back over the time we go. Sim dancing now with the ghost of G2.
And I'm sort of looking at Mama now, right? 13 and 23. Estriel kicked it up a little bit. I suppose they're sort of neck and neck to each other, but I feel like this map has just been an experience. Kicking up here at match time. Ferocious gameplay rolling through, and now G2 a little bit discomforting, but Mamba locks down the backside spawns. Now you funnel through the mid cut, and you have no dice in this situation. Abuza trying to sort of keep the play honest, though. But now FaZe absolutely cleaned and cleared out. That is a strong P4 there for G2. A ton of kills going their way.
A beautiful 4 down as well. Now, free reign across the map now for G2 Minnesota. Can they find themselves in a fortuitous position now going into our 3rd set? FaZe still with a seemingly insurmountable lead, but it is slowly trickling away. Trades complete. And Skies, he'll have that Hellstorm for P3 if we do get there. Beautiful work on the fadeaway. No one there on time. The G2 again playing a great job so far.
Yeah, doing everything. I mean, so when you're getting that player pushed up like past B4 into that yellow cut, that is effectively getting statue control and making the statue guy's job a lot easier. And there's a clean 4 down in favor of FaZe. Who cares about statue control? But now you're just 50 points away from sending this to a game 5.
Forget your statue. 4. I mean, look at this. I mean, oh my goodness, that was damage to 3 players, including a kill. And that is enough to feed Draz on time. Pressure now towards P2. Trying to flip it out. You've got the advantage. Unfortunately, Estriel does get that kill, but nonetheless. You've got the higher point time. You're looking for the P2 win. But G2, this is not over yet.
Ooh, good pinch out of Mamadou. Gets the timing as well, right? That's a good way to clear out the blue side of the map. Get active, get pressure, clear the space, let somebody else fill in. And now you got a lot of space over towards P2, but as Mamba gets dealt with, that means you can get oh so close to the time. So the Hellstorm might be late. Gotta win the gunfights on the hill, but it's FaZe that come out on top, and Simp just runs straight through. The Hellstorm might clean him up, but yeah, Simp was taking victims in the meantime.
It was indeed. He took care of Skies, and Mama does spawn in the back. Only good for one. Final 20. FaZe can win it here. We will be going to a game 5 unless we can get involved. G2, they have been broken here on Colossus. It is not over yet. The last ditch attempt now to fight their way forward to get the contest. They are able to fly in, but won't fall! Send it to a game 5. You turn G2 into dust. And we're going to a final map on Sunday.
I mean, that is everybody for FaZe just getting to have fun as well. Give Simp a high five for that one. And dude, it seems so much like Skies was his nemesis in game. I think Simp got the drop on him so many times. Had the old fun body shield towards the end as well, just taking victims, but you know it. You try to run from it, but Minnesota fans always know game 5 will be their fate. It'll be their destiny until they start consistently winning these situations. It will be a problem all year, but that is just the deliverance to get there. Simp was a titan in this lobby. 4,200 damage, 15 assists, 34 kills. I mean, that's a clean 49 EKIA there. Nobody in the lobby was remotely close.
Yeah, disgusting work. Flow State Simp. It's a thing of beauty when we get to see it, and quite frankly, we get to see it, I mean, a couple of times a month, happily, here on the Call of Duty League. But that's that. Game 4 goes the way of FaZe. Colossus not treating the boys of G2 right. I mean, damn, that is a big gap. That's a big, big gap. All right, that's that, folks. Game 5. Chance, which way are you leading before we go to the break?
I mean, you have to pick FaZe in a game 5. It is by law. It is by decree. More so that G2 can't win one, but I know the Scar S&D look good. I think that was their map pick. I think FaZe, very happy to see another Colossus. They've been running worlds in search.
Well, we'll see if the curse is still very much in effect. Or we'll find out if they've got what it takes to not fall apart here. G2, FaZe, game 5. Staying on Colossus for the search and destroy. It's the last map of the day. We'll see you after the break.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
What is this
9 and 4.
spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does. Yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For some, that's a talent.
Yeah?
Second tick is done. Abizi is cheesing. Abizi is cheesing. That is filth. Series isn't over yet. FaZe now a chance to smile.
No, he's mid-desk, laying down mid-desk. The long desk, snaking the long desk.
Nice play. Good
Let's go, Clay. Let's go, Clay.
Ran at him, bro.
Yeah, you should have with the Vaz for sure.
All good.
Obviously having a big performance there over at that Train Hill. This guy is looking to finally really pick it up. He's had a few slower maps, but I guess he's finally caught his bearings. Now 16-9 and forcing the issue on the flank. He's inside of their face, as that's going to be 5 in a row. How about 6? It's 6 for Capsimal. He is woken up.
go. Just has to stay alive. Can he get back to it? I don't know. It's so close. He might have it. He might have this. Oh, with .1, Scrap gets it done.
There's more than just the game on the line. It's like, you know, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to Optic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like an over 90% win rate after they win the first map, so it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the...
We've been practicing pretty hard and, you know, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with the W.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is how it went down.
Oh my God, you
at the LAN. All smiles, as our teams have met before in similar circumstances, and this time, oh, it might be a little different. They could not be further apart when it comes to Game 5's chance. Will it be the same case today? Do the numbers lie? Not often.
Well, the numbers can only tell the story that has been told. There is no doubts, no questions, if, ands, or buts. FaZe have the advantage in the map 5, have the advantage in S&D as a whole. And even on the map, specifically for the Colossus, you give them the edge in that capacity as well. But that means G2. They've known this. It has been a consistent problem for them. They know when they get here, they have to be able to deliver. Preferably not get anything in your eye. Skies always has something weird going on.
As you just do an animated player, I've seen him spill bottles of water on his desk. I've seen him catch his teammates' water back in the New York Subliners days. I've seen him do it all. He's a world champion. Seen him dance. Did a lie detector test with him.
True.
He's great. He's a great dude. We like Skies. Does he like this Game 5 though? Because Abuza, oh good God, it's a 2.0 when it comes to closing out the series. These boys want to go home. Back to back Game 5s against G2. Who's going to walk away with the dub this time?
Yeah. Tally Bananas going home after this Game 5. It's going to be a fun one indeed. We saw the goods from G2. Krem, absolute playmaker on the map, loves to get active, consistently making plays as well, with or without the teammates, always going to be trying something. Right now you see Mamba shooting the barrel on P2, keeping it safe, ready for the onslaught, and here it comes. First blood, Krem looking forward. At least it's a nade that gets the trade. That is a very quick 3 versus 3. Everybody, though, dodging the attacks in lethals. 0-4 able to get this bomb down.
Yeah, 0-4, he does get the bomb down while the smoke is still up. G2 don't set up for the counterattack just yet, so now they know for certain it's on. And the question is, how do they do it? No picks found just yet. Estriel, he's on your close left. Oh, the good read! And the immediate rebuttal now as you've been forced right back. Last man 0-4, and what a retake! Mamba with 3 in the feed. And G2 the first team to strike here in the 5th.
Yeah, and a lot of those chirps from FaZe were in Mamba's direction after that elimination. So certainly a player looking to get his get back. Beautiful start there in the round number 1. Only had to do 180 damage to get these kills, but that just means the nade trading up a one-shot player and execution there on those final 2 guys. G2 starting their search off right.
That was a very, very nice retake. They set up as well for any possible rotation there from FaZe with that smoke play. All the fakes read, everything dealt with, and a lovely bit of work. Now a counter-attack from G2. It's their turn to go for it. And Skies gets just the absolute top of Draza. First blood.
Yeah, Draza's had some really unfortunate first deaths in S&D so far this series. Another one there because he threw a good shoulder. This guy simply hits the nice shot, but clearing out P1. Sky's commenting that he has it, or Sky's commenting that he lost it. But look at his teammates. Yeah, number 5 and number 8 jump right up to see if it's coming through. Mamba gets 1. He is traded out, but still advantage G2, and they got the bomb down.
Boy, he nearly just hits another one. The smoke gets through. I'm trying to find the flank. Oh my good God, he finds it now. Oh, whoa, it's a 1v1, and Sky starts off with the first, and there's the trade. An electric G2 in the player cam.
Yeah, and consistent high-level teamwork rolling through as well for every single moment. Skies gets Call of Duty timing on towards P1. Both of his SMGs immediately jump up top to P1 to start going for those trades. And I think every single kill that FaZe got in that round traded within a half a second. Players left one shot. Estriel getting the good timing to jump over towards P2. FaZe, what we've seen in the series for S&D, it is rare that they are fighting one player, always multiple players on Minnesota. In your FaZe, making things happen.
Really, really impressive stuff. The G2 together, they strike. I think nades connecting, but just slowing down the approach from FaZe now towards the A-bomb site once again. 0-4. He is the smoke user for FaZe right now. Not been massively successful so far, and another nade is going to force him back. So again, tons of information. And thank God for a boozer, they say. Trades, all good. 0-4 still up.
A little slow, though. He's left one shot. Trade fest. 1v2 now from Mamba. Couldn't quite finish the extra one. And Abuza comes flying in for the final kill. Abuza kicks off the sequence with a pick on Estriel on the top side of the map and finishes it through mid. FaZe get on the board.
You see, I mean, how quickly all of our players respond to these 2v1 situations. COD being a game of pixels and milliseconds, you can make something happen, but you have to have a fighting chance. The pre-aim there from Mamba down low, I mean, there's an opportunity for him to pull this off. Absolutely. He gets so much damage there into draws. So many shoulds, coulds, woulds. And now, will it be another for Skies in the first blood?
I mean, if he somehow connects with that angle, that's a...
I was going to say, that is some angle. Yeah, that is some angle. Well, M15 out, no snipe this round.
Well, a nade to meet Simp.
Whoa.
Not enough damage, though. Yeah, you see, if he was left one shot, would have been enough for the kill, so it's a good try, but no dice. G2 have to go to plan B.
Yeah, I love that. The Crumb's even in position to maybe hit that as the nade explodes. Nobody home on the other side of Statue. Is the P1 hot? Perfect synchronicity there from G2. Minnesota waiting now. 0-4. Shoulders his way into the kill feed. What a play. And Estriel there, a little too slow on the counter. No trade. FaZe get away with their lives. Oh, Sky's down as well. And Mamba overwhelmed by a hop, skip, and a jump from FaZe. No friendly fire incident either. Estriel now 1v3. 1v2. And fakes them out. To be shot in the back. Good instincts from FaZe.
Huge and absolutely overwhelming. Estriel might have made the 1v3 ever so slightly interesting, but that is teamwork on full display. FaZe has done this time to time for like opening breaks on the defensive end, running through P3 there. This time they just wait for the kills to roll through before making that move. Take a nice sip of water. Get ready to go. So polite, I feel like, but an interesting look too as well. When we saw from 0-4's perspective, their last attacking round, he sat there for 20 seconds waiting out all the nades towards P4. In G2, you could see playing with the timing. So an early barrage of nades to see what connects, but it's trophies to stop him on one end, and 0-4 again being met with grenades, stopping the play in its tracks.
He's taken a lot of hits. That man's flak jacket working harder than most. Lovely first blood there from Abuza. Big stack now from G2 on the A-bomb site. They're expecting the players on the hop. Wait, they're going to send it first. Oh, what a first blood. Estriel getting involved. Draws are forced back on the retreat, and they manage to pull one man away. It's a 2v2, now a 1v1, and 0-4. Eyes on Skies. They saw each other, and now the retreat. Skies on the back pedal. Oh, they've read this perfectly. Won another spot. Skies, what a decision! And what a slide as Caesar Skies Bueno. A delightful 1v1.
And a look of disgust on his face as well after he gets the kill. 0-4 offered him nothing.
Damn, that was fast.
And this is a player you cannot hide behind walls against him. Skies notorious for his X-ray vision. But this is a great play. This is a 3v4 clutch, and this is on defense. You're looking for the counter punch. You're down a man, and you see Estriel there for the strike. So G2 making plays across the board. This is what you want to see from them in a game 5. Making plays down 3-4, clutching up the 1v1s. This is exactly what G2 need.
It's a very confident play out of G2. Sky's back in that spot. I bet the free cam looks insane of him lying in that position. Either way, the 3-man hitting that through 8. FaZe unmoving. Will the smoke be enough to tease them in towards the A-bomb site? The stun might do indeed. That was a double hit. Frags are out as well. We're going for it. Here comes the retake. 3v3. Drops doesn't finish and Crim somehow walks away with a kill, and now it's all down to a booster. Oh, what a blowout. Oh, G2. That could not have been sweeter.
Oh man, and a pop-off moment there from Skies, at least in the player cams, keeping the energy high. At this level, you cannot afford to miss a single bullet you whiff. You just get punished. Look at the shots here from Draza. It gets him down to 1 HP, and I mean, really can't ask for anything more. I don't know how that bullet doesn't connect, but nonetheless, drops one there. And now that chirping, well, feeling a little bit closer. G2, 4-2 lead.
Boozer snipe. I think Skies might be also using his on the other side, but the nades are up. Outside of the range there for 04. 3-man stack now. All 4 of G2. All 4 G2. Oh my goodness. All 4 of them collapsed.
Look at that.
Upon one half of FaZe, who have been absolutely wiped out. Can a Boozer catch one? No. And here they come. G2 hand in hand, brothers in arms, wrapping the back together.
Dude, and for a round that Napoleon would be proud of. Look at that calculation of how you split the battlefield. You smoke out a Booza. He's got the sniper. He's going, I got to check if someone's rolling through this. I don't know if they're going to be towards tunnel. He's just going to be forced to pump the brakes. The rest of G2 then go and just bang out the A site. Say, hey, we got at worst a 4v3. And of course, one guy goes through the tunnel. He can no longer retreat and go to help his friends. That means 2 players on FaZe staring down the barrel of a 2 versus 4. It's chaos. It's confusing. And G2 overwhelming, needed to work on their game 5s, and boy, have they done so.
Nobody home at the B-bomb site this round. Everyone there from FaZe of Bio. We're going to find ourselves at least 1 or 2 men down low. And everyone from G2 fully aware of that. Oh, it's an absolute doozy. Estriel. I believe it was Kremp's nade as well. What a lovely start here on match point.
Gotta love it when a plan comes together. Looney right now kicked back with a smile on his face. His team now just needs to execute in a 4 versus 3. They've been on point so far.
They absolutely have. Here comes the shuffle though, and it's gonna be Krem setting it around the corner. Oh, the hop upstairs, but wait, a little bit of discourse. It all comes down to Simp, and they fly. And for the first time in 78 days, G2 Minnesota win a game 5.
Oh yeah, dude, and the power of God and cowboy boots on his side. Mamba there for victory in the final moments. Maybe a good thing that G2 lost some of those hard points, a learning experience for them, because they needed that game 5 rep. That is Deliverance and Search and Destroy, and that is both S&D maps for the game plan nearly flawless. Yes, FaZe were able to battle back and have a couple nice round wins, but I mean, again, just the assist. I mean, the first time it was the 10 that they had in total on Scar with the First Bloods, but now the First Blood battle even. That is what, 17 assists coming in for G2 Minnesota. I mean, that is some of the best teamwork we have seen from any team all year long.
Disgusting search and destroy. Really, really good stuff. Scar, brilliant looks. Comms must be insane, I'm not kidding. 6-3, 6-2, G2 win the game 5. Congratulations to them. FaZe, my God, their hard points look so good as well, though. So, hey, not a bad place. We do change the standings, though. This is a shuffle of the board in a quite an exciting way. So FaZe come down a little bit, and we see G2 climb up as well. So the road to Major 2 ever so exciting. Wow, what a great series. Great day of games. Great weekend of games as well. Over to the desk. Guys, what a day.
What a day. What a game.
What a day. What a weekend. Miles Chance, thank you so much. Always crushing it out there. Game 5. Finally got it in, man. You know, at a certain point, I'm thinking, okay, FaZe might take over, but back and forth we go. I mean, does it surprise you, Ali? I mean, this was one that we expected to go the distance.
I mean, expected to go the distance, but I don't think I ever expected FaZe to lose 2 search and destroys, especially with how strong search has been for them. I mean, I'm almost happy for them that they won hard points, and then I'm also happy on the other side for G2 to finally win a game 5.
That's right, 78 days. Whew. That's a long time, brother. That's a long time.
Gotta say, I mean, you know, this G2 team, they just have FaZe's number. I mean, they're now 3-1 against them. They can get it done in any way. And you see in this one, they win a 2-3-5 where Search game plan was awesome. You heard Chance talk a little bit about the assist in this one, and it's just kind of their approach. Like when FaZe tries to do that game, we're like, okay, we're gonna go statue, maybe get a smoke down, get bomb out, bait you out, and get the kill. Well, they were killing Kremp up top, but Kremp was pulling enough attention to where, okay, now we're gonna send Estriel flying out towards statue, and he'll be the star of the show on the Colossus, where he found some huge kills. This is one of them where he finds 2. He should not have gotten away from in this round with 2. It was huge. They end up winning that, and then it comes down to this clutch where, you know, Skies catches 0-4 up top, reads him perfectly, and then we get later into this game.
Yeah, where's the Draza? Where's the Draza clip? Turn and burn, baby. Here it is.
He was getting bullied,
oh, is it?
by
No,
the way,
it's later on.
This whole like in both the searches.
Yeah.
Bullied by Kremp.
That's what I kind of like about G2, though, is they didn't feel afraid to take space versus FaZe Vegas, which I feel like most teams, especially in Search and Destroy, are a little bit more afraid to kind of put their balls to the wall. So for me, for G2, like, I love the confidence out of them, just kind of flying at them, and you could see it catch this FaZe Vegas off guard, and just a really big win that needed to go through the hoop for G2.
And can we talk about for a second just how solid Skies is, particularly in the S&D?
Thank God.
Every time the guy's in a 1v1, he's clutching up. I mean, he's getting huge snipes. He's on an island a lot. Like, I can't sing the praises enough of him. He's been playing so well.
Hey, scuff play of the game. Let's take a look at Overload. The defense was rock solid. This G2 roster taking over. And it got exciting. It really did. I know you were paying attention to it closely, Nameless.
Yeah, I mean, this Overload was everything for them. Remember, I talked about they were 2-1 against FaZe coming into this. And in both those series, they won the Overload each time. So it is clearly the win condition in the matchups for of these two teams. And you see just some stout defense on the side of G2 at the end here. Really, this is probably the best Overload match we've seen this entire weekend. It was nice to see display both sides trying to organize some pushes, but in the end, it's the defense from G2.
Defense from G2 holding on tight. A brilliant win overall. We went FaZe. Ali, you went FaZe too. G2, Nameless, you got it. You got one in, baby.
I'm going to need like 9 more of those, and we'll be good.
9 more of those. We take a look at our standings after an incredible weekend of competition. Naturally, LA Thieves still up there, but Optic will tie that and match the energy. Gentlemen, still undefeated. We go down the list, of course.
It was?
We talked about Koi breaking out of bottom 2. They are now top 10. Who else stands out to you? Ali, we'll start with you.
Carolina Royal Ravens, I think that was a big one for them to kind of stay in contention. Seeing Boston Breach getting pushed outside, I'm sure they are not feeling great about that. And also just shout out G2, man. I didn't think they'd go 2-2. I am really interested to see them versus Jailmates and LA Thieves now.
Time for our Monster Winner Spotlight. Let's bring Skies in, who had a great series, man. Skies, first and foremost, brother, well done. How you feeling? Because a lot of first here. First Game 5 win in 78 days. You lost to Optic. You go for it a little bit. You lost to Koi. I'm thinking you guys are in the blender, but here you are in the winner's circle.
It feels good, obviously, but those game 5s, the other ones, I feel like we were just playing like pussy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Oh my God. But this one, like, we were just like stressing. We just got to play aggro. Like, we got to just play aggressive on our rounds instead of just giving people free space to work with, because it just makes it impossible if you just give them the map.
Yeah, absolutely. Skies, I got to say, bro, you got your swagger back. I'm watching you in game like you're on an island making plays with the snipe. In the clutch, you have zero hesitation. Like, what's that process been like for you getting back to the old Skies?
I'm not even sure. Like, I guess like mental confidence, but I don't really think I've lost that. I think it's just more of like, I do sometimes iron too much, and I'm trying to get that little ick out of my brain to where like I just gotta bang with the boys. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
But just fixing my pace a little more for the boys because they're super talented, and keeping up with him.
Insane. They do deserve to keep up with him, but also they deserve to give you some praise too, being able to make this turnaround, because obviously at the start of the season it was a little bit of like, Caesar, what are we doing? And then we get Lanimal U, and now we see you during Major 2, so big win. I want to ask you, why do you guys play so well versus FaZe Vegas? And then follow up on that, could it be a case of you feel like you guys are kind of playing to your opponent, kind of playing up and down a little bit, kind of like what we see with Riyadh?
I feel like it's more so, I don't know, just with them, I feel like it's always rowdy. It's because we're always like typing to each other, going to game chat, even on LAN, we're just talking crap to each other. So it's like, I feel like it gives that extra like that oomph. But I feel like sometimes it's day to day with us. Sometimes we keep going with our game plan, and the next day we're just not rotating, but we just gotta like lock in and like not ever slip up and just be consistent.
Small follow-up to that, do you guys only type to FaZe, or are there other teams you try to get in a little bit?
I mean, mostly them, just because like they talk talking and we got to talk back. Like this is the first year I ever got up and like chick talked to the other team, and it was literally them just because it just give me like an ache sometimes because they talk trash to us, and it's just like, I don't like it.
Is there one player though that you personally like to go after, that you want to take down any chance you get on FaZe Vegas?
Not really like a player like singling out, to be honest. Just like I guess the team.
Just like the team. I see. I'm trying to get spicy answers, man. I'm not getting anything. That's all right, though.
Thanks,
guys. You tore it up, brother. You played incredibly well. Congratulations on your win, man. A lot of firsts over the weekend.
I appreciate it. Have a good one.
Absolutely, brother. Great series. We knew it wouldn't disappoint. We were watching the trash talk from Major 1, of course, now going into the Major 2 split. Beautiful, beautiful weekend, but let's talk about today. We had 4 great series, and first off, we'll start with the match number 1, Riyadh Falcons coming out the gate swinging 3-0 win.
You know, actually, I think that's hilarious that he says that, because now I'm just imagining FaZe Vegas going into all their series just talking crap for the other team.
It's
That's
forward,
comedic.
you know it.
And if I'm looking back at our first match of the day in Riyadh and Carolina, which of these 2 teams do you think would be susceptible to doing that as well?
Oh, Celium's talking trash.
You think?
He's plugging in the mic talking crazy. I already know how it is.
It's the FaZe effect. It'll never leave them.
Never leave.
It might just be excellent plugging his mic talking trash. Yo.
Wait, I would love that.
Excellent performance today, though. I mean, honestly, with Riyadh, is like probably the most structured COD we've seen from them. And
Kismet getting loose, too.
Yeah, Kismet got loose today. That's huge for them going forward. And, yeah, obviously, he's started to consistently do this now, Al.
He's going back. He's so back. I mean, he kind of didn't leave, but yeah, the Celium Index is certainly starting to settle on the waters.
Has anybody fried yet with the new Elo site?
Saw it a lot on
Did
day 1.
Inside have it out?
Yeah, but then he went 13 and 27 the next map.
Oh,
I don't know. I know Exceed was using it. We might gotta put that away.
Well, it was Vancouver Surge going against Boston Breach in our second series. Vancouver ended up performing incredibly well. We know Team USA ended up taking over the victory over in the Olympics, but the Canadians at least got a win.
I really enjoyed the interview with Gwen and kind of getting some insight of like our scrims are going pretty well, which seems to be kind of a theme with a lot of these teams, and maybe that's why we're seeing people hang on to rosters for so long, or to be like, hey, don't press the red button yet, because this seems to happen a lot. When like scrims just aren't translating. I remember this happening to FaZe. I don't remember if it was last year or the year before, but that was the same story where it was like, scrims are great. We just can't put it all together.
Well, what happens is some of these teams just start tweaking out when it gets close to the maps. And we saw it with Carolina. I bet they're phenomenal in scrim. Same with Surge. And really, to me, when I watch Surge, it just comes down to if Win and Teach can play well.
Match 3.
They're great.
Match 3 was Optic Texas going against Cloud9. We knew what the result was going to be. It was Optic Texas, and Mercules in this play blew our minds. He had a standout S&D, had to match Shotzi's energy from yesterday. But we do take a positive away, obviously, as Cloud9 did a very, very good job on Overload.
Yeah, they did. I mean, competitive game. They obviously threw Optic for a loop. Maybe some people look at what they were doing on that exposure and take it going forward, because Optic's been blowing people out, or at least recently in Overload.
I just was looking at the 12 and 4 on Mercules. This guy is unbelievable.
He is.
He's always like the match MVP, 1.5. I mean, like, since he has joined the league, he has just literally not stopped. He is susceptible. I think I've seen like 1 or 2 statistically bad maps from him. It's just unbelievable. This guy is do it all. I don't know where we found him, where he came out of, but it's unbelievable.
It was Hex, right? Hex said, hey, look, I got a gift for you guys.
It was Zitty.
Oh, was it Zitty? Oh, excuse me.
GMZ1, dude.
Wow, dude.
Found the next goat.
Found the next goat. And the GOAT, bro, keeps on going. I can't wait to see. I mean, this is the start of his career, and it's already been magnificent. Yes, and I can't wait to see what it's going to look like a year, 2 years, 3 years from now. It's unbelievable. And naturally, in our fourth series, we just covered it. G2 Minnesota getting a 5-3 win, over FaZe Vegas. 3-2 win. I'm tripping. There you go. But overall, a great day. And we did have some top performers. Let's take a look at who we thought were the shining stars throughout today's competition. Who'd you have on your mind, Nameless?
It was Kismet. You know, I've been pretty critical of him on the podcast, on the desk in general, just kind of talking about, I think he has an extra gear that he can get to, and this team will ascend to another level. I think majority of the game so far has been focused on elevating everybody around him, and today we saw Kismet focusing on his game.
I feel like we saw MVP Gwyn today. That was big for me. A 1.26 KD with a +19 differential. This is what we were waiting for out of him, and so really big performance, and I really hope he's able to continue it.
And our production team chose Mercules, rightly so. That S&D was incredible. For me, I went with Skies. FLT just pulled up and did a dominant job. Very well done. Now, as far as stage 2 KD leaders go, might be a different list. We take a look at Scrap, who is now back on top. And Ali, you've been big on this because Scrap is now in true form. He's getting loose out there. He's slaying out. He's looking great.
I mean, it's just difficult because, at least for him, because he's always putting up MVP numbers. He's also one of the most consistent, aggressive ARs that we have in the league. And it's been that way for the past couple of years. So it's just kind of like waiting for his time and for him to finally get a win under the loop. So that's why I always talk about Scrap and him being kind of a KD leader for the league.
Shout out Niam, and also shout out Estrio. He went 11-27 map 1.
Estrio's having a year.
And he's still in the top 10. Let's go.
For him.
Taking a look at our weekend schedule. This is going to be coming up. Super excited for this one, naturally. A lot of big matches. Any ones that stand out to you two?
Quaint Heretics again? Are you kidding me? Heck yeah. That Saturday is going to be electric for sure. And we close out Optic LA.
Optic LA.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's the one I'm looking at. Both undefeated rosters, at least at this point in time, going toe-to-toe, and it's always fun when Optic goes against LA. It's going to be a great time. That's going to be happening next weekend. It's been a fun time. First off, I want to say thank you so much for having me on the desk. Of course, filling in for Puckett. Puckett will be back next week, and I know a lot of you guys have been saying, who am I? Look, I was only here for a short term, but a good time.
It was a great time.
It was a great time. And I see all the comments out there. You guys calling me swollen and everything else, man. You guys are wild, but I love each and every one of you. Thank you so much. Nameless, final thoughts as we get out of here.
I mean, great time having you here, buddy. It was an awesome time. Hope to have you back at some point. And yeah, COD's lit, dude. Even with some of these matches, we get some 3-0s. We had some crazy moments. Come back next week. We'll have more for you.
That's right, Ali. Good job on your predictions and a good show overall.
I don't know. I didn't do that good today, to be honest. But thank you so much. Echoing what Ann said. And also, wow, guys, this was some quick 4 games days.
Yeah.
We better lock in for next weekend.
That's it. Next weekend, it's going to be coming at you fast. This is the Call of Duty League. We hope to see you again starting Friday. Don't miss out.
We back for another one. Another one. Here we go. How I like that. We back from another one. Here we go. We back on the scene like we never left. Time to go put them back on the shelf. No, we do not need permission. We came in alone, now we leaving you by ourselves. Now nobody wanna play me. Everybody think I'm crazy. Guess I got a little bit of nothing but to do it. Hear me out. Let's go. They know we done been before. They know I done been it before. We gon' do it again. Do it again. I think we gon' do it again. I'm ready to go for the win. Go for the win. Tell them let's do it again. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. You know what we doing. Do it again. Do it again. Come on, for another one. Another one. Let's win. Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do it again. Do it again. Come on, for another one. Another one. Like, no. Tell them let's do it again. Who you know got the power? How? To turn on the switch anytime that they want. We do. Who you know got the energy? I bet I can take it that you know who don't. It's all serious. It's literally all serious. I'm on the move and better believe I stick to the plan. Stick to the plan. I got the city behind me. Yeah, 'cause they know I'm the man. They know I'm the man. Hold up. They know we done been there before. Been there before. I think we gon' do it again. Do it again. Oh, I like that. I'm ready to go for the win. Who ready? Tell them let's do it again.
One shot.
Let's do it again. Do it again. You know what we doing. Oh, I like that. Do
go. Nice! Nice! I got my chain back! I got my chain back!
No Nezlo this time, baby.
I got my chain back!
It's a 1v3 for
Oh no! Don't give him a chance here.
Wait. Bomb carrier down. Tags are.
Oh my god!
Nice space!
Oh my
gosh! He's so good, bro.
What the?